Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 51. Before Marks McClown arrived, the prefects had already gathered together and started the discussion in advance. This little ghost named Marks I came too slowly, right? A female prefect looked at her pocket watch impatiently. Why haven't it arrived yet? After all, we told him that it was exactly 3 o'clock. It's not time yet, Kelly, Steve said. The female class leader known as Kaylee dissatisfied. I am a year older than you, so I want to call me Prefect Lev. And the meeting enters the venue early. This is the basic etiquette. Premier Lev, Caesar said next to him. I heard that your brother Buna Lev has been subordinated by that Marks I income. Kelly squinted her eyes. Who knows what that kid thinks, and what kind of curse was put on by that Marks I, but Chief Cliff. Are you provoking this now? Okay, now we should be unanimous with the outside world to fix Marks I's affairs, but don't start fighting in advance. 6th grade female prefect Lisa Joster hurriedly dissuaded her. She sincerely expressed her pressure. Mountain is big. At the young age of 970, he is arrogant and arrogant. Generally, such people don't have much ability, so why not concentrate on dealing with them? Samuel snorted. Samuel, you were there yesterday too, right? Steve said. I should be able to feel his high level with my own eyes. It is true that no one in the 5th grade can compare to him. Plus cool tiger, Samuel said coldly. Even so, wanting to challenge all our prefects alone is 100% crazy to speak out. Samuel's words resonated with several prefects. McClowns, this challenge doesn't seem like a normal person can raise it. It's clear that there is a win or no win, and it will be the kind that loses miserably, and very ugly. Let me say, why should we have a special meeting to discuss such an unreasonable challenge, and just ignore it? Caesar also distanced this. Caesar was not the last night, so he had never seen Marks McClown's level at all. He just heard Steve say it, and he really didn't feel it. McClowns, Kelly rarely agreed with Caesar. It is a waste of time for us to talk about this impossible thing here. If each prefect thinks carefully, isn't this a waste of time? Is Marks McClown great? Hearing the rumors seems to be very powerful among freshmen. But is it possible for him to defeat 6 powerful prefects alone? Anyone can guarantee that the winning rate is definitely smaller than the probability of Mars hitting the Earth. Anyway, Marks I couldn't beat them at all. Why would they waste time solemnly? Just reject this stupid challenge that the opponent will lose. But, the 5th grade female prefect suddenly said weakly, he has the strength to defeat 3 dual kings alone, and he has enough qualifications to challenge us. Her words silenced everyone again. Indeed, perhaps each of them had served as a shadow prefect in the lower grades, but because of this, they knew that this dual king, who represented the strongest spot in each grade, was completely water-free. Only one person won. The 3 shadow prefects teamed up, not to mention their age in the 1st grade. At this moment, none of them dare to pack a ticket. Lisa took a deep breath. Pauline is right, and in the tradition of our Slytherin college, if Marks I proposes to challenge him with an enemy, which is obviously extremely unfavorable to him, it is not no equality. If our prefect meeting should not fight, it would be equivalent to losing without a fight. The prefects all took a deep breath. Indeed, it seemed that Marks McClown had proposed such a challenge that greatly benefited them, but they did not dare to accept it. If they refuse, it's as if they just lost. In their contemplation, Marks McClown had already stepped in and sat straight on the empty solid wood chair. This movement caused several prefects to wake up like a dream. Most of those who can enter Slytherin and occupy high positions are from prominent backgrounds. No matter what they think in their hearts, the demeanor on the surface is absolutely not lacking. Welcome to you, Marks I, the shadow chief of the 1st grade. Caesar and Kaylee, as the male and female chiefs of the 7th grade, took the lead and got up to welcome them. And you, Buna Lev, the 2nd-year shadow chief, Joseph Burton, the 3rd-year shadow chief, and Barry Adrian, the 4th-year chief. We also sincerely represent the prefect meeting. welcome. Together with the 3 followers of Marks McClown, they did not miss it, but they all crammed together and said that obviously their performance was far less important than Marks McClown. The other prefects also nodded to them from their seats. Most of the shadow prefects who were able to get the throne of the duel in the lower grades will become full prefects in the future, so in their eyes, Barry and the others are like their successors. Buna, Joseph and Barry also all responded, but they saw Marks McClown sitting down, instead of sitting in other empty seats, but standing behind Marks McClown in a finished shape. Seeing this posture, all the prefects showed surprised expressions. This is completely the etiquette of the host who is here and never attends. It seems that they are really willing to be followers of Marks I. But everyone who can become the strongest person in each grade is the proud child of heaven. They all have their inner pride and reservedness, and Marks McClown can even subdue them. Does that Marks I really have such a big charm? Especially Buna's sister Kelly. The handle of the chair was creaked by her subconsciously. Marks McClown looked at Zysar, raised his hand and made a please gesture. Before I came over, you guys seemed to be chatting enthusiastically. Don't care about me, you continue. How did you know? Zysar and the other prefects looked at each other blankly, and coughed a few times. Before starting the discussion again, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the male prefect of Slytherin 7th grade, Caesar Cliff. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 52, The Law of Iron Strike, The Unchanging Truth. Then Kaylee snorted coldly. I am Kaylee Lev, the female prefect of the 7th grade, and the sister of the fool behind you. Marks McClown squinted at Buna. Buna gave a wry smile. Please forgive my sister's rudeness. Steve and Samuel looked at each other and said, you should know Samuel and I, so I won't introduce more. There are 2 female prefects left. The older one stood up and said lightly, I am the female prefect of the 6th grade, Lisa Josida. Cough. Marks McClown suddenly coughed, and almost didn't spray out a mouthful of water. He started to ask Lisa if it was Joseph's mother behind him. But if Marks I asked, Lisa would probably fight Marks I directly on the spot. The remaining 5th grade female leader stood up weakly. My name is Pauline Fudge. Marks McClown couldn't help but glance at Pauline more. Pauline looked very weak, but the surrounding prefects still seemed to respect her, so it seemed that her surname should be Fudge, who was closely related to the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. After everyone had finished the introduction, Kelly couldn't help shouting first, Bunya, what's the matter with you? I heard that you swore to follow a mere first-year freshman. That's right. Cool Tiger, Bunyel admitted generously. Seeing Buna's appearance, Kelly's voice became even louder. Do you have a problem with your brain? I heard that you were the shadow prefect of the 2nd grade. My parents were still very happy. Now what do you do if you become like this? Tell them. I don't think there is anything hard to explain, Buna said stubbornly. The strength and talent of the boss are only strong in my life. I believe in the future achievements of the boss. Kelly was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only stare. The other prefects frowned when they heard this. Lisa murmured, a shadow prefect controls all shadow prefects. This is something that has never happened before, let alone a 1st grade. It's a mess. Fool around. Barry squinted his eyes unhappily when he heard the words, Premier Joster, it sounds like you have any doubts about the boss. I can answer for him without the boss showing his strength. Would you like to try it yourself? This topic ends here. We're still in a meeting. Caesar hurriedly called to a halt. If they were to fight at the prefect meeting, the ugly name of Slytherin would spread throughout Hogwarts the next day. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown said calmly, keep your demeanor, Barry. McClown's. Barry hadn't responded when Caesar spoke, but as soon as Marks McClown spoke, he immediately retreated, as if there had been no dispute at all. Lisa also hummed and didn't speak anymore. Originally, She didn't want to go to war with people on this occasion. Besides, Barry is okay. If she waits for Barry to provoke Mark-Sai, thinking of Mark-Sai's ability to defeat the three dual kings alone, Lisa sincerely did not want to be an enemy. Then let's start our discussion with respect to the challenge proposed by Chief Mark-Sai. First said that Mark-Sai actually leaned on the chair and fell asleep, as if it had nothing to do with it. The other prefects were a little anxious when they saw this, and Samuel said sarcastically, as the most important person, it seems that it has nothing to do with him. Is it because he believes he has a certainty of victory? Mark-Sai finally opened his eyes and glanced at Samuel. Samuel frowned and said, "What is your look? Just say anything. Can't you still feel it?" "This is the look in the eyes of a caring fool," Marks McClown said leisurely. "If you are not sure of victory, will you still challenge you stupidly? I don't understand this." "Oh." With that said, Marks McClown shook his head as if regretting Samuel's IQ. Samuel patted the table to straighten up, and drew out his wand to aim at Mark-Sai. Barry, Joseph and others immediately took out their wands when they saw this, and the three pointed at Samuel. Find flowers. However, Marks McClown still leaned on the chair comfortably, closing his eyes and rested, without moving at all. "Please sit down, Prefect Crouch." Caesar coughed heavily. "Please note that the prefect meeting is now taking place." Samuel took a few deep breaths, put away his wand, and sat down with a cold face. However, Caesar stopped Samuel not because he wanted to maintain Mark-Sai, but because he wanted to maintain his prestige. As soon as Samuel sat down, Caesar immediately attacked Mark-Sai. "In that case, do you really think you are going to win? In other words, do you think you can compare all the members of our prefect meeting?" Since Caesar wants to maintain his prestige, Mark-Sai, who provokes his prestige the most, is definitely the primary hostile target. Marks McClown's request for a challenge from the enemy is arrogant to say that it sounds good, and it is to despise the entire prefect meeting. Marks McClown opened his eyes again. It's just that the expression in his eyes this time was extremely deep and energetic. For a while, no prefect dared to look at Marks McClown. "You are wrong about an important point, Chief Cliff." Marks McClown had already stood up, completely different from the aura of just dozing off, closing his eyes and meditation, standing proudly in front of all the prefects. "It's not that I alone can compare all the members of the prefects' council, but I alone can surpass all the members of the presidency council." As soon as this sentence was uttered, the three people behind Marks McClown only felt their bodies tremble. This trembling is not fear, but excitement. It is the excitement of blood vessels beating and heart beating wildly. Even Steve couldn't hold back. "You are too arrogant." As the only person standing on the scene, Marks McClown looked down at all the members in front of him. "No, I'm just expounding the facts. That's why I put forward the request for the allegiance of all of you to win. Because in Slytherin, the weak surrender to the strong is the law of iron and the unchanging truth." Chapter 53, Snape of Dissent. Mark-Sai's words echoed in the Slytherin conference room for a long time. The prefects here are silent, so Mark-Sai's words are particularly clear. Because no one of them knew what to say, every prefect had almost the same reaction. The corners of their eyes twitched, and the corners of their mouth twitched, just staring at Mark-Sai firmly. The unspeakable flame swelled in their chests, and they only felt that they were about to burst themselves. All the prefects were blown up by Marks McClown's words. "The power of a single person thinks it can surpass the power of our entire prefect meeting." Caesar's body was shaking slightly, and her tone was unspeakably cold. He looked at Marks McClown full of sarcasm, and there was even pity in his eyes, that Marks McClown was dying. He angered all the prefects at the same time. This has nothing to do with demeanor and reservedness, but the complete challenge of reputation and majesty. Since 11 Marks-Sai wanted to die, that's fine. We meet him. This meeting of prefects was the shortest in history. And it ended soon. Once the resolution was announced, it was basically known to the whole school in just one night. I don't know if it was because of the curse class in the morning that Ravenclaw heard the news in advance. The spread this time was extremely fast. This seems to be no longer a matter of Slytherin College alone, but a question that has evolved to the entire Hogwarts. Even all the faculty and staff, including Dumbledore, got the news. All the members of the Slytherin prefect meeting accepted Marksi's challenge, and the next day they had a duel in the open space outside Hogwarts Castle. With one enemy 6 and Marksi alone, fight against all Slytherin chief prefects. Professor Dumbledore, what's going on? McGonagall burst into the principal's office angrily that night. How can you agree to such a ridiculous thing? When McGonagall went in, he discovered that basically the 4 deans were already here. Among them, Snape's face was more gloomy than usual. He didn't expect this incident to have caused such a big noise. This little lunatic. Minerva, don't be too impatient. It's the children's business after all, Dumbledore said gently. Then he raised his eyes to Snape. Severus, do you have anything to say about this? Snape took a deep breath. This situation has never had a precedent in Slytherin's 1000-year history. There is really no experience in how to deal with it properly. The most important thing is that Marksi's arrogance and narcissism are simply extraordinary. Slytherin's bad habit should be banned. Flitwick had already interrupted Snape. If something goes wrong with Marksi, be careful, I ask you to settle the account. Professor Flitwick, I think the students of my college. Don't you worry about the Dean of Law Ravenclaw. Snape's tone was cold like a snake. This time I support Felia's point of view, McGonagall said with a cold face. The custom of letting students kill each other is too cruel. It should be cancelled. Well, Minerva, Phileas, calm down. After all, this is an unwritten rule left by Salazar Slytherin, and it has been going on for thousands of years, going deep into every Slytherin college in people's minds. A rash cancellation will not have any good results. Dumbledore first stopped McGonagall, then he pondered for a few seconds. I will also be there to watch the battle the next day, so don't worry. If something goes wrong, I will intervene in the duel. Oh, that poor child Marksi. Sprout already felt that he could see the future. Even if he can be saved, he will definitely live with his classmates for the next 7 years because of this failure. Let's point them. McClowns, Albus, you can think about it again. McGonagall said, if you are not careful, you failed to make a move in time, and Marks McClown will die in this duel. That is Hogwarts since 50 McClown hours ago. Minerva. Dumbledore gave a deep sigh, and McGonagall seemed to react. Sorry, I will try not to mention that. Seeing that Dumbledore seemed to be determined, McGonagall could only be anxious. Only Flitwick still murmured, why do you think Marksi will lose miserably? Today, I saw him in the spell class, but he has an excellent talent. Maybe I will be a duel champion like me in the future. But after McGonagall glared at him, Flitwick curled his lips. Okay, the future is also for the future. At least he is a child. No, tomorrow I will keep an eye on the movement of the duel with Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, even if Flitwick favored Marks McClown, no matter how much, he would not lose his mind. He really felt that Marks McClown could win this duel. This is like the sun comes out 470 from the east. It is something that can be affirmed without much thinking. It is a future without unknowns. That's not necessarily. Snape pulled his mouth suddenly ugly. The 3 deans and Dumbledore all looked over with a little surprise, but Snape didn't explain much. Because I haven't personally seen the scene where Marksi fought against the 3 dueling kings that night, I couldn't experience this feeling. When Marksi heads up. But that is limited to singles. The reality is 10 times more cruel. Even the professor thinks so, not to mention the students who are not as knowledgeable as the professor. However, compared to professors who are more concerned about the safety of students, the students of various colleges are obviously not focusing on this, and the whole Hogwarts is boiling because of this. The students' topics all night cannot be separated from this. This is something that Hogwarts has rarely seen in recent years. and it's still something that the 7th graders are discussing together. TSK Tusk, there must be a good show tomorrow. P.S. Thank you world for 588 points. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 54. Just as a freshman, he dared to stray wild on the head of the prefect meeting. Alas, maybe he didn't wake up from sleep, maybe he is still immersed in his own invincible dream. Ha ha ha, your mouth is too bad. Many students basically use this as a joke. Many students even started to inquire about information, such as Sujazn, reporting the glorious past of the Slytherin chiefs. It is estimated that the principals of each grade in Slytherin are the strongest of the same grade principals of the 4 colleges, right? That is, I heard a friend in Slytherin say that Slytherin had always had a cruel election ceremony for the shadow prefect, in which the younger students killed each other until the strongest was selected. Really? The student who was frightened by the demonized information was stunned. Did the professors stop it? Hey, those Slytherin evil demon outsiders can kill each other, what can be prevented? But this is not the point. The point is that almost all senior leaders have been this dual king in the lower grades. Doesn't it mean that they have always been the strongest in their grade? McClowns. I heard that their selection of the prefects has a lot to do with their own strength. Many people shook their heads when they heard this. Then this new student named Marksai is even more miserable. I didn't even look at it. Merlin is on it. This is still against the strongest in the 6th grade. Is the brain flooded? It's a pity. It was so eye-catching when school started. There are many expressing regrets, and even most students feel that they understand. Who hasn't inflated themselves when they were young? It's just his swelling, but his life-threatening swelling. 2 other people were ecstatic about this. Draco and Theodore heard this decision at dinner, and almost choked food in their throats. He really insisted on killing him. Draco looked at Theodore, who had the same reaction on the other side, in surprise. I thought he was just bluffing and showing off. Theodore snorted. What is unbelievable about this? Isn't that bastard always like this? You do not understand. How much sadness was revealed in this sentence. All Draco's unbearable memories. That bastard Marksai has always been a person who doesn't suffer a loss. For a challenge that has no chance of winning at all, he shouldn't have proposed it. Crab weakly inserted a sentence on the side. Could it ... because he feels that he is sure of winning? Are you an idiot? Draco glanced at Crab with his mentally retarded eyes, and even Gore had a sense of superiority in IQ in his eyes. Crab kept silent immediately, thinking about it. It was too stupid to say this himself. Oh, you know what? That Cloud Knight in Slytherin. It is said to have mocked the bastard of Dad and Poron. To challenge everyone in the entire prefect meeting alone. In the Gryffindor common room, Weasley's twins, George and Fred, sang in front of Harry and Ron. Hey, you guys go away. Ron said, dissatisfied. How did you know? He laughed at me at Lion Bookstore. Does this need to be asked? George and Fred looked at each other. Our little brother at home. Of course we will care more. What happened to him? The 2 sang together. We know everything. Don't talk about it. Harry was more interested in the information in it. What did you just say Mr. Marks is going to do? He is going to commit suicide. He wants to die. This time the Weasley brothers' chorus changed into an aria form. He will fight against the joint efforts of the 6 prefects and fight them endlessly. Harry was dumbfounded and looked at Ron blankly. Is this kind of thing common in the wizarding world? How is it possible? Ron curled his lips. Only his kind of lunatic can do it. It's better to die. No matter what, it's not good to curse classmates to die. Harry's voice was quickly drowned out by the yells of other Gryffindor students in the lounge. What did you say? That Marksai is too overwhelming. ... What? This rumor is actually true. Many Gryffindor students heard about it from Ravenclaw at 1:30 at noon and thought it was a fabricated story. After all, it was too far from reality. Of course it's true. The Weasley brothers proudly said. George and Fred first-hand true news of trustworthy quality. No one asked you this. A little girl with curly hair came up irritably, and it was Hermione. Ah, this nightmare is coming, Ron whispered to Harry. I completely discovered that just in today's class, she is as arrogant and defiant as her good friend Marks McClown. What did you say? Hermione waited for Ron angrily, and Ron shrunk his neck and did not continue. Hermione didn't pay much attention to Ron. She had more anxious things than this. What the hell are you talking about? Hermione's eager face almost came to Fred's nose. Hey, calm down. Fred took a few steps back, sweating. That's what you heard. Tomorrow morning, Hogwarts, outside the castle, the battlefield. This certain news made Hermione's eyes black. How come? Isn't there any professor to stop them? Harry swallowed. How about we go to his dean, Professor Snape? Since he is the dean of Slytherin. It's useless, it's the chief of Slytherin, which means that he is also the leader of those evil little wizards. Ron slandered, but his eyes were full of excitement. It really seems that he is far inferior to Marks McClown in terms of financial resources or family background, even in talent and strength, but there is always someone who can help him teach Marks McClown. Chapter 55, Avada's Life Curse. This is really Merlin's blessing. As expected, the wicked have their own grievances. Thinking of what he was happy about, Ron subconsciously said what he was thinking, and Hermione glared at him fiercely. This time even Harry looked at him with some reproach. Cool tiger, no, I'm going to ask in person what he thinks. Hermione wanted to go out impulsively. From this point of view, she was indeed more suitable for Gryffindor than Ravenclaw. Don't be impulsive. The impulse is the devil. The Weasley brothers crosstalk group stopped Hermione one after another. It's night now. He won't be in the classroom. You are a student of Gryffindor. And he is a Slytherin student. You can't enter the Slytherin lounge. I can't find him even more. Hermione was tired of listening to their duo's performance, and she bit her lip. Then Tomorrow I must go to the place where the duel is to find him. The much-anticipated second day came soon, and early in the morning, outside the Hogwarts castle, there was a crowd of chirping students. These 810 scenes are obviously more lively than Quidditch matches. After all, Quidditch has every year, but this duel is the only one in 1,000 years. The 7 protagonists today are already standing on the court. At the forefront of the onlookers, the stiff-faced Snape, Dumbledore and others had all arrived. They all cast their sights on the prefects and Mark's eye, and the tension gradually spread. Hermione just felt that her heart was about to jump to her throat, and Barry, Joseph and Bunyal all secretly clenched their fists, regretting why they didn't fight for the opportunity to fight with the boss. As the heavy depressive atmosphere spread, the noisy students gradually calmed down. They hid in the shadow of the old castle, looking at the clouds and night standing in the morning light. On the opposite side are 6 prefects who are staring at each other, but Mark's eye is alone. Looking at this scene, many people have the word lone hero in their hearts. In fact, no matter how they felt Marks McClown was overpowered before the war, when they actually saw this scene, their hearts were still involuntarily be infected, and they only felt that something in their hearts was awakened by Marks McClown's figure. Before we start, is there any nonsense to say? Marks McClown rubbed the bones of her hand, like a boxer going to beat people, not a wizard going to a duel. Cool tiger, the faces of the 6 prefects are even more ugly. Your sister. You are talking nonsense. What can we say? Before I spoke, I was directly characterized as talking nonsense. But Dumbledore said unexpectedly, you really want to be clear? Anything can happen during a duel. I may not have time to save you, and I don't think your opponents will be merciful and beaten. It's not as simple as lying down for a few weeks. If they show mercy, then I will be more troubled. Marks McClown smiled. If they are not convinced because of this, it will be troublesome to challenge me repeatedly in the future. Dumbledore shut up, and the 6 prefects on the opposite side were all grinned. Mark's eye, you can do it, presupposing that you are absolutely victorious before starting the war. However, they all firmly believed that they could not lose, so they didn't waste their tongue to refute Marks McClown. And they all speak best with strength. And if they lose all of the 6 games, then they just don't mix up. What kind of prefect? Of course, there is the most important point. That is, they are afraid that after speaking, they will end up in an awkward end like Samuel was scolded by Marks McClown yesterday. Come on, Marks I. There was only Hermione's encouragement, which seemed extremely thin. Harry looked at the crowd and didn't feel embarrassed to shout out. Pansy heard Hermione's voice secretly clenching a fist, but the family education made her not to make a loud noise in this kind of occasion even if she was worried about her. Both of them were characters with heads and faces, and after taking a deep breath, they all took out their wands in a duel. Marks McClown also slowly pulled out the wand from the sleeve of his robe. The white wand rang in his hand, and the powerful magic power in it almost gave Marks McClown the illusion of the resurrection of the white dragon, and the excited dragon rang in his ears. Song. This is Marks I's magic wand, and he is also excited about the battle in front of him. Found that Marks McClown had already raised his magic wand. The 6 prefects also raised their magic wands in full battle and aimed them at Marks McClown in front of them. The duel seemed to be in a stalemate at the beginning, but everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The students all held their breath and stared at the confronting two sides. Will there be any suspense in this duel? Generally speaking, even if the prefects fired spells together, 6 times the magic pile could still pile up Marks I. But when they saw Marks McClown with their own eyes, this idea was shaken. That's not the aura of someone who is not prepared and uncertain. In just a few seconds, the students felt like a few years later, and finally, Marks McClown was the first to make a move. There are many people on the other side, and Marks I has to get the first opportunity to have a little advantage. It was just the curse that Marks McClown raised his hand to release, making everyone's mind blank for a moment. Killing curse. Marks McClown aimed at Pauline Fudge. Obviously Pauline, who was the weakest among the prefects, was far less mentally and psychologically strong than other prefects. The moment he heard the killing curse and realized that the target was him, Pauline stood there blankly, and did not even raise his wand to counter the curse or defend. Pauline couldn't even dream of it. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students at Hogwarts, even Professor Dumbledore was present. How dare that Marks I use the unforgivable curse? And it's the most vicious Avada Kedavra mantra. The target is still yourself. She seemed to have not reacted at all. She was completely stunned. Her body did not even make the most basic avoidance instructions, and she was knocked to the ground by Marks I's spell almost without resistance, lying on the ground silently, still not moving. P.S. There will be a chapter update later. Please subscribe automatically. Please everyone. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 56, Swatting Flies. The audience was stunned at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths widened, and their jaws almost dragged to the ground. Seeing Pauline lying on the ground with her eyes closed, Kelly and Lisa both trembled. You! How dare you! This sentence seemed to break the sluggish alarm bell, and the students finally responded. Someone blatantly used the 3 unforgivable spells under the eyes of the public. This is a taboo curse that a pair of people will enter Azkaban _ and there are people killed in front of them. Premier Fudge was killed. That lunatic Marks I ... really crazy. The students were in chaos, and the whole scene became messy, and Dumbledore had to use his wand against his cheek to act as an amplifier. Be quiet. Don't move. It would be no good if a stampede happened and a large number of students were injured. To be honest, Dumbledore's face was also ugly. Not only him, but the faces of professors such as McGonagall and Snape were so gloomy as if dripping water, because they also failed to react. Who would have thought that Marks I would dare to use the Avada Kedavra mantra on his classmates? It's time to stop this game. Let the Ministry of Magic handle it. McGonagall raised his hand to wave his wand. Dumbledore reached out to hold him, and shook his head. They didn't react. Dumbledore reacted, and almost couldn't hold back his shot. But if Dumbledore took the shot, his old face would be lost. Just because of the reaction, Dumbledore knew at first glance that it was not the breath of Avada Kedavra's curse. It was just Marks McClown shouting so and then emitting a green light magic. In fact, it was other spells that hit Pauline, so Dumbledore didn't stop it. Only then did the sharp-eyed seniors discover anything. Look, Pauline is still breathing. Although Pauline was in a coma, the ups and downs of her breathing were still faintly visible, which meant that the unforgivable curse that Marks-Eye issued. This is how the same thing. Flitwick reacted immediately. It is a silent cast. The spell he really uses does not need to be pronounced, so he can say anything. This is a very advanced technique, and it is sufficiently confusing. It's just that no one could have thought that a first-year student in Marks-Eye district would already use such high-end skills. When the students heard Flitwick's words, they also understood what happened. It turned out to be a silent cast. How could he be? I heard that very good seniors are talented. No, I heard that only Eras can master this technique. The students were discussing in a mess, but the eyes looking at Marks-Eye became more eager. In the first second of the battle, a prefect was killed instantly. Win the first battle. The prefects were all blindfolded. Before, they were all immersed in anger. This change was as exciting as a roller coaster. But the exclamation of the students, the surprise of the teachers, and the awkwardness of the prefects will not affect Marks McClown's calm performance. In this space where every second counts, Marks McClown has already approached Caesar alone. Caesar is the male prefect of the 7th grade, the strength is the strongest of the 6, and the most threatening. What are you going to do? Caesar was puzzled for a moment, and Steve and Samuel's expressions changed together, because they remembered the night when Marks-Eye fought against the 3 shadow prefects. Be careful. Be careful. Caesar, who had not noticed any movement of Marks McClown's stick, was still confused. The next moment Marks McClown hooked his hands and shoulders, and slapped Caesar fiercely on the wall next to him with a shoulder fall. It's like swiping flies. There was a crisp pop, and the students who were watching the game were all cold behind their backs. Sorry, I don't really want to beat women, so I can only choose you, Marks McClown said without apology. The Marks family is also one of the most famous pureblood families, and a gentleman with a good family education style generally does not work with women if it is unnecessary, so the 7th grade female prefect Kaylee is not chosen to start. Of course, Marks McClown would not show mercy when necessary. Caesar was smashed and dizzy. He almost vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard Marks McClown's words. Marks McClown made up his head without hesitation and kicked him completely. Originally, Marks-Eye's strength of level 2 body was not inferior to Caesar. Coupled with top-notch fighting skills, Caesar could not fight back in front of Marks-Eye in close combat. Oh my god, what is he doing? I just seemed to see him fainted directly to Chief Cliff. Am I dreaming? As soon as the students emerged from the chaos of the Avada mantra, they fell into the riot again. However, Marks McClown's actions were extremely popular with the students, and everyone's eyes were shining brightly, as if something in his genes had been ignited. Damn, it's up to you, just hit it up. It's much more refreshing than using a magic wand. This is the fighting instinct of human beings as creatures, and it is also more in line with the age of students' youthful impulse. HMPH. Rude and violent. I really lost the elegance of a pure-blood wizard. For some reason, Voldemort was not asleep today, and he directly controlled Quirrell to watch the battle. But obviously he was very disdainful of Marks McClown's actions. When Bunyel saw this, bad memories arose, and his whole body was cold. This is a foul. He should be directly sentenced to defeat. Snape saw the tragedy that night happened again. His eyes narrowed. It seems that there is no such thing as not being able to do it directly. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but said so. But apparently the most powerful white wizard in history, for a second or two, was shocked by Marks McClown's crude, simple but extremely effective tactics. P.S. Thank you Sale for the 1000 points reward. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 57. Even Dumbledore was like this, not to mention the prefects who were facing Marks-Eye face to face, and they collectively looked at all this in awe. It only took 2 or 3 seconds to start the fight, and 2 people were killed directly on his side. Your sister. Do you want to be so fierce? The students who watched the game were all so crazy. What's the situation? In the blink of an eye, they hadn't reacted yet, and the two prefects were defeated by Marks McClown. I'm going to be awesome, this guy. I've said it before. People who will issue this kind of challenge will definitely not lack the corresponding strength. A student next to him said in surprise, "Didn't you say that he was overpowering? Ahem. You must have remembered it wrong." 3 shadow prefects watched with enthusiasm. Joseph gasped excitedly, "This is our boss." We really didn't get wronged. Barry couldn't hide his excitement. However, the same mistakes, as elite prefects, will never make again. This time I will use all my strength. The prefects looked at each other, and they all saw a certain look in their eyes. Drill your heart out. But Marks McClown still moved faster than them. Raising his hand was a curse and shot Lisa directly. Plus cool, Tiger. Although Kelly had prepared, she was taken aback for an instant, and her blockade was a little slower, and she lost the first move. "He is just bluffing. Don't be fooled," Samuel shouted. "Except for your weapons, bone to pieces. All petrochemicals." At the same time, the three prefects were not idle, and they attacked Marksai together, dazzling people with curses flying in the open space for a while. The curse of the three people all embodies the feeling of being fast, accurate and ruthless, and the power of escape made the students look at them. "I'm afraid I won't be able to cast this kind of curse after graduation, right? This spellcasting speed is amazing." As expected of the prefect. Seeing the highest level of spellcasting level among the students, there were still 3 of them at once, and all the students immediately swayed and fell in love with them. "Wait, look at Marksai's side." Suddenly more than one student shouted, compared with the fast break of the 3 prefects. The most dazzling thing is Marksai's block. Generally, wizards will have a hard time facing a person of the same level. Once they are facing 2 people, it is basically the limit. If they are facing 3 people, then it is very likely that they will not be able to defend themselves. But Marks McClown completely broke this common sense. During the swing of the wand, the colorful spells were either cancelled out or bounced off, or be dragged back by Marksai to face another curse. For a while, no curse could approach Marksai's body. The 3 prefects became more and more anxious when they saw this. "Is Marksai taking drugs? Why is it so powerful?" "Premier Joseph, come on," Samuel yelled anxiously. "It is already the limit that he can block the 3 of us." Upon hearing this conclusion, Dumbledore and others also nodded slightly. It is true that no matter how high the level is, the speed of swinging the wand for defense is limited. The addition of Lisa as the 4th person is likely to be the last straw to crush the camel. Lisa finally came back to her senses, and suddenly pointed to Marksai. "Bone to pieces." The shattered radiance flew towards Marksai under everyone's attention. Many people can't bear to look at it anymore, but Marks McClown has done well enough, and few people can block the siege of the 3 senior chiefs at the same time. Both Dumbledore and Flitwick had subconsciously squeezed their wands tightly, ready to save Marksai. At this moment, Marks McClown's other hand that was hidden in the sleeve of the robe started. Iron armor. The black magic wand emerges, like a dark knight hidden in the abyss, for the first time in front of the teachers and students of the school. When she hit the iron armor curse, Lisa hurriedly counteracted her curse, her eyes full of horror. The other 3 prefects also stopped for an instant, and they all looked at Samuel. "Is it the limit to resist 3 people?" Samuel was also sweating. He only used a magic wand that night. The second wand. I don't know which student called out. All of them opened their mouths. Only one magic wand can block the siege of the 3 major leaders. Does the appearance of the second magic wand mean that Marks McClown can block 3 more? In other words, Marks McClown is now facing the siege of the prefects. She is simply at ease. Marks McClown used practical actions to tell everyone that if he wanted to, it would be no problem to deal with 6 people at the same time at the beginning. Don't worry, he blocked the siege of the 4 of us in a short period of time. He must consume a lot of magic power. Samuel hated it again, and Steve, Kelly, and Lisa were shocked. That's right, No matter what, this Mark Sai is only a first-year student, and the growth of magic is definitely not as good as them. Coupled with such an efficient resistance to spells, the consumption is absolutely astronomical. Thinking that the 4 prefects here immediately used the energy to suckle, it was about to consume Mark's eye. Marks McClown shook his head and directly saw through their intentions. 2 magic wands, one black and one white, danced gracefully in the air. All of the 1.6 spells cast by the 4 levels sweating profusely into invisible. The students were so excited to watch from the periphery. What kind of strength is this? Constantly resolve without injury. Constantly bounce back. Those powerful prefects have nothing to do with Mark's eye. It seems that the pressure is not as good as before. Are you physically uncomfortable? Marks McClown was still dissatisfied. Didn't I just say it? If you are merciful, then I will be very troubled. P.S. Today's 5th update. I hope you can set up an automatic subscription, and the results of this book can be stabilized. It is very important to me, thank you. Chapter 58. Your subordinates show mercy to your sister. The prefects all wanted to scold the mother directly, but we used all our best. But even if he couldn't get the upper hand, Samuel's face turned green. He found that his judgment that night was extremely wrong. How could this be a magic power comparable to him? It is simply a magic power that crushes his level. Where does this guy get so much magic power? Marks McClown's firmness made the 4 prefects feel incredible. It's easy to deal with 4 people at the same time. Doesn't this mean that Marks McClown's magic power far exceeds any of them? This time the 3 prefects have already looked at Samuel with reproach. Why are you talking nonsense and talking about nonsense intelligence? As soon as Marks McClown said that it was the limit to deal with 3 people, he was beaten in the face in seconds. Now that Marks McClown was going to lose his magic power, he was instantly slapped in the face. Does your face hurt? Or should you be the undercover agent sent by the other party to mislead us? Samuel felt more wronged than Dewey. This is impossible. Obviously he is just a new student. How could there be such an exaggerated magic power? But Samuel's name is useless now, because reality is like this. Cool tiger, oh my god. This level of magic. Sprout covered his mouth in shock. I didn't necessarily have this level when I graduated. McGonagall's eyes were also incredible. Given Mark's age in the 1st grade, this magical power was really scary. Originally, the magic power of underage wizards has always been growing, so it is very much related to age, and the older the basic age, the stronger. But Mark's eye seemed to completely ignore this theorem. Suddenly McGonagall thought of an even more incredible possibility. Or is it that Marks McClown didn't break this theorem, but he could indeed have such a powerful magic power at his age? When Marks McClown grows up, what a terrifying magic power will he have? He is stronger than when he was on the train that day. How is this possible? Quirrell of Voldemort's eyes shone inexplicably. But as a wizard of the highest level, he would never read it wrong. But this leap forward improvement is really incredible. How fast did that Mark's eye progress? He must have drank the potion enhancement. Kaylee gritted her teeth and said, have you forgotten? He is the only son of the Marks family, even if he can get the potion enhancement. The prefects were relieved one after another, and Kylie continued to shout, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Keep attacking, don't stop. The battlefield suddenly returned to the fierce battle. Under the siege of 4 top-level underage wizards, Marks McClown's amazing combat skills like walking in a leisurely court completely impressed everyone's hearts. Will some people still say that Mark's eye's challenge to the 6 prefects is a brain-disabled behavior? Do not. Those who will raise this question now are the real brain-dead. Come on, boss. Kill them. Bunil has worked hard to support him, seeming to completely ignore her relatives among the candidates to be killed. Although Kaylee was itchy, she felt more and more struggling to deal with Mark's eye, and she really didn't have the energy to repair Buna. But she has made up her mind that she must give her brother a good beating after returning home from the holiday. Barry and Joseph are so superb that they have already seen that the battle situation has been forcibly changed by Mark's eye. From the prefects vowing to kill Marxi, to now the prefects only hope they can work hard and not fail. From this moment on, the chief prefects have fallen into a complete disadvantage psychologically. Steve looked at Marxi with a chill on his back, feeling like he was facing an unbreakable city wall, a mountain with no end in sight. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see Marx McClown's decay. I only felt guilty in my heart, and even had a huge doubt whether I could consume Marx McClown to death. Wouldn't their prefects be consumed by Marxi before they were consumed? All attacks are scattered. Take advantage of our large population. Kaylee shouted, "Don't always think so much. No one can be invincible." As expected to be the prefect of the 7th grade, the other prefects wake up with a shout. "McClowns, even the one who can't say the name is defeated in the end. What's more, it is a first-year student in Marxi." "Okay, no problem, understood." The other 3 prefects responded, but Marx McClown secretly shook his head in his heart. "At first glance, your idea is not bad." Marx McClown actually slowly began to teach, but for a wizard whose level is far above yours, this is just a foolish move. If the 4 of them worked together and Marxi couldn't win 410 for a while, once they were dispersed, it would be equal to the opportunity to defeat each of them and offer them to Marxi. Kaylee and the others were still very unconvinced when they heard this, thinking that you would know it would be fatal for a while. When there are attacks from all directions, see how you can cope. Marx McClown sighed, and with a thought, he added all 500 potential points to his body. Exactly 500 potential points, directly up the body to level 3. In the next second, Steve and Lisa took their positions one after another, and at the same time aimed at Marxi one after another. And Kelly and Samuel both smiled coldly, shot from left to right to release the curse. All 4 directions were powerful attacks at once. The 4 infinite curses all strike Marxi from completely opposite directions. Unless Marxi has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will definitely lose. All the students held their breath and watched this scene. This scene was supposed to be incomprehensible, but after watching the previous battle, a thought came out of everyone's hearts irresistibly. If it were Marxi, then the miracle might happen again. Even the professors are staring at Marx McClown with all their attention, wanting to see how Marx McClown can crack this situation. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage, Chapter 59, I can accept your surrender. The strength of the 4 prefects combined with the tricky attack, even the adult wizard will be defeated in this battle. Hermione had already covered her mouth worriedly. Even Pansy couldn't help but let out a scream. The faces of the 4 prefects showed an expression of victory. Obviously Marxi is about to lose. Marx McClown lifted up 2 magic wands, doing 2 things with one heart, and flew Kelly and Samuel's spells respectively. This superb technique drew the students' attention, but the smiles on Kelly and Samuel's faces deepened. Because the next curse of Steve and Lisa came over almost every second, Marxi couldn't take action to block the defense. The students who were attracted by Marxi technology before, have their eyes widened. Sure enough, will Marxi still lose in the end? But they didn't know that, in fact, all the movements of the audience had been presented in Marx McClown's mind through spiritual exploration, and Marx McClown had a panoramic view. In the next moment, Marx McClown saw the opportunity, and his body rose into the sky, with an extremely incredible somersault, while avoiding the curse of Steve and Lisa in a magical way. The magic on both sides collided under Marx McClown, perfectly offsetting each other, while Marx McClown, who was free, waved 2 magic wands, one black and one white, in the tumbling dot plus cool tiger. 2 rays of light that were even stronger than the power of the incoming spell. They directly ran into Steve and Lisa. Steve and Lisa both fell to the ground with bang and bang, unable to defend in time. Samuel and Kelly were stunned when they saw this. Dumbledore and the 4 deans were also stunned. Even Voldemort was stunned at this moment. As for the other students, they all looked dumbfounded. Attack the opponent. While the opponent is attacking himself, so as to make the enemy too late to defend. Voldemort saw through Mark's tactics at a glance. This is simply a brainless gamble. Voldemort sneered in his heart, still holding an attitude of despising it. But even he could not deny that Marks McClown's method was extremely effective. However, this is also based on the ability to use such difficult movements to avoid the curse that was originally impossible to avoid. How many wizards' bodies can do it? But if Marks McClown is sure that she can do it 100%, that's why it's not a gambling. Voldemort squinted his eyes when he thought of it, and it was difficult to determine what the facts were for the first time. Unexpectedly he used such a risky method to break the game. Dumbledore was also quite surprised. Seeing Marks McClown's movements, in his mind, he could only think of a profession called athlete on the mole side. Who would have thought that Mark's body could actually perform difficult movements at the same level as professional athletes? Kelly and Samuel are almost fainting. That's okay. What kind of monster are you? Compared with them, the students who watched the game did not have so many ideas. They only think that Marks McClown's actions just now avoiding are so cool and handsome, full of physical beauty, and they all subconsciously began to cheer. Come on, I am optimistic about you. Do them. The two remaining prefects even heard that they wanted to vomit blood, when Kaylee found that Marks McClown had already looked over. Killing the 4 chief prefects unscathed one after another was so fierce that Kaylee couldn't help taking a step back. Immediately, Kelly noticed her cowardly behavior, and she stood still again after a while. How could I be afraid of such a guy? Seeing Kaylee plucking up her courage again, Marks McClown smiled slightly. At the first glance, he had completely locked Kelly. Marks McClown didn't even wave his wand this time, but glanced at Kelly. Spiritual shock. Kaylee, who had just escaped from Mark's own evil spirit, once again had a feeling that Mark's could not resist. So, this feeling swelled to the level of mental pressure almost instantly, and almost crushed her consciousness like a heavy hammer. This change made everyone stunned, especially Samuel next to Kelly, who was not well. He didn't realize what was happening at all. When he recovered, he found that there were 6 powerful prefects in the prefect meeting, and now he was the only one left. Mliss Beard is the 7th grade prefect fainted by Marks McClown. No, what happened? I think he didn't even move his wand, and the other side fell down. Immediately there was an introduction pretending to be a knowledgeable student. I heard that the more people killed, the stronger the power on the body. Marks McClown killed 4 prefects in a row. Obviously the power is already big enough to scare away the degree of people. Now it's the 5th one. The students reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. McClowns, they thought they would crush Marks McClown's 6 prefects, but now they were beaten by Marks McClown and only one pitiful person was left. What kind of combat power is this? One person does 6. What kind of concept is this? Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost, and Barry, Joseph and others were even more excited. Sure enough, they didn't follow the wrong person. Their boss is so powerful. That's it. The Goodly Zhao powerhouse standing proudly on the court now is their boss Marks McClown. Today's battle is destined to be recorded in Hogwarts school history. Seeing Marks McClown's domineering and cool battle and the results, even many students who were not Slytherin College present had the idea of following Marks McClown. It is human nature to follow the stronger ones, and with their own eyes witnessing this overwhelming combat power, students will not accept it. You are the only one left. Marks McClown didn't attack immediately, but instead used his free time to hold back his hands and look at Samuel. Samuel's hand holding the wand began to tremble slightly, and the cold sweat on his face was visible to the naked eye. Marks McClown estimated that the clothes under his robe should have been completely soaked in sweat. How do you want to admit defeat? Marks McClown didn't even move, but just smiled. I can accept your surrender. Chapter 60. The King of Slytherin. Samuel completely broke down, and 6 people couldn't beat Mark's eye. So how could he have a chance of winning only by him? How to fight this? Does this battle make sense after all? The 6 people on your side are just clowns who are abused by each other. Samuel opened his mouth and roared wildly, as if he wanted to vent all the humiliation, shame, and fear in his heart into the magic wand, turning it into magic and starting to attack Mark-Sai frantically. Marks McClown sighed and shook his head helplessly. While waving the magic wand casually, all the spells Samuel used desperately were resolved one by one, and Mark-Sai approached Samuel step by step. It seemed like Mark-Sai was taking a walk after a meal. It seemed very leisurely, and it didn't seem to be fighting at all. Damn. Samuel kept cursing, almost using up all the magic in his body. But looking at the cloud knight that shuttled freely in the barrage-like curse, Samuel 450 still couldn't help backing up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, or even 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps. I don't know when. Samuel only felt the hard touch of a rock coming from behind. Samuel was startled. His face became paler. He had retreated to the wall of the castle. He has no way back. There is no way to retreat. And at this time, Marks McClown had also come to a place close to him. The last curse was bounced off by Mark-Sai and hit the stone wall above Samuel's head. The shattered stone shavings fell to Samuel's head, causing Samuel's body to tremble in shock. Seeing Mark-Sai, who was obviously much shorter than himself, but looked very tall, Samuel's lips lost their blood. At this moment Samuel finally understood that he couldn't hurt Marks McClown at all by magic. Bastard. In the eruption after the collapse, Samuel completely discarded his magic wand and hit Marks McClown directly with his fist. He had already given up thinking and only wanted to use his elder body advantage to defeat Marks McClown. Samuel's move made the court exclaimed, but he didn't expect it to become such a development. At first, the students saw that Samuel's defeat had been set, and they kept backing down in embarrassment. In the end, Samuel broke the pot. Samuel is a 5th grade student, and Mark-Sai is only a 1st grade student, so the physical gap is too big. Many people even closed their eyes and couldn't bear to look. Such a strong man who can defeat 6 prefects by strength would not be disappointed because of the ridiculous age gap, right? Bastard. Stop it. Barry and the others were really starving, and they wanted to step forward and beat Samuel with their hands. Soon there was a pop, and the students who closed their eyes opened their eyes. Strangely, it was not like the sound of hitting someone. Marks McClown stretched out his left hand and took Samuel's fist casually. This is the sound of Samuel's fist being held by Mark-Sai, and Samuel yanked hard in panic, but he only felt as if he was stuck by a hoop and couldn't move at all. The next moment Marks McClown frowned, grabbing Samuel's collar with his other hand, and lifting him up like a chicken. The power that erupted from his young body was so incredible that everyone watching the battle only felt as if they had seen a strong adult mention a child. Although Samuel is higher than Mark-Sai, after Mark-Sai raises his hand, he can also make Samuel's toes just off the ground. BBBJ. What are you doing? Dumbledore felt a bad idea in his heart, but before seeing Marks McClown not using his magic wand, he was a little careless, and it was too late now. Samuel struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of Mark-Sai's tremendous strength. Then Mark-Sai let go of Samuel's hand and changed to reach out and make a fist. Then he hit Samuel hard on the bridge of the nose. Puff! Samuel soared out of a spring of blood on his back. His nose was bleeding, his body hit the wall like a tattered doll, and he bounced back, and then threw face down on the ground. The students exclaimed in unison again, but this time the exclaim was full of shock. McClown. It wasn't until then that they remembered that Marks McClown was also a ruthless man who killed the 7th grade leaders I saw by his hands. Samuel wants to fight him, isn't he looking for death? It's just that Marks McClown's 11-year-old body was too disguised, so everyone ignored it for a while. It's because Marks McClown called seeing a person's upset is doing it to defeat the strong with the weak, and Samuel was simply driven to the end, and there was no way he wanted to rely on his physical advantage to bully the small. But now the dust has settled. At this point, the 6 prime ministers of the prefect conference all fell to the ground and unconscious, but Marks McClown became the only one standing unscathed. There is no doubt that Marks I won an absolute victory in this challenge. Marks McClown shook the blood on his hand and turned around to face the students who were watching the battle. There was admiration from the students, except for the initial ridicule and ridicule. Everyone is watching Marks I, expecting him to say something. But Marks McClown didn't say anything, just clenched his fists towards the sky and raised his arms under the light of the morning light. This scene shocked everyone. The background was the defeated and unconscious 6 prefects, but Marks McClown's proud body looked golden under the reflection of the sun. King of Slytherin. I don't know who started to shout. Then the voice grew louder and louder, and more people shouted, until it resounded throughout Hogwarts. King of Slytherin. 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 No matter if you follow the trend, you really feel that Marks I is worthy of this name, or if you are so excited that you can't help yourself, it spreads quickly like an infectious disease. Everyone is shouting this title. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 61, Where is the Majesty? After seeing the result completely confirmed, the professors took a deep breath. Plus cool, tiger. Thinking of his previous satirical Marks McClown's words, in an instant he would turn into countless slaps and slap at him, making Snape's face difficult. It looked extremely difficult. Sprout didn't know what to say at all, and she still needed some time to digest things in front of her. McGonagall shook his head directly. After all, it was still a killing among students, especially seeing the tragic scene of Marks McClown defeating the 6 prefects alone. McGonagall felt somewhat unacceptable. Only Flitwick was quite happy, screaming praise. Awesome, amazing, so amazing at a young age. It really has my demeanor back then. Worthy of being the offspring of our Ravenclaw. Now no one is in the mood to correct Flitwick's robber logic. Although it is insisted that Marks McClown is the offspring of a Ravenclaw student, it is not wrong. Among them, the biggest change was Dumbledore. His past smiled face and kind eyes disappeared without a trace at this moment. Are you regretting just a momentary negligence and failing to stop Marks McClown's punch? Nobody knows. Dumbledore just looked at Marks I completely expressionless. No one in his heart could guess what he was thinking. His expression at this time was surprisingly consistent with Quirrell controlled by Voldemort. Marks McClown didn't notice Dumbledore's gaze. He stretched out his hand and pressed it down in the air, and the students suddenly became obediently quiet. Then Marks I swept a circle of students watching the game. As soon as Draco, Theodore, and Gore felt Marks I's sight, they immediately shrank their necks and hid in the crowd, wishing to become an ostrich. Originally, they came to see how Marks McClown was beaten, but they didn't expect to see Marks McClown beat 6 prefects. Damn, can you not be so strong? And Marks I's 3 followers and theory, there are now 9, and their eyes are full of passion and pride. They are extremely proud of their boss Marks I. After nodding satisfactorily, Marks McClown retracted his gaze and walked towards the gate of the castle, like the return of a king. This was a real triumph, and the students spontaneously made a way for Marks I so that he could walk into the castle of Hogwarts. When eating at noon, almost everyone in the school was discussing the shocking battle in the morning, which has become a common topic in the 4 colleges. That Marks I is really crazy. Hush, respect him in terms of address. The 2 students who were talking looked around sneakily after speaking, but found that everyone around was talking about Marks I's affairs, and no one paid attention to them at all. If it weren't for me to be a student of Hufflepuff, I would almost like to follow him. McClowns, Mr. Marks is so handsome. I really envy Slytherin. There are such supermasters as Marks I. This is an unprecedented situation. Freshmen have only been enrolled for 2 days before they become college idol level treatment, and even celebrities like Harry seem inferior. The students seemed to forget that they were the same who laughed at Marx McClown's selflessness the day before, but it was the same for children, and their impression of Marx McClown soon changed completely because of today. It's totally changed. McClown's. I declare that from today, he will be my new idol. The two Ravenclaw students who were sitting together for a meal saw the same admiration for Marx as themselves in each other's eyes. The two of them looked at each other with a sharp smile and said in unison, "I really want to marry Marx McClown. I really want to be a person like Marx I. ... The two of them blinked again and looked at each other dumbfoundedly. But don't get me wrong. The student who said to marry Marx McClown is a girl. Marx McClown had expected this situation a long time ago, so he didn't go to the lobby for dinner at noon, and asked Joseph to bring it up directly. Find flowers. Otherwise, you will definitely fall into the harassment of the masses. Children are always hot for 3 minutes, and it will subside in a few days. Marx McClown thought while eating his steak. After lunch, I soon arrived in the afternoon potions class. The potions classroom is a very cold basement, filled with bottles and jars, filled with creepy specimens, making people feel even colder. But this kind of coldness fits the image of a potions professor very much. Severus Snape, who is like a cold big bat. This is the first potions class of this semester. Marx McClown vaguely remembers that he was attending with Gryffindor. While thinking about it, Marx McClown yawned and finally walked into the potions classroom, and could see that the Slytherin students and Gryffindor students were already full of the classroom. Snape's expression changed when he saw Marx coming in lazily, and he was about to ridicule. Wow! As a result, before Snape could exit, there was a noisy sound of desks and chairs in the classroom, and the students who saw Marx unconsciously stood up for some reason. It was as if he was showing the highest respect to Marx. Snape looked at the students unhappily, and found that there were even many Gryffindor students inside, and shouted, "They all stand up and do something stupid. It's class now. Sit down for me." Since the decisive battle in the morning, many students in Hogwarts have had to admit Marx's high strength, not to mention the first-year freshmen in the lowest grade. It is precisely because Marx McClown is also a new member that they admire Marx McClown even more. Marx McClown waved his hand to signal them to sit down, and found a spot at random. The students all took their seats when they saw it, which made Snape's face worse, because he found that Marx McClown's gestures seemed to be more effective than his professor's words. Who is the teacher and who is the student? What is the prestige and majesty of the professor? Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 62. The Most Famous Man. Clearly late and triumphant, Snape snorted. Slytherin deducted 5 points. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Snape must be targeting Marx. However, Marx McClown didn't respond much, but looked around. Who has a pocket watch to borrow me? Immediately a Slytherin girl blushed and said, "I have, Master Marx." Marx McClown knotted his pocket watch smoothly, and several female students who were digging out the watch were tickled with hatred. The girl's hand speed is too fast. Snape looked at Marx McClown as if ignoring his own attitude, and was trembling with anger. When he was about to get into trouble, Marx McClown suddenly spoke. "Mr. Dean, I have good news to tell you." Marx McClown carefully looked at the pocket watch 750. "You can take back the 5 points that made you feel so distressed that your whole body shakes like this because of reality. There is 1 minute left before the time on the class schedule, and I am not late." As he said, Marx McClown smiled. After all, punctuality is also the traditional etiquette of nobles. Who is trembling with distress because of the deduction? I'm obviously trembling with anger because of you. Snape was about to vomit blood in his heart, but he couldn't really say that. He could only stare at Marx McClown fiercely, then snorted again and stopped talking. "Thank you." Marx McClown was also happy physically and mentally after Snape was disgusted. After thanking the girl, She returned the pocket watch. The girl's face became more ruddy when she got the watch. I heard that Professor Snape had a bad temper, so why didn't he scold Mark's Eye at all? Could it be that their nest of Slytherin snakes and rats specially sheltered Mark's Eye? Ron was very surprised when he saw this. It was incredible that Snape hadn't taught Mark's Eye the way he had expected. Hermione, who was sitting behind him, disdainfully said, "If you can also impress the whole school, maybe you can be treated specially by Professor Snape." Obviously little Lolita was still angry at Ron's remarks to Marks McClown last night, and she still had a bit of grudge in her heart. Ron blushed when he heard the words, but for some reason his face was especially red easily. However, after thinking of Mark's Eye's strength that made him shocked, Ron found that he couldn't say anything. This was the power that made people speechless. Okay, don't quarrel. Harry really felt that he was living in a dilemma every day. The first to see Hermione and Ron, who had a good conversation, Harry regarded them as good friends. But why do these two people fight every day when they meet? But when it comes to Mark's Eye, Harry's heart is still full of longing. In fact, this vision was from the beginning. But as Marks McClown's various famous deeds continued to pass, this vision in Harry's heart became bigger and deeper. Obviously they are all students of the same age. Why can Mr. Marks be so strong? It's great, Harry said to himself. Even if I can have half of Mr. Marks'. No, 1/10 is good. Looking at the attitude of Slytherin College towards Mark's Eye, it was such a beautiful scenery. It was the ultimate dream of all little boys. Harry, don't be so pretentious. You are the savior. Ron didn't know whether he was really comforting Harry, or filling his own confidence. The savior who brought down the man who can't say the name. Who else can do it for so many years? That little Mark's Eye is comparable to this. What's wrong? Hermione said coldly. You, who can't do anything, are the least qualified to talk about Mark's Eye like that. Ron's face turned redder, but not because of shame but because of anger. Harry murmured, "But you all said that. I don't have the impression of defeating Voldemort. After all, I was so young then." Harry's voice finally caught Snape's attention, and Mark's Eye found that his sharp eyes had been completely focused on Harry. To look at Harry better, Snape even wandered over like black smoke sweeping across the classroom. It's almost as if he found a perfect outlet for the anger that Mark's Eye had caused. "Potter," Snape called Harry suddenly. "If the powder of the daffodil bulbs is added to the juice of the absinthe, what will happen?" "What powder is added to what juice?" Harry glanced at Ron. It seemed that Ron was as at a loss as him. But Hermione kept her hands high. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied in a low voice. Snape snorted and sneered. He completely ignored Hermione's raised hand. "Okay, let me ask you one more question. If I asked you to find a stomach stone, where would you go?" Hermione raised her hand as high as possible again, so high that her hand seemed to leave her body and fly into the air. But Harry didn't even have the idea of a stomach stone. He tried his best not to see Malfoy, Crabbe, and Haw. The three guys were shaking with laughter. "I don't know, Professor." "Don't you never preview before class, Potter?" Harry tried his best to face those cold eyes. He had indeed read the textbook once, but wouldn't Snape ask him to just read it once and remember every word in the textbook? Snape still ignored Hermione's shaking hands. "Grass and aconitum, what's the difference between 2.1? This time, Hermione stood up, her right hand almost reaching the top of the classroom. "I do not know." Harry's voice became smaller and smaller, and some of his classmates laughed loudly. Harry glanced at Mark's Eye, and found that Mark's Eye was actually looking over. For a while, under Snape's question, he felt a little happy that he was finally noticed, although it was not a glorious good thing to be noticed. However, Snape wasn't happy at all. TSK. It seems that the reputation is nothing but that. Obviously Snape was talking about the name of Harry's savior, but it was a pity that he had forgotten that the most famous person in this classroom was actually Mark's Eye. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 63, another big news. So it was obvious that the students in the classroom did not understand his intention to mock Harry. Plus cool, Tiger. Instead, They all subconsciously stared at Mark's eye. Compared to the savior who seemed so ordinary and incomparable, Mark's eye was the most shining existence among the students, just like the morning sun. Speaking of the fame at Hogwarts, perhaps another Harry must be added to compare with Mark's eye. Why is Professor Snape suddenly starting to attack Mr. Marks again? I don't know. Maybe you are still holding grudges for what happened just now? Hearing the students' whispers, Snape's face became even more ugly. There is nothing more uncomfortable than making a mockery and discovering that people around you completely understand what you are mocking. It's almost as if you can't get out with a breath in your chest. Ahem. Professor Snape wants to ask me a question. Marks McClown really felt that she was shot while lying down. Although he knew that Snape was not talking about him, almost the entire classroom saw him. The gloomy color on Snape's face was a bit deeper. Originally, he used questions to make things difficult, so it was naturally impossible for Marks McClown to answer. Marks McClown was the only heir to a pure-blooded nobleman. He had been well-educated since childhood. If Marks McClown didn't know this basic knowledge, then Snape was the first to not believe it. So Snape decisively adopted the same tactics as dealing with Hermione, and just turned a deaf ear, as if he hadn't heard Marks McClown speaking at all. "Professor, do you really need me to answer?" Looking at Snape's unhappy face, Marks McClown continued to speak with perseverance, very refreshedly. The crisp voice echoed in the empty classroom, and it seemed particularly clear. The students looked at Mark's eye and looked back at Snape again. Snape still pretended not to hear such a loud voice. It was as if he was deaf. "Oh, you little bastard. I ignore you and you are not going to let me go, are you?" It's a pity that the person pretending to be asleep never wakes up. Snape gave Marks McClown a fierce look, but he still didn't let him answer. Hermione's hand was raised higher. "Professor, I know it. Why not?" "Shut up, Miss Granger. Don't show off your poor knowledge." Snape's eyes lit up. "Gryffindor deducts 10 points." Hermione let go of her hand aggrieved, and Snape immediately felt much better. He happily taught Harry, "The few questions I just asked, the daffodil bulbs mixed with absinthe wormwood became a very powerful sleeping pill, and people called it the web of death. Plus cool tiger wishes it is a stone found in the stomach of a sheep. It is the nemesis of many kinds of poisons. But aconite and aconitum refer to the same plant. They are both common names for a plant called aconite. How? Why don't you copy this knowledge down?" There was a rustling copying sound in the classroom immediately, but there was another voice that caught the eye. "In addition to detoxification, gastrolith has the effect of clearing the liver and improving eyesight. It can treat some symptoms of myopia or dim eyesight. I think you can also write down this knowledge." Marks McClown squeezed her eyes towards Hermione. Hercules looked at Marks McClown agitatedly, and she understood that Marks McClown was a satire against Snape's always turning a blind eye to her. Not only Hermione, but many students thought of this, and couldn't help taking a breath. "Why is he starting to die again?" Draco exclaimed. Theodore also shook his head in fear. What a desperate guy. Only Ron was extremely excited when he saw this, thinking that Snape should always teach Marks McClown now. Sure enough, Snape's face was hard to see the extreme. But everyone's eyes fell sharply. Snape actually said again, "What are you looking at?" This is also the correct knowledge point. Don't you hurry up and write it down. Damn Professor Snape, how abnormal is today? The students in the classroom, including Gryffindor, were all dumbfounded and forgot to copy for a while. However, Mark's eye's evil voice is not over yet. "Oh, right, when it comes to medicinal materials that make people's eyes clear and clear, I have to mention Shichengpu. As long as the person is not deaf, taking Shichengpu more can alleviate the hearing loss symptom." "Of course," Marks McClown said pointedly, "if you can't even hear the sound at hand, it's probably not saved, and eating stone calamus is useless." Merlin is on. This is getting more and more exciting. The students were so excited that their hearts thumped. They smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. Now even a fool could guess that, after continuing the irony of ignoring Snape's hand in Hermione, Mark's eye's revenge on Snape's deafness came again. This guy really has a grudge. Many students have already decided secretly in their hearts that they must not provoke Mark's eye as a last resort. Otherwise, such a strong wizard, always remember to give you no idea when to stumble. It would be so miserable. It's over, it's over. Pansy had already covered his eyes. As a pure-blooded family, she had long heard of Snape's character. But Harry, who had been embarrassed by Snape before, was even more excited. When can I be like Mr. Marks? Even in the face of the professor's difficulties, I can directly fight back fearlessly. Only Ron has been sneering. He can now be 100% sure that Marks McClown is over today. Under everyone's gaze, Snape narrowed his viper eyes. As if looking at his prey, Snape watched Mark's eye carefully for a long time. "Come to my office tonight." Then he closed his gaze, and walked back to the podium in the shocked eyes of everyone. "Okay, I've come back to my senses and start the class." "Wait, what's the situation? Could Professor Snape just bear it? This is impossible. Is the world coming to an end?" There was another sound of broken glasses. Many students didn't recover for the whole class, and Snape seized the opportunity to deduct several points. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 64 also says you are not a vegetarian. After the potions class was over, a new topic immediately replaced Mark's eye's challenge to the 6 prefects. Cool Tiger, of course, the influence of Marks McClown's battle was still there. The reason why the topic changed so quickly this time was because it was still related to Marks McClown. Marks McClown was in the potions class with Professor Snape. My God, it's that Snape. Compared with the freshmen in the first grade, the students in the 2nd to 7th grades were all impressed by Snape. In other words, he has a deep understanding of Snape's notoriety. If the most unpopular professor in the school is selected, Snape must have won the championship. And if you want to select the most feared professor in the school, then it must be Snape to win the championship. This Mark's eye really never stops for a moment. I just finished the prefect meeting in the morning, and I will die immediately in the afternoon. It's really awesome. Everyone praised Mark's eye's courage. There are also many Gryffindor students who have suffered so much, who actually regard Mark's eye as a hero. A Slytherin has actually become a hot topic in Gryffindor, and there are many admirers from Gryffindor, which is simply unprecedented in history. Quutsk Tusk, listen to what he said. Snape didn't have good ears and eyes. No, I heard that he was sarcastic about Snape's blindness. Huh? Why don't you hear the same as me? Isn't he positively scolding Snape as a blind and deaf? During dinner, the students were all talking about Marks McClown's heroic deeds. What Marks McClown said in class became more and more exaggerated. These words naturally reached the ears of the professors. A few of them were slightly upset about the professors who Slytherin and Snape used to protect shortcomings, and their hearts were slightly refreshed. Only 3 deans shook their heads. Mark's eye, it is really uncomfortable not to make things happen in a day. They carefully glanced at the stiff face of Snape sitting next to him, and shook his head again. Marks McClown can be regarded as completely remembered, and they are at an extremely impressive level. Why does Marks McClown make big news one after another? But I also heard that Snape asked Mr. Marks to go to the office to find him at night. There is still such a thing. The student who heard it was surprised. It must be Snape who is going to settle accounts after the fall. But if you want to trouble Mr. Marks, you can do it in class. A student interjected with a negative expression on hearing this. Snape must use some shameful horror to avenge Mark's eye, so he was called into an unmanned office. No. Isn't Mr. Marks miserable? Does Hogwarts still allow professors of corporal punishment? Maybe worse than corporal punishment. Alas, whatever he does, let the Slytherin dog bite the dog! ! Don't talk about Mr. Marks, he is still very good. The student who spoke at the beginning was dissatisfied. But after the discussion, she became more worried about Mark's eye. Not only her, but among the many students who are still a little unhappy about Mark's eye, there are rumors that Snape will be called to the office to settle accounts after the autumn on Mark's eye, and they all gloat. In the end, it was even spread that Snape was going to avenge himself by torturing and torture. The other three chiefs had to order the chiefs to eliminate bad rumors. No wonder many students think so. Even if Marks McClown was mad and cool, he was still a student, while Snape was a professor and dean of Marks McClown's academy. There is a natural identity gap between students and teachers, which is hard to reverse in any case, and Marks McClown's outstanding performance is useless. As the focus of everyone, Mark's eye is still resting leisurely in the dormitory to avoid the limelight. As for what Snape did with himself, Marks McClown didn't bother to think about it, so just let the flow go. This time, Barry gave him dinner. In the morning, noon, and evening, they were assigned to 3 shadow class long errands. Perfect. I just don't know what the 6 new primer level leaders should be used for. Marks McClown thought about it as he ate elegantly. If someone knew that the master Marks McClown was used to do this, he would definitely vomit blood. Especially for the subdued prefect. If he knew what Marks McClown was considering now, he would have to swallow his wand and commit suicide. In the next life, he would never be a prefect who had to be forced to do such a frustrating thing. As for Buna and others, they are already crying. Mark's eyes errands are like strong X. If you can't resist, then enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the puppies panting, Marks McClown glanced down and found that the Bobby dog had been sitting on the bed, staring at the beef on his fork. I can't see your dog's shadow all day, so what did you do? Marks McClown said, when I smell something to eat, I just rush out. Get out of me and eat your special dog food. The dog fluctuated frowning, but there are few couples in this broken school. Marks McClown almost squirted out. Damn you, a single dog eats dog food. Do you still have to watch the couple dining? Why are you so hypocritical? However, seeing that the Shiba dog can make such a vivid sad expression with Shiba Inu's face, Marks McClown still generously inserted a piece of broccoli for the dog to eat. My little ancestor, said the dog with disgust, dogs are not vegetarian. Do you have any common sense? Fuck, who is your dog ancestor? Marks McClown changed a fork and started eating by herself. If you don't want to eat it, the dog I used to raise is quite fond of eating leaves. I don't want it or that I don't want to go to the cafeteria at Hogwarts to find something to eat. Suibu dog immediately put on a pleasing smile, but in Mark's eyes, it is also a doge face. Don't, my dear master, the house elves in the cafeteria are too cruel, so they just kicked me out. Really? He respects wizards so much. It turns out that you really tried it. Marks McClown threw the cauliflower back again, then eat it. Look at how you are, and say you are not a vegetarian. Chapter 65, Schrodinger's Dog. Huo dog finally ate some dog food mixed with cauliflower while muttering, but Marks McClown finally opened a can of meat for him, which satisfied Huo dog. But when I left the dormitory, I could still hear complaints such as I am really Schrodinger's dog and cruel dog abuse madness, until Marks McClown turned around and threw its silent curse on his face. Although it wasn't clear what Snape was looking for, Marks I thought about it and thought it was better to prepare first. Open the panel. Marks I can see that the reward prompt for defeating the 6 prefects is still there. Congratulations to the host for defeating all the members of the Slytherin College Prefect Conference. A prize draw is awarded. There was no potential point this time, but Marks McClown was much happier. There are roughly 3 types of rewards received so far. The system directly rewards the promotion of a certain attribute or skill by level 1, and the potential points that can be freely assigned to choose to upgrade, and there is a lottery where new powers or items are randomly selected. The highest value is undoubtedly the lottery, because this means Marks I can get new abilities again. Let's start the lottery system. The division system received Marks I's order and began to flash a dazzling light, and finally stopped on a line of subtitles. Plus cool. Tiger. Congratulations to the host for getting the level 1 skill Perfect Control. Perfect Control? Marks McClown was stunned. Looking at the skill name alone, it seemed quite domineering. However, Marks McClown immediately felt a little confused when he saw the description of his ability. The host can perfectly control all controllable parts of his body, directly reaching 100% accuracy. System, what specific function does this ability have? Marks McClown asked. The system quickly answered, for example, like gymnasts and diving athletes, in fact, their physical fitness is enough to make many scoring movements, but they need a lot of repeated practice to perfect the scoring movements. A host with perfect control only needs to be able to know the specific details of an action, and the current physical fitness is enough to do it. Then without any practice and run in time, it can directly make it perfectly. After listening to the system's explanation, Marks McClown still scratched his head. Unlike spiritual exploration skills, this perfect control doesn't seem to be of much use. However, in Marks McClown's subconscious mind, he still feels that this ability is definitely not that simple, but how to use it, he needs to explore it himself. Plus cool, Tiger. After clearing up his mood, Marks McClown walked towards Snape's office. Passing through the Slytherin common room, I saw Marks' students along the way, regardless of their grades, consciously standing up and saluting Marks. But Marks McClown just waved his hand and dealt with it, because he was still thinking about other things. What exactly is Snape looking for me? In fact, Marks McClown found it strange to think about it. Snape was not a master who swallowed his breath after suffering a loss, but look at his abnormal appearance in the potions class. Well, there must be an attempt. I feel like I have seen the ending, there must be something tricky inside. While Marks McClown nodded her head, she had already arrived at the door of Snape's gloomy office. Even Marks' eye has an illusion that after opening the door, he can see some scientific madman's laboratory, or directly lead to hell. After thinking about it, Marks McClown directly pushed open the office door. As soon as I entered, I could see Snape standing by the potions table, busy not knowing what he was making. It's really a laboratory scene, but it's not a science madman, but a potion madman. Marks McClown curled his lips. Who is it? Snape turned around abruptly. His wand was held in his hand almost instantly, faster than anyone Marks McClown had seen so far. After seeing Marks' eye, Snape put down his wand again, but his tone had become salty. It's you? Why didn't you knock on the door before you came in? It's so rude. I want to buckle Slytherin. It's all right, Marks McClown said impatiently. Actually, I knocked on the door, but you didn't hear it, so I just came in. Seeing that Snape hadn't noticed when he came in, Marks McClown knew that his mind was definitely on the potion. As for whether Marks McClown really knocked on the door, Snape absolutely didn't know. Snape glared at Marks' eye coldly, but did not continue. As the Dean of Slytherin, he didn't really want to deduct Slytherin's points. Seeing Marks' eye step down the stairs, Snape was happy to follow along. Then Professor Snape, is there anything going on calling me? Soon, the Quidditch selection for this semester will begin. Snape left the potions table. Oh, Marks McClown looked at him. Do you know which college was the champion of the Quidditch match last year? Snape said after a moment of silence. Marks McClown still answered concisely, I don't know. Then do you know which college was the Quidditch champion last year? I don't know. The speed of Marks McClown's voice was almost the same as before. Then you know that you are up and up. I don't know all. Marks McClown interrupted Snape directly. I am not interested in Quidditch games at all. In fact, Marks McClown really lacks interest in Quidditch, who is so popular in the wizarding world, because he really doesn't know what is so fun about such a game with a lot of loopholes. As long as you catch the golden snitch, you can immediately end the game and add 150 points. This rule that can reverse the hard-fought situation between the two teams in one fell swoop is simply a poison in competitive sports. P.S. Obviously, the 5 shifts that have been blasting the liver have been so powerful these days, and I have been vomiting blood every day, why the automatic subscription and rewards are still so miserable. Crying. Coach, This is not the same as saying set up automatic subscription when updating is great _:3_ Chapter 66. Although it may be because Marks McClown didn't pay much attention to the sports world, Marks McClown really didn't know that there would still be such a one-shot reversal rule for a hot sport like basketball and football. Cool Tiger. What's more, the Quidditch game in schools like Hogwarts has no technical content at all. Compared with Quidditch's technology, a group of miners competed more with the hard power of the equipment, such as the flying broomstick flying fast enough. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch up with others at all, let alone play games. Snape was a little bit ashamed and angry. I will tell you if I don't know, the champion has not been Slytherin for several years. Oh, Marks McClown's answer returned to be simple and concise again. What then? What then? Then don't you know what to do? Snape shook with anger. However, in the face of Mark's eye that had embarrassed him many times, Snape was able to pull his face down and round the corner to invite Mark's eye to join the Quidditch team, which was already the limit. What should I do? I don't know. That Marks McClown doesn't eat his style at all. How can I know if you don't say? Snape used his magic wand to know that Mark's eye must have been wiping him, pretending not to know, but Snape, who couldn't pull his face down, could only stare at Mark's eye angrily. The scene was very embarrassing now. Snape kept staring at Mark's eye like this, and the two of them stared with big eyes. Instead, it was Marks McClown's bitterly whispering, "Mr. Dean, it's not that I said you, but if you have something you want me to do, then you have to say it. If you don't say it, I may not know what you want me to do, but if you tell me what you want me to do, then enough." Snape looked at Mark's eye's smiling face and his teeth tickled with anger. Moreover, Marks McClown's mouthful of "please me" also hurt Snape's veins prickly. The prestige of your academy has fallen like this. Don't you think you should do something? Snape made one last effort. But when he saw Marks McClown, he just didn't answer. He just looked at him with a smile, just wanted to force himself to pull down his old face and invite directly, so Snape didn't get angry. Finally Snape gave up the struggle and took a few deep breaths, and reluctantly said to himself, "As a member of Slytherin, you must do something." This time Mark's eye finally stopped playing with him, but asked in a surprising way, "Professor Snape, do you really want me to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, right?" Sure enough, this kid had already guessed what he wanted to say. Snape just felt that his lungs were about to explode. Is it because you saw me riding a flying broomstick at the beginning of school?" Marks McClown said strangely. "Why do you think I can turn the tide when I join the Slytherin team?" In fact, Snape caught Mark's eye riding a flying broom at the beginning of school was indeed one of the reasons, because Mark's eye was still carrying Hermione at the time. A first-year freshman who can ride a flying broomstick is nothing. But it was the first time Snape saw him that he could ride so steadily with a person. It was enough for him to see that Mark's eye was talented. But this is still not the main reason. The main reason was that Snape was watching the battle against the 6 prefects. In the end, Marks McClown was besieged by the 4, and the magical movement of somersaults to avoid the curse really shocked Snape. If this was done on a flying broomstick, it would definitely be a professional Quidditch dodge action. At least Snape thought he couldn't do it. Not to mention the crookedness of the Slytherin team. As the Dean of Slytherin, Snape still knows the true level of his academy team. If it is shameless and insidious foul technique, then all the Slytherin team members are pretty good. If you talk about the hard power on Quidditch, it is simply not as good. Therefore, Snape, who has been deflated on Quidditch for so many years, urgently needs a Slytherin, strong and talented student to join the team. Find flowers. Regrettably, although Snape didn't want to admit it, the only one most eligible for so many years was Mark's eye, which he disliked the most. "You did a good job of dodge the spell in the morning duel," Snape pointedly mentioned. Marks McClown suddenly realized it. It turned out that Snape was fancy this, which caused him to be arrested. "Give a quick answer," Are you doing it or not? Snape said impatiently. Contributing to Slytherin is naturally everyone's responsibility in the college. Marks McClown opened his mouth as wide-winsing said. However, according to what Snape knew during the short time he got along, it was certain that there was definitely a turning point in this relationship. Sure enough, Marks, I said in the next second, but, if you want me to help you win the game, you still need some benefits. What do you want? Snape didn't talk too much. Nothing, this is just a small request I made to the teacher as a student. Marks McClown smiled. Professor Snape is a well-known potion master. I hope the professor can do as much as possible in your spare time. Give me all the potions knowledge and skills. Different from the normal lectures in the textbook, Snape's experience and skills as a top potion master are the most precious things. You must know that the steps to deal with potions in the textbook are the best solutions that have been finalized after thousands of trials. But when Snape was a student, he was able to modify these method steps on his own, and greatly improved the effect. Snape squinted tightly when he heard the words, and he noticed a word in Mark's eyes. Words. Marks McClown didn't mean to help him play the game, but to help him win the game. P.S. Today is 5 more. There's one more chapter in a while. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 67, Dirty Deal. Snape could know how big the difference was. And this sentence can also be interpreted in a threatening manner. Even if you can force me to join the Quidditch team, then I can work without effort, and it will be no different than if you didn't let me join. The problem was that if Marks McClown were to really do this, Snape really had nothing to do with him. But in this sentence, it also contains a lot of self-confidence. It can even be said to be proud. This is equivalent to Marks I saying in disguise, as long as I play Quidditch seriously, then I will win. But Snape's brows still wrinkled in the shape of Quen. Had it not been for the duties of Dean Slytherin, Jane Snape wouldn't have wanted to see this nasty little bastard for a moment. In Snape's eyes, Mark's asshole was second only to Harry Potter. Even in a sense, Marks McClown's hatred value was even higher. It's just undeniable. In terms of ability, Mark's still has a little bit. The more Snape thought about it, the more upset he became. It's impossible. This will waste much of my precious time. It's not worth it at all. You don't want to do it. The thought of agreeing to Marks McClown that he had to teach him his spare time and spend a long time alone with this annoying kid, Snape felt agitated. And of course he would not agree. Even without you, the strength of the Slytherin team is not bad, Snape said sarcastically. You think of yourself too much. Really? Marks McClown shrugged. Then the deal will be broken. If there is nothing wrong, I will go to sleep first. I hope you won't regret it then, Professor. Snape snorted and watched Marks Cheshire coldly leaving. It seems that his own mockery has never been effective on him. This made Snape, who had been using his own vicious words to make a fierce reputation among the students unfavorably, even more upset in his heart, just as if he had encountered a nemesis. After leaving Snape's office, Marks yawned and walked to Slytherin's dormitory. It just didn't take long until Marks McClown's ear power was brought to Marks by his body rising to level 3, and he heard a click from the wall next to him. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and looked at the unremarkable wall on the side. It seemed nothing unusual. But under Mark's spiritual exploration, 2 identical guys could be seen, sneaking in an inconspicuous corner. The click is exactly the sound of the organ around the corner. But obviously only one person can be hidden in the secret door. Even if they rely on the child's physical advantage, the brothers still missed half of their heads outside. But the secret door is really hidden. If it weren't for Mark's use of spiritual exploration, then maybe we wouldn't be able to find Brother Weasley. Is it really okay to hide here? One of them said. I don't know, George. The other said, but it shouldn't be caught by the old Filch. George nodded. I hope so. There is nothing worse than being caught by Filch. McClown, I remember that just yesterday morning, Harry and Ron went the wrong way and they happened to be spotted by Filch. They were trying to push the exit that happened to be the third floor to the outside corridor. Agreed. George shook his head. Oh, poor little Ron and little Harry. Filch certainly didn't believe they were lost at all. I guess he insisted that they both deliberately wanted to break into the door. You guessed it too right. Fred would want to applaud George if it wasn't for the narrow secret door. He threatened to lock them both in the dungeon. Luckily Professor McGonagall happened to pass by. Just saved them. Little boy, give me a good sniff. They may be hiding in a corner. Hearing this voice, the two brothers shut up immediately. It is Filch talking to his cat, Mrs. Loris. They must be in this area. The two heard Filch muttering to himself, must be hiding somewhere. Hurry up, George whispered, but suddenly found that Fred's body was unusually stiff. Curiously, he poked out half of his head, and looked at the situation outside with Fred, only to see Marks McClown in a long robe, looking at them with interest. Suddenly the bodies of both of them froze with fright. Who is Marks McClown and what he looks like? After the battle in the morning, I believe that everyone knows Hogwarts. Of course, the Weasley brothers also knew this Slytherin's latest rising super genius. God will kill me. The two brothers could only cry secretly from the bottom of their hearts, and hope that they desperately put on a booing posture, hoping Mark's eye would not expose them. But is it useful? The two brothers didn't know, but instead they remembered the words Slytherin is always Gryffindor's rival. If Filch catches him, the punishment for labor is still small, and for violation of school rules, it will cost more than 50 points. Meow. Mrs. Loris's call was getting closer and closer. Apparently they were hiding their bodies, but they couldn't hide the smell. They couldn't hide it from the sensitive cat nose. Aha, it seems to be near here. Filch's hideous voice was getting closer, and the Weasley brothers began to sweat on their heads. Not to mention that there was a cloud night that could be called an absolute crisis. Marks McClown showed a devilish smile at their hiss gesture. As long as we help us hide it and escape Filch smoothly, then we can pay any price. Really? Really? In the alternation of eyes and gestures, the two sides miraculously completed silent communication. In the next moment, Filch's voice was close at hand. I caught you. Who dares to swim at night? It's me, Mr. Filch. Marks McClown stepped up without any haste. Professor Snape asked me about the Quidditch team at night. If it's true, you can ask Professor Snape. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 68. Filch was stunned when he saw Marks McClown, then his face was filled with a peculiar expression of flattery and respect. Oh. It turned out to be Mr. Marks. So of course you don't have to trouble Professor Snape anymore. I know about it. Filch is a very powerful dumb gun. Of course, facing a prominent student like Mark's eye, he is much more polite than ordinary students. He was just a little administrator of the school, and Marks McClown was one of the culminations of the pure-blooded nobles, the only heir to the thunderous Marks family. The two were far apart in terms of identity. Moreover, the matter that Mark's eye was interviewed by Snape at night had already spread throughout Hogwarts, and Filch knew it was true even if he didn't ask Snape. In fact, even if what Marks McClown said was false, for the sake of Marks McClown's noble status, Filch also planned to close one eye. Is this Mrs. Loris? Marks McClown squatted down with a smile, and reached out to touch Mrs. Loris. To Filch's surprise, Mrs. Loris, who originally didn't recognize anyone except him, actually let Mark's eye touch her head docilely after sniffing the smell of Mark's eye's body. Oh, 11 days, this is incredible, Filch stammered. I'm still worried about it scratching you. Marks McClown smiled and said, your cat is quite cute. Mrs. Loris was skinny and dirty, with big eyes like Filch with double bulbs. To be honest, she couldn't be called cute. And Mrs. Loris often patrols the corridors alone. Who dares to violate discipline in front of it? For example, if you stretch a toe to the outside of the team, Mrs. Loris will swish to Filch, and after 2 seconds, Filch will appear out of breath. So if you say which animal is the most hated by the students in the school, It is undoubtedly that Mrs. Loris was elected unanimously. Even though everyone knows that everyone hates Mrs. Loris, Filch still enjoys Marks's praise. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Marks. I also think it is very cute." As he said, Filch still had a grudge against the other students. "You are much more courteous than the other students. You are not as rude as them. You really deserve to be a descendant of a big family." "Oh." His flattery made me almost vomit it, George whispered. Unexpectedly, Filch's flattering skills are also top-notch. Fred also made an exaggerated disgusting expression. Plus cool, tiger. But seeing Marks's distract Filch's attention, the Weasley twins were greatly relieved together. Now they can only secretly cheer Marks on, hoping that he can make persistent efforts to distract or lead Filch away. How could I think that Marks McClown would start chatting with Filch? Both George and Fred fainted. "Get Filch away, sir. Let us beg you. We are almost squeezed to death in this secret door." Over there, Marks McClown was still communicating with Filch. The cat licking in his hand didn't stop at all, and Mrs. Loris even turned her belly up and let Marks touch her hair. Filch's eyes were almost staring out, and his eyes were staring like light bulbs, and he was about to evolve into a street lamp. "Oh, this is really weird." Filch hesitated. "Why is it like this?" I have never seen him put on such an undefended posture to someone who just met. As he said, Filch was even a little jealous as the host. "Maybe I have an affinity for small animals," Marks McClown said with a smile. "The pets I used to raise all like me." "Of course, except for the stupid dog who can only lie in the nest." Marks McClown secretly added a word in his heart. In fact, Marks McClown was also very strange. He was just trying to touch Mrs. Loris, but he didn't expect the cat to be so obedient. "This is a matter of course, but the master smells like me. How can it dare to be aggressive with the master?" Saying stupid dog to stupid dog will arrive. And suddenly the voice of fluctuating dog rang behind Marks McClown. "Who is talking?" Filch looked around strangely. A few seconds later, he lowered his head in disbelief and saw the Shiba Inu with a stubborn smile. "Talking dog has the effect of the silent charm removed." Marks McClown looked back amused, and saw that Crookshanks somehow followed the wave dog. When Mrs. Loris saw Shibiagu, she also turned up with a meow, and walked to Shibiagu with her head down. Marks McClown smiled when he saw it. "Oh, did this dog quickly become a schoolmaster?" It seems that the wave dog was the same as Crookshanks back then. Basically, in the extreme time, it conquered all the cats, dogs, and cats within a mile. "In this respect, you still give me a long face. Not bad." Marks McClown nodded and praised Oato. The dog of fluctuation raised his head. "That is, don't look at whose dog I am. I am the king of Slytherin! Exclamation mark. The pet of the family. Saying that you are fat, you gave me pant." Marks McClown curled his mouth. Listening to the panting words of the fluctuating dog, Marks McClown could almost imagine that the fluctuating dog used his name as a fox on weekdays. "It's you, the wicked dog who abducted my cat." Filch finally remembered, and tremblingly pointed at the fluctuating dog. "So you still talk?" From the night before yesterday, Filch found that Mrs. Loris often disappeared from him from time to time. This was something that had never happened before, and Filch was of course shocked, and after many inquiries, he occasionally saw the wave dog next to Mrs. Loris. This is like seeing a third party in Filch's heart. P.S. I don't know why from the last book to this book, my automatic subscription results are very miserable. I almost lose my confidence. I beg you for your support. Setting up an automatic subscription is as simple as a little finger, but the encouragement to the author and the achievement of this book are huge. Thank you. Chapter 69, The Rowing Boat. But immediately Filch remembered that this was Marks's dog, and immediately changed his words in embarrassment. I mean that. As expected to be the dog raised by Mr. Marks, it is really spiritual. The Weasley brothers heard nausea behind the secret door. Fred also reluctantly made a tail wagging for George, and George also winked his eyes to express that this is really an image. Filch rubbed his hands again. Mr. Marks, how did you let your dog speak? Can you teach me? Although Filch usually likes to talk to Mrs. Lorish, and Mrs. Lorish can understand most of them, it is better to be able to talk to each other. However, Shang Marks, I was also very curious at this point. I'm sorry, but I don't know why this is actually. Really? Filch was obviously lost. Isn't this an animagus who got into the school? Filch thought suddenly, watching the fluctuating dog warily. However, Filch felt dizzy and tight in his chest as he looked at the dog face that looked like a non-smiling dog for some reason, and quickly moved his eyes away. Filch thought about it carefully. There would never be a wizard who turned into an animal to be raised by humans. This pursuit is too low. It should be impossible. It's just that Filch didn't know that there really was such a wizard in Ron's pocket. Plus cool, tiger. Excuse me, Mr. Marks, good night. Filch greeted Mrs. Loris and limped and turned away. Seeing Filch finally left, the two brothers were also greatly relieved. It's just that they immediately thought that they were humiliated and forced to make an unequal deal with Marks McClown just now. Immediately they saw Marks McClown smile at them unkindly, and this smile made the twins goosebumps all over. However, Marks McClown didn't say anything. Instead, he reached out his hand to pick up the back of the fluctuating dog and directly lifted it away. Hey! The wave dog's dissatisfied voice still echoed in the corridor. Can you give me some face in front of my little brother? That's not a little brother but a little sister. Besides, everyone has already left. Then at least there is Crookshanks. Would you like to eat cauliflower for all meals? Marks McClown said directly to make the dog Fluke shut up. How did he discover the secret tunnel here? Seeing Marks I had already walked away, George still felt incredible. McClown, Fred was also very puzzled. Even Filch doesn't know the location of this secret door. I thought the whole school only knew about the two of us! ! And its dog can talk? The two looked at each other for a while. No, compared to this, don't you think you have heard any important information? Fred said. He said Snape was looking for him. Fred added to George: talk about the Quidditch team. The two shouted together. Snape wants to invite him to join the Slytherin team. Although it was a totally imprecise and unreliable reasoning, the two of them actually got it right. It's just that they don't know that Marks I rejected Snape. My God, this is unprecedented, George said excitedly. I smell the big news. Fred was also extremely excited. Even though they had just signed an unequal treaty with Marks I, this did not prevent the two brothers from caring about Gryffindor's team. Now the two who think they have inquired about secret information are very much rowing boat. Extra, extra. Before long, the loud voices of the Weasley brothers resounded through the Gryffindor common room. The important news from Slytherin College. No. It should be said that the important news concerning the entire Hogwarts has come out. Shut up. Percy just happened to be there, yelling, "Don't be so noisy, you are always so exaggerated." George and Fred have always disliked their hypocritical brothers, and said, "It's definitely a big news. Don't you know about our combination of George and Fred? Absolutely reliable and accurate information." Come on. We almost hear the cocoon in our ears. Many Gryffindor students disagree. George was dissatisfied and said, "We said you don't be scared." Fred also hummed, "This is a big event about that Marks I." The people in Gryffindor who hadn't taken it seriously at first blasted the pot after a second of silence. What? Is it actually related to that Marks I? No way. Just one day. How much is he going to do? In the morning there was a meeting with the prefects, and in the afternoon Snape was yelled at. As a result, you told me that something big happened at night. Is it true? Someone was skeptical. I heard that Marks I, wasn't Snape called away at night? McClown's, yes, Can I make any big news in this free time? Ron and Harry also pricked their ears. The two of them always paid great attention to Mark's news. It's just that the purpose of focusing is completely different. Harry seems to be listening to idle news, and Ron seems to be listening to enemy intelligence. It has something to do with Snape's old bat, Fred said with a mysterious face. Guess what? The students here are almost vomiting blood after hearing this. Guess your sister, good husband. Are you still talking about it? I rushed in and shouted, what big news? And after it attracted our interest, asked us to guess again. I believe that at this moment, there are definitely not a few who want to smash the two brothers. When George saw that it caused anger, he wiped his sweat and answered, according to reliable sources, the reason why Mark's was called away by Snape tonight was because Snape helped that Mark's could participate in Quidditch in Slytherin team. If he doesn't say it quickly, George is really worried about whether he and Fred can get out of the lounge safely. This time the Gryffindor Lion Cubs became more silent, and the whole lounge was completely silent because they need time to process this message. Only in the first grade. No. After only 2 days of school, I was personally invited by the dean to join the Quidditch team. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 70. Hot. Is it impossible? Of course, most people first expressed their disbelief. But think about it, Snape's weird attitude in the potions class. Another student affirmed, isn't it like asking for someone? Everyone was right when they thought about it, otherwise Snape's abnormal behavior in today's potions class would not be completely explained. It's just that at the beginning, no one could even imagine the old bat begging for someone in person. In fact, Snape certainly didn't ask Mark's but the passionate young man just liked to think things a little bit more exaggerated. George and Fred looked at the effect they created with satisfaction. Obviously, many people were stunned by the news for a while, and the explosive effect was not lost on Snape. It's a pity that there is still a discordant voice, Ron disdainfully said. Just him? Join the Quidditch team? It's not that magic is used well. Quidditch can play well. It's right to think about it. He wouldn't be so perverted in everything he does. The 403 students of Gryffindor gradually relaxed. It felt that Ron was right. It was only because Quidditch, a sport that swept all over Europe centuries ago and was loved by countless wizards, was so deeply rooted that it caused such a big reaction. But now they think about it carefully and realize that the news is actually not a big deal. Magic is magic, sport is sport. The strength of the two is not linked at all. Magic is like martial arts to wizards. It is not at all that martial arts can sweep everywhere in sports games. Otherwise, if the Olympic national team trains any athletes, they can go directly to their martial arts school to select people to participate. Mark's McClown's duel level is superb and his magic skills are strong, which does not mean that Mark's McClown's Quidditch level is also very good. What is Quidditch? Why do I think your reactions are so big? Harry asked curiously. Quidditch is a great sport. Ron cocked his nose. Of course the evil wizards in Slytherin certainly can't understand the essence of this sport. They have always been sneaky and skittish. Ron's words were approved by most people, and there was a crusade in the common room. McClowns, I saw their captain commit a foul last year. McClowner, Ravenclaw's seeker almost fell off the broomstick. But this is not uncommon in Quidditch. When Ron saw so many people respond to him, his huge vanity turned into a blush, all over his face. Cool tiger. At this moment Ron only felt that he was responsive. It was rare to be so popular. Harry blinked his eyes and said, if it was such an important sport, wouldn't Snape invite Mr. Marks to join the team for no reason? It's better to say. Harry's eyes lit up. Mr. Marks had just entered school only a few days ago, so Snape had to invite Snape himself. It's amazing. Harry's voice no doubt silenced the crusade, and everyone looked at each other. It seems to be the same. Snape is not a fool no matter how much he hates. If he didn't see the necessity, then why would he invite Mark's to join the Slytherin Quidditch team? Could it be that Mark's is really amazing? Of course it's impossible. Seeing the momentum he had worked so hard to build, Ron was ruined by Harry with a few words, and he couldn't help glaring at Harry. He said angrily, "Marks McClown has not been to school for 2 days. Snape can see his level." I think it is mostly Marks McClown who loves vanity and asks Snape to let him join Slater through family relations. Lynn's team. The facts are very confusing, and even the Weasley twins, who are the source of the news, have long been lost. They wisely chose not to speak, and let the Gryffindor students talk in 2s and 3s. Whether it was out of self-esteem or disgust with Slytherin, most people still didn't want to admit that Marks McClown was really powerful. In comparison, Ron's words are more likely. Marks McClown didn't know that a word she said casually caused such a big discussion boom on Gryffindor's side. Many people have been discussing this matter almost all night for no other reason. As the protagonist, Marks McClown is really hot. Marks McClown just slept beautifully, and then, after enjoying the breakfast from Bunyel slowly in bed, he planned to get up and go to class. "What class are you going to take today?" Marks McClown reached out and searched for the schedule on the desk. Bunyel hurriedly said, "It's a flight lesson, boss." Marks McClown glanced at him. "Why are you so clear?" Bunyel coughed twice. "Boss, I'm only in the 2nd grade, and I basically remember everything about the 1st grade. In addition, the enrolled students are generally interested in flying, so of course they were impressed by the first flight class." Of course, if you are the boss, it must be different. "I heard that you rode a flying broom before school started, right?" Buna complimented again. "In fact, since Mark's Eye became completely famous, many things before Mark's Eye have been dug up, including the incident of riding a flying broom instead of a boat at the beginning of school. But this is not something that is difficult to ask. After all, most of the freshmen at the time saw it, and Bunyel naturally heard it." Marks McClown thought, "Fortunately, you didn't even find out that I was caught by the 4 deans as soon as I entered the school, otherwise my prestige would have to be lost here." Dismissed Buna casually, Marks McClown grabbed the Lightwheel 2000 and went directly to the flight class site. The basic flying brooms provided by the school are all very old things. The surface is rough and the hand feels very poor. Mark's Eye has better flying brooms and naturally doesn't bother to use the school's hand products. The flight class site is in a flat forest outside Hogwarts Castle. When Mark's Eye arrived on the scene, the students in Gryffindor and Slytherin were almost there. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 71, that's a must. Seeing Marks McClown coming, the originally jogging Slytherin students all reduced their smiles spontaneously. They changed from their lazy appearance to order. Looking at the team standing neatly in front of him and looking at him, Marks McClown was a little confused. "What are you all doing? Do you want sugar to eat?" Finally Pansy in the team couldn't help it, and said angrily, "This is our tribute to you. And you are also our 1st grade shadow prefect anyway, okay?" Marks McClown curled his lips, so he didn't want to run for the shadow prefect. Now it looks so troublesome. In Mark's Eye, it seemed to be a troublesome battle, but the children on Gryffindor's side looked full of longing. What a prestigious posture, what a beautiful scenery. It is the ultimate dream of a child with second disease. They had never seen Slytherin so full of order before, and they were all taken aback. All right, Marks McClown said impatiently, "whatever you should do, the professor has not come anyway." Hearing Mark's Eye's order, the Slytherin freshmen all relaxed. Otherwise, to be honest, most of the students still feel a little nervous when facing Mark's Eye, where all the strongest in the 2nd to 7th grades have done it. Cool Tiger, it's basically like seeing a celebrity up close. Of course, the Lightwheel 2000 in Mark's Eye's hand once again caused the topic. The next group of freshmen finally had a chance to watch. The last time they saw it, they were all on the boat. They could only watch from a distance. What's more, the darkness at the beginning of school also made many people never see what the Lightwheel 2000 looks like. Now in broad daylight, the students finally surrounded Mark's Eye with their passion for watching famous cars. Wow! As expected of Hikari 2000, it's so beautiful. Looking at its beautiful streamlined body, I really want to touch it myself. It's so good, so good." The students were full of envy. However, most of these students are from Gryffindor. The average level of Slytherin students in terms of family wealth is generally higher than that of Gryffindor. Seeing all the classmates go to watch the Light Wheel 2000 up close, Ron took a lot of effort to stop himself from watching. But looking at the broken broomsticks under his feet, and then at Mark's eye who waved helplessly to drive away the students, Ron still drooled in his heart. Damn it. Only a bastard who relies on his parents. The more Ron thought about it, the more angry he was, and a feeling of extreme imbalance filled his heart. Obviously they are all freshmen. Why can he have his own precious flying broomstick? Ron had already gritted his teeth unknowingly. Why is there such a big gap since he was born? My parents are too weak. If they are not so poor, then damn, why are they so useless? Why can Mark's eye have two parents with both financial and power? The flames of jealousy burned in Ron's mind, and he even hated the whole Slytherin. In his opinion, most of Slytherin's families were richer than him. In addition to the unbearable appearance of the classmates of his own college, Ron only felt ashamed. When Ron came back to his senses, he realized that Harry had also leaned forward. Realizing that his greatest support was gone, Ron felt empty for a while and stood alone on the spot. This time, he finally witnessed the latest fabled broomstick, and Harry was also very satisfied in his heart. For some reason he was particularly interested in this aspect. Mr. Cloud. Harry struggled into the crowd. I heard that Snape invited you to join the Quidditch school team in Slytherin. Is this true? The noisy crowd seemed to pause because of these words, and even the Slytherin students looked over. What's the matter? Why don't our students at Slytherin College know? Find flowers However, what the people of Gryffindor said is not necessarily true. Thinking about this, the Slytherin students basically looked towards Mark's eye in twos and threes. Marks McClown smiled slightly, but avoided answering. Do you want to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team too? Me? Harry was taken aback. How can I do it? Forget it. Marks McClown reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. Don't say that. I can see you are very talented. Talent? Everyone looked at Harry upon hearing this. Could it be that Marks McClown could even see the talents of others at a glance? Finding that everyone was looking at him made Harry more mentally stressed. He waved his hand again and again. How come? I haven't used a flying broom, let alone Quidditch. Marks McClown smiled and said, you can, trust me. The words made Harry tremble all over. He only felt that his emotions were rising inexplicably, and he felt happy in his heart as if he was in heaven. Until now, Harry realized that Mark's eye, whom he had always admired, believed in his talent, and hoped that he could believe in him. How can I not believe this? This is Mark's eye. Do you need to think more if you believe him? That must be believed. But, Harry became frustrated again. After all, I'm just a first-year student, so how can I be on the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Seeing that Harry had already taken the bait, Marks McClown's tone was full of demonic temptation. We knew each other before school started, and we are considered friends. If you want to, then I can help you. Mr. Marks thinks he and I are friends. Harry was completely overwhelmed by the ecstasy that these words brought. He just felt cheered in his heart, and didn't think much about Marks McClown's words. Looking at Harry's appearance, the smile on the corner of Marks McClown's mouth deepened. Snape, aren't you unwilling to agree to my terms? Okay, then I will force you to agree. Chapter 72. Help Harry? You only rely on money from your family to get into the Slytherin team. What else can you help Harry? Ron suddenly sneered. This time even Harry looked at Ron with dissatisfaction. Hey, Ron, aren't those just your guesses? Before Harry could finish speaking, the Slytherin side was directly excited. How dare you insult Mr. Marks like this? Dare to speak disrespectfully? Are you looking for death? Weasley, you know what a shit. With Mr. Marks' strength, wherever he wants to join the team, he still needs to pay. Marks McClown's face also became cold. No matter what Ron will look like in the future, he is really very mentally retarded now. Obviously, he was only secretly speculating about the August 6-3 maliciously, but he shouted it out from the crowd, and he also accused Marks McClown with a convincing expression. Marks McClown is definitely not such a person. Hermione couldn't help saying, although she was embarrassed to be very affectionate with Marks I just now in the crowded situation, but Ron was so slanderous about Marks I, then Hermione couldn't bear it. Why don't I understand? The blue veins on Ron's neck rose. How about Marks I's dual strength? This does not mean that his Quidditch skills are also strong. So there is definitely something tricky inside. You are all cheated by his appearance. Ron is absolutely unacceptable. He is obviously his peers, but he has completely surpassed him in terms of family talent and strength, and even his best friend, Harry, has come to Marks I. The Slytherin students became more angry and drew their wands at Ron. You are not allowed to insult Mr. Marks so much. Quickly apologize to Mr. Marks. The Gryffindors next to Ron, even though they were confused by the sudden situation, saw that the Slytherins had taken out their wands. They also subconsciously raised their wands and pointed back. The scene immediately became extremely chaotic, and the emotions of both parties were getting closer and closer to the breaking point amidst the unknown. It's just a mere Gryffindor who gave you the courage to slander Mr. Marks. What Marks I? Only the first grade. How good is the technique on the flying broomstick? Mr. Marks was able to fly to school directly on the flying broomstick on the first day of school. Extremely ridiculous. If you could ride a flying broomstick to join the Quidditch team, the team would be overcrowded now. The little wizards on both sides were still cursing at each other, looking at the dense ones opposite. Their spirits became more and more nervous. Plus cool, Tiger. A Slytherin student saw the opportunity, and quickly stepped forward and punched Ron in the face. I told you to talk nonsense. Ron was caught off guard and got a nosebleed. He also roared and rushed up with his fist. The Gryffindors on his side were infected by Ron one after another, and they raised their sleeves and wanted to rush forward. Seeing that the scene was about to lose control, Marks McClown's deep shout sounded. Stop it all. The technique of mental shock was mixed in the words, making Marks McClown's quiet rebuke, but it echoed in everyone's mind like a waking bell. This technique Marks I was used at Lion Bookstore the first time, and it still works well when used again. At the very least, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin stopped subconsciously. You are all members of the Slytherin Academy. Remember to keep upbringing and graceful at all times, and don't lose the face of the academy here. Marks McClown taught. Then he glanced at the Gryffindor students coldly, and for a while, most of the students were subconsciously cold. And look at what you are all doing. Marks McClown continued to curse. A group of wizards from the magic school actually want to fight with the most basic melee combat. Are you ashamed? From your perspective, this sentence is the least convincing. The little lions of Gryffindor all looked at Marks I dumbfounded. Who killed the 7th grade leader with melee in yesterday's battle and stunned the 5th grade leader? As a result today, you melee master actually taught us to be ashamed of melee. The people in Slytherin also bowed their heads. The next moment, Marks McClown spoke again. If you want to fight, then you must aim at the key points. Know the key joints of the human body. Only in this way can the opponent be beaten. Crying. Understand? All the students almost squirted out after hearing this. So what you meant by basic melee? The Gryffindors were dumbfounded, and felt that they were stupid if they misunderstood. That Marks I. Really still that Marks I? The Slytherin students all laughed and answered Marks McClown in a loud voice, I see, Chief Marks. Marks McClown nodded with satisfaction. It's all gone. The professor is coming soon. When the students heard the words, they scattered in twos and threes. What should they be doing? Ron was left alone, covering his nose, suffocated to death. Oh shit! I was punched for nothing. At this time, Mrs. Hooch, who taught flying lessons, also rushed over. What's the matter? What happened to you just now? On the way, at a distance, Madam Hooch saw the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor with a sword. It seemed that there was almost a fight, which made Madam Hooch shocked, but when she hurried over, the conflict just now seemed to have never happened at all. This change made Madam Hooch a little confused, and Hermione whispered, "Professor, it's all right now. Mark's eye restrained everyone just now." "Oh, is it?" Madam Hooch gave Marks McClown a friendly look. "Thank you really, kid. Well, since it's okay, then welcome you to your first flight lesson. P.S. The 5th more late. Sorry for being so late, but I have tried my best. You now writes 14,000 words with good quality and quantity every day. Basically, he is almost exhausted and collapsed. Please also support me by setting up automatic subscription. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 73, Bowl and Maxima. What are you still rubbing? Everyone is standing on the left side of their flying broomsticks. Hearing Madam Hooch's instructions, all the students moved into action. Quickly, hurry up, Madam Hooch said. Extend your right hand, place it on top of the flying broomstick, and shout, "Get up!" "Stand up," Marks McClown said lightly. The light wheel 2000 under his feet immediately jumped into Marks McClown's hands like a soldier who received the Emperor's decree. Seeing this scene, the Slytherin students all made voices of praise. Even Gryffindor has a lot of students, and they feel worthy of being a master who rode a flying broom on the first day of school, and can control the flying broom like an arm. Looking back at the half-dead flying broomsticks under their feet, I don't know how many people are envied for a while. Very good. Madam Hooch applauded when she saw it. Mr. Marks did a great job. You have to be like him, and shout the broomstick full of emotion. Full of emotion? The students who are still working hard are a little confused. Why don't we hear Marks McClown shouting with emotion? It felt like he yelled casually, and the flying broomstick got up by itself. Cool tiger. I saw Marks McClown show this hand at the station. It has been so long, I should be able to do it too. Hermione also secretly cheered herself up. It's a pity that no matter what her tone of voice she changed to shout, the flying broom only bounced a few times and couldn't fly at all. This made Hermione feel a little frustrated. In the 2 days since the beginning of school, the professors had praised her for being smart, which made Hermione think she was more or less close to Mark's eye. It now appears that perhaps the gap between the two is still large. Harry basically succeeded in one shot, which made him more confident. He couldn't help but look at Marks McClown. His eyes filled with gratitude, as if he was looking at Bowler who discovered his talent. Sure enough, Mr. Marks was right. Harry didn't know if he would still be successful the first time without Mark's eye's encouragement. Harry's success has more or less attracted the attention of the students around him, and when he recalled the words before Mark's eye, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Could it be that Mark's eye can really see that others are not talented? On the contrary, it was wrong beside Harry. No matter how he shouted, the broomstick was just lazily moving. The light from the corner of his eye swept across Mark's eye and then Harry, his heart getting more and more anxious. Hateful. Damn it, I won't really be so far from them, especially that Mark's eye. Why can it be directly successful so easily? Ron became more anxious, and his tone was extremely irritable. Get me up. With a bang, the flying broomstick bounced and hit Ron in the face. Wow! Ron groaned and covered his injured nose again, listening to the unbearable laughter of the surrounding students in an anxious state of mind. Shut up and shut up. Shut me up. Ron was crying in his heart, but in fact, most of the students had never been in contact with flying broomsticks in the past, and many people tried many times in succession without necessarily succeeding. Even though Marks McClown hadn't touched the flying broomstick much, but he was as perverted as his mental power and magic power, but no student could have it. Seeing that most of the students had succeeded, Madame Hooch ordered, "Now, once you hold on to the flying broomstick, I want you to ride it. Hold on tight, don't slide down from behind. When I blow the whistle, you all kick off the ground. You have to push hard. Keep your balance, stay in the air for a while, then lean forward slightly and return to the ground. Madam Hooch took out her whistle. Listen to my whistle, 3 or 2. Before Madam Hooch could blow her whistle, a student suddenly lifted off. Madame Hooch was taken aback. Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? But looking at Neville's shaky panic, the students quickly learned that Neville did not intend to control the lift-off at all. Come down, Madame Hooch exclaimed, but this made Neville even more distraught and flew out directly. Navi. The students of Gryffindor shouted one after another, and the students of Slytherin all looked good at the show. Oh, it's funny to see how stupid he is. Ha ha, you can get out of control even riding a flying broomstick. It's really Gryffindor. The Gryffindors all glared at the Slytherins when they heard the words, and the little snakes looked back without fear. Get down right now, Mr. Longbottom. Madame Hooch yelled anxiously, but Neville couldn't do it at all. He flew higher and higher with the screams, until he hit the castle wall. Oh my God, Neville. Hermione also covered her small mouth. We helped him on the train. Do you remember Mark's eye? Of course Mark's 430 McClown remembers. After all, he lost a clam. Toad. Hermione had already held the corner of Mark's McClown's clothes, and said anxiously, you can help him again. Mark's McClown. I know you must have the way, is it? Mark's McClown is helpless after hearing this. Do you think I am a Doraemon? And you didn't see that even the professor is powerless? How do you think I can do what the professor can't do? However, Mark's McClown obviously underestimated her glorious image in Hermione's heart. Since knowing Mark's McClown, Hermione had never seen Mark's McClown unable to do anything. So basically, Mark's eye seemed to be equated with omnipotence in Hermione's eyes. Immediately Neville swayed in the air and flew down in a daze, but instead of landing, he crashed into the student team at full speed. He rushed over. When the students saw the chaos, they dodged everywhere. Mrs. Hooch drew out her magic wand to stop Neville, but Neville was so fast that it was too late. Now even Madame Hooch had to roll around and hide aside to make room for Neville. But soon everyone found out, and there were 2 others who stood there and did not escape. It's Mr. Marks, the Slytherin students yelled. Chapter 74 Perfect Control. Ah, Hermione is here too. Harry also shouted in surprise, and Madame Hooch was even more shocked when she saw this. You two, get out of me. Do you want to die? McClowns, Mr. Marks. The Slytherin students also stretched out their hands desperately. Come here. Seeing Neville flew closer and closer, Marks McClown looked down at the shivering Hermione. Funny. Why not avoid them with them? Because you are still here, you must be fine, Hermione said firmly. But the trembling tone still exposed her fear. Seeing that Neville was about to hit him, the 2 of them were still talking nonchalantly, and the students were about to die. It's over. It's about to hit. The timid students even covered their eyes. They couldn't believe how miserable it would be to be hit head by a flying broomstick flying at full speed. Even the people in Gryffindor were worried about it. But at the same time, they still admire Marks McClown's courage, and they approached Neville, whom the professor dared not greet, but they still didn't change their face. When thinking about this, they all felt ashamed for themselves. It seems that we are the Gryffindor representing courage, right? Why is it not as good as Slytherin's Mark's eye? Only Ron sneered uncontrollably in the crowd. Good, very good. You just keep getting hit and paralyzed. Finding death by yourself. Even the sky can't save you. Merlin is here. Madame Hooch had already closed her eyes in pain. She couldn't say anything. The student was seriously injured in the first class. This is too bad. Madame Hooch's mind was completely filled with this thought uncontrollably. While everyone was terrified, Marks McClown stared at Neville, who was flying at full speed. Although the collision time was very short, it was so short that Madame Hooch didn't even have time to chant the spell. But Marks McClown, whose body had risen to level 3, was abruptly stretched out by rapid thinking and reaction. How to save Neville while avoiding injury. Marks McClown thought about it quickly, and a plan popped out. He only needs to use the most accurate force, the most accurate timing, and the most subtle control to pull Neville off the broomstick when he is close, and then use the same most accurate force and the most accurate timing. The most exquisite control, take Neville idling for half a circle to remove the inertia. This scheme is theoretically feasible, but it is like a juggling. It is too difficult and requires thousands of calculations and exercises to do it. The problem is that in the current race against time, it is completely impossible for Mark-Sai to train more calmly. But if something went wrong, no matter how small it was, whether it was a problem in strength, timing or control, then Neville saved Mark-Sai but fractured, and severely Neville failed to save the Cloud. McClown was seriously injured. However, at this moment, Marks McClown didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he could do it. It's like asking Mark-Sai if he can walk, jump, and run. There is no need to ask more about these, it's like nonsense. Marks McClown actually had a premonition that it would be absolutely no problem to make this plan that he came up with temporarily. The next moment, amidst the exclamations of everyone, Neville finally ran into him. Ah! Hermione closed her eyes tightly, clutching Marks-Sai's clothes harder. But Marks McClown just slightly moved to the side. The students who were still watching were shocked to find that this sideways perfectly and accurately avoided the tip of the flying broom. Before they were surprised enough, Marks-Sai shot like lightning. Wow! Neville was still screaming in panic, and suddenly felt that as soon as his collar was tight, he was already grabbed by Marks-Sai's hand, and then his whole person was torn off from the flying broom. The matter was not over yet. Marks McClown was in an extremely calm state, and his other hand also dragged Nawai to relieve his strength. Afterwards, his body took Neville with him for most of a circle, successfully buffering all his kinetic energy. Under everyone's gaze, Neville stood still in shock, as if not awake in a dream. Madame Hooch's mouth grew in shock. Gryffindor's students have all grown up. The Slytherin students had the same expressions as Gryffindor's. Theodore, who was still ready to watch Marks-Sai's jokes, also grew his mouth. Ron's mouth was so open that his chin was almost falling off. I'm not dreaming, am I? Draco's eyes were filled with incredible meaning, and he muttered to Gore and Crabbe. But the two followers who had always been with Draco at all times could not recover at all to answer Draco. What kind of monster is Marks-Sai? This can be done too? This is not only unscientific, but also unmagical. No. Are you okay? Hermione opened her eyes cautiously without feeling any pain. Immediately she saw that Gryffindor and the Slytherin students looked at them with shocking and inexplicable eyes. For a while, Hermione was seen a little inexplicably. What happened? Snapped. In the distance, Neville's flying broomstick finally slammed into the rock wall due to inertia, and broke in two after making a crisp sound. Nommers. This sound seemed to have lit a fuse, and the students present began to explode like a gangster. Oh my god. What a fuck. What a fuck. Is this true? What did I just see? Too awesome. How did this happen? Except for the exclamation words, most of the students could hardly say anything. In front of them, a live-action movie was just released. So handsome, they could not understand how Marks McClown did it, what skill and courage it was. It's so fucking dash. P.S. Thank you Wrong 1314 for the 100-point reward. Chapter 75. Luck is also a part of strength. Get out of me. After a while, Hokifu came back to his senses and rushed over to check. When he saw that both Neville and Marks McClown were unscathed, Hokifu looked at Marks McClown incredulously. My god. How did you do this, Mr. Marks? Marks McClown shrugged. It's probably luck. Madam Hooch obviously cannot agree with this reason, but she is still very thankful. Thanks to you, Mr. Marks, I can't imagine what would happen if you didn't make a move. But looking at Neville, he still looked sluggish, as if he hadn't awakened from his dream. Oh. Poor little, you are scared. Madam Hooch shook her head compassionately, and helped Neville to look at the students. I want to take Mr. Longbotham to the school hospital to prescribe some calming medicine. During this time, you will stay honestly on the ground for me. No. Almost lifted off. Understand? If I see a flying broomstick in the sky, Mrs. Hooch threatened. Then before he shouts Quidditch, maybe I will get out of Hogwarts school gate. After saying 273, Madame Huochi thanked Marks McClown again. I am very proud of your bravery action today. Slytherin plus 20 points. I think this reward is enough for your bravery. I should, Professor. Marks McClown smiled slightly. The Slytherin students cheered loudly when they heard the words, and looked at Gryffindor provocatively. But to their disappointment, Mrs. Hooch did not deduct Gryffindor points anymore. Seeing Mrs. Hooch drifting away, the students began to whisper unbearably, "Did you see that super handsome action Marks I just did?" The student who replied regretted it. Too bad. I closed my eyes and didn't dare to look at it. It's really a pity. The student who spoke shook his head. I didn't see with my own eyes that it was your loss. But in the final analysis, how did Mr. Marks do it? The Slytherin students were also very curious and looked towards Marks' eye. Difficulty BBDG doesn't come true because of luck? A student asked, but no one paid any attention to him. By luck? What a joke. This answer can't even fool us in the first grade. Even the little lions of Gryffindor were full of curiosity about this, and focused their eyes on Marks McClown. Plus cool, tiger. Okay, Marks McClown saw that everyone was looking at him, and his face was thirsty for knowledge. I admit that it is because of my strength that I can do all this just now. Wow! This unexpected and unreasonable answer completely caused the students to blow up the pot, and they all looked at Marks' eye with awe. But Marks McClown shrugged again. As the saying goes, luck is also part of strength, so I rely on luck. Cut! The students booed all around, all dissatisfied with Marks McClown's panting answer. Are you playing around with us? It turned out to be luck in the end. I think he's slapped right. Ron's voice suddenly sounded. I said he has no skills, right? Can you say a few words? Mr. Marks just saved Neville from our college. Harry persuaded from the side. But his voice had long been completely covered by the Slytherin snakes. Marks McClown is a celebrity in their academy and the shadow prefect who leads them in the first grade. The cool thing Marks McClown has just done makes them all proud. So how could the people of Slytherin allow Ron to say this strangely? It's too much to say this kind of thing now. Weasley, keep it down a little bit. Even many Gryffindor students can't stand it. I have been talking so badly. I feel that Mr. Marks has no strength. Then you can try it yourself. The Slytherins are already on the verge of rampaging. Don't just scream. We see the truth under our hands. McClowns, believe it or not, the prefect Marks beat you so hard that you don't even recognize your mother. Had it not been for Marks' side to suppress them, the chaos just now would have reappeared. The main reason was that when Madame Hooch was not there, the anger that the two parties had vented before also started to explode in a concentrated manner. Slytherin's arrogance completely angered Gryffindor. Some Gryffindors who had been persuading them also began to sneer. Oh, you all seem to be amazing. That's it. Obviously it's just a reserve for a group of evil wizards in the future. What kind of cool is it? The atmosphere on the court once again returned to a state of tension, and Marks McClown coughed. Be quiet. A word is worth tens of thousands of people, and the little snakes shut up obediently as soon as Marks McClown said. Even the people in Gryffindor stopped the noise for the time being. Why are they so rude? We have a more civilized solution. As soon as Marks McClown finished speaking, the students in Slytherin and Gryffindor looked at each other, wondering if there could be a better way. At the next moment, I saw Marks McClown step forward and smile coldly. It's better to send a representative directly and try to see if there is anything real. As soon as Marks McClown said these words, everyone felt that Marks McClown was indeed Marks McClown, and even the students with Slytherin became excited. That's right. I can only say what a skill. I think you just don't dare. Seeing Marks I stand up, the first graders in Gryffindor were a little panicked. They looked at each other a few times, and no one dared to stand up and fight Marks McClown. Marks McClown's fierce name is really too strong. They are just new ones, and they don't have the courage to really dare to confront Marks McClown. No one came out. Marks McClown smiled sarcastically. Then I'm going to call the name, the one who keeps chattering. Seems to be Ron Weasley, isn't it? I'm sorry I can't remember small characters' name, but seeing how you say it so well, you must have the courage to give it a try. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 76. Why are you so skilled? Ron was dumbfounded immediately. Although he felt extremely angry after hearing Mark's words, he was somewhat self-aware, and Ron knew how many catties he was. Cool Tiger, regardless of Mark's true skills on the flying broomstick, it was definitely much higher than himself, who had struggled to even shout to take off the broomstick. There is only one possibility to go out by yourself, and that is to be abused and become a scum, but it's just humiliation. Thinking of this, Ron made a plan. You can only pick up the persimmon. What kind of skill is this? Didn't you just say you want to help Harry? If your level is not as good as Harry, then still talk about helping him. Although you can't beat him, you can find someone with high talent to help you beat him. Ron had just seen that Gryffindor was only a one-time success when Harry called the flying broomstick. There is no doubt that Harry was the first Gryffindor present in terms of talent in this area. Ron only wanted to lose face on Marks McClown now. He didn't care who it was. Even if it is not yourself, as long as Marks McClown suffers a loss, no matter who it is. Harry was taken aback, but he didn't expect to get involved with him. Soft persimmon? Marks McClown shook his head. Oh, should I say that it is Weasley? The ambition has already fallen to claiming to be a soft persimmon. Marks McClown smiled unkindly again. Or, for self-preservation, even the dignity has been discarded and will be a soft persimmon to escape the battle. The Slytherins all laughed cooperatively when they heard the words, and Ron's face was blue and red with laughter. What are you talking about? Ron couldn't be irritated at last. I'm going to go. Just let you see it. Harry, come out. But Mark's didn't even look at him. Even Marks McClown didn't even bother to listen to what he said. When Ron decided to go to war, he realized that Marks McClown hadn't paid attention to him at all. Cloud Night. Ron was almost mad, and the suffocation in his chest made him almost explode. But Ron couldn't vent at all. Marks McClown's ignorance was like saying that he was completely unqualified to fight against Marks McClown. Obviously, I was thinking about avoiding the battle before. McClown, what's the use of temporarily changing your mouth now? If I were Mr. Marks, I wouldn't bother to care about clowns like him. The rumors from Slytherin made Ron even more cold, and he felt a trance before him, almost fainting to the ground. Me? Harry pointed to himself in surprise. No, I have no idea of challenging Mr. Marks at all. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown smiled slightly. Did you forget what I just said? Harry hesitated when he heard this. But I am still far behind Mr. Marks. It's okay. Marks McClown took the lead in riding the Light Wheel 2000 into the air. Although follow up and see if you can catch me. Just now I mentioned that I want to help you. Now is the time to fulfill my promise. Harry scratched his head, but suddenly recalled Mark's eyes not long ago in his mind. He believes I have talent. Mr. Marks recognized me. Thinking of this, Harry's blood boiled over. And under everyone's gaze, he rode into the sky crookedly on a flying broomstick. The students present didn't know what Marks McClown was going to do before, and they all exclaimed when they saw Harry really flying up. Could he really want to try? The opponent is Mr. Marks. He is too overwhelmed. Even Gryffindor's classmates couldn't help shouting, "Forget it, Harry." That's right. If something happens, it will be bad. How dangerous. But Harry turned a deaf ear to these voices, and all that echoed in his mind was Mark's encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Harry's figure became more and more stable. Seeing this scene, the students below were shocked. It turned out that Marks McClown didn't talk nonsense at all. Harry, this kid, is really talented. It looks like he might be comparable to many senior students. But this is only the first time Harry has used the flying broomstick. which is much better than those of senior students. Seeking flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. But how did Marks McClown see it? This mystery has deeply puzzled everyone. Even the professors can't see the talents of others at a glance, right? Soon Harry rose to the same height as Marks McClown, and Marks McClown looked at Harry with interest. Go on, let's try to catch up with me. In fact, Harry didn't know what Marks McClown wanted to do. Marks McClown said that he could help him join the Gryffindor school team, but what does this have to do with Marks I? Does catching up with Marks I qualify to join the Gryffindor school team? Harry didn't know, but he didn't care. As long as he listened to Mr. Marks, he would be right. After making up his mind, Harry leaned forward and rushed straight towards Marks I. Worry, is that Harry's first time riding a broomstick? I can't tell you are a beginner at all. The students were amazed by Harry's vigorous posture, and some even whitened. Why is Harry so proficient? How many times has he ridden the broomstick? Unexpectedly, Harry's talent in this area is really an excellent level. If it hadn't been for the skill of perfect control, it would be really dangerous to be chased by Harry. Only at the same time, Marks I can also use Harry's pursuit to further realize the beauty of the skill of perfect control. Reversing, shifting, moving horizontally. As long as Marks McClown thinks about it, then there will be no action he can't make. It seems that his body has become the most precise machine. The most precise operation is performed by the brain. Every minute of every movement, there will be no deviation. Every bit of strength, no more than just exactly. Even the light wheel 2000 underneath him, through Marks I's subtle manipulation, gave Marks I a handy feel like an arm. P.S. Thanks for the 588 points of any name. Chapter 77, Marks I's Purpose. Harry was still working hard in the sky, charging Marks I as the target time and time again, but he still couldn't even touch the corner of Marks I's clothes. Cool Tiger. Soon, Marks I's evasive movements to the peak every time attracted everyone's attention. It's hell. I didn't expect Marks I's technique is really very good. A Gryffindor student muttered to himself. Obviously he was Ron's giving money to the school team party last night, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't say anything more. Marks McClown's level of performance was definitely more than a mistake in entering the school team. It's so jealous. How can he do so well no matter what he does? The Slytherin student next to him heard the words and couldn't hide his pride. I think you must have never heard what Mr. Marks said during the Shadow Level 4-3 election. I'm not a Slytherin student. How can I know? The Slytherin student looked like I know you don't know. Mr. Marks said at the time that once he wants to do something, he will definitely do his best. The same goes for flying. These words made the Gryffindor students' faces bursts of surprises. From a certain angle, Marks McClown's words were too arrogant, and they did their best no matter what. But in reality, Marks McClown has the strength to realize what he said. So this is not arrogance, but self-confidence. Marks I soared freely in the sky, as if teasing Harry's posture, and also stunned Ron. As the most steadfast giving money to the school team party before, Ron now only felt pain in his cheeks. How could he have thought that Marks McClown was really so powerful? Damn it, can't even Harry help him? Ron could only grit his teeth on the ground, and even complained about Harry's uselessness in his heart. But compared to the two flying freely in the sky, Ron can only look up on the ground. Marks McClown quickly grasped the feeling of perfect control, and the flying broom was more handy to operate, like an eagle that should have swam in the sky. Although Harry said that he was very talented, he still felt more and more pressure from Marks I. But he could also feel that this was Marks McClown deliberately, and couldn't help but work harder, chasing Marks McClown fiercely. This exciting and thrilling scene made everyone below feel relaxed and happy. Many Slytherin students even brought in one after another, gritted their teeth nervously. How dare that Potter be like this? How disrespectful this is to dare to rush into Mr. Marks. Seeing that Harry's state gradually came out, Marks McClown nodded in satisfaction, basically having played his best level. Next, Mark's eye began to deliberately take Harry around a certain fixed area. This area is right at the office area of the professors, and the outside scene can be seen from the window. Marks McClown knew that McGonagall must have noticed here, but his goal was not McGonagall. It didn't take long for Marks McClown's goal to appear. He could notice a cold gaze looking here. It was undoubtedly Snape. Snape was staring at Harry fiercely, and witnessed with his own eyes that Harry, under the guidance of Mark's eye, made difficult and over-spec action skills time and time again. Every time Mark's eye would deliberately avoid it at the most dangerous moment, completely mastering the rhythm of the audience, and seeing everyone dizzy. Why watching Mr. Marks riding a flying broomstick? I have a feeling that riding a flying broomstick is actually very simple, the Slytherin student asked blankly. But soon, he received a merciless blow. That's just your illusion. It's only very simple for Mr. Marks, right? And you just forget it. Ha. Harry gasped in the sky. Sure enough. I still can't catch up with Mr. Marks. In the end, Harry gave up. His energy was exhausted, and he slowly dropped to the ground on the broomstick. Mark's eye's goal has basically been achieved, so he landed without any haste, surrounded by everyone in Slytherin. Mr. Marks, you did a great ride just now. As soon as they landed, the admiration of the Slytherin students followed. Sure enough, Mr. Marks is very good. Harry sighed as he fell to the ground. I have tried my best, but I have struggled to keep up with Mr. Marks. Don't compare with him, Harry. He is so perverted that he is not human. That is, this talent is not something normal people can have at all. Gryffindor's classmates also said to comfort Harry, saying that we are not in comparison with that kind of monster. You have tried your best. You can only say that Marks McClown is too talented. But if you don't compare with Marks McClown, you are also a super genius. The technique that Harry had just been guided by Mark's eye also greatly made the eyes of the Gryffindor students light up, and they felt proud. Harry smiled shyly, but found that Ron didn't seem to lean over, but turned his face away, so that only his clenched fists could be seen. Ron? Harry stepped forward and patted him uncertainly, and Ron suddenly burst out. I can't catch even people of my age. You are too useless. This unreasonable explosion shocked Harry, and the Gryffindors also felt dissatisfied. 3.8 Ron, what do you mean? You are not on your own. What right do you have to talk about Harry? Harry has done well enough. Ron also felt that he had failed to speak, so he pouted and stopped talking. At this time Mrs. Hooch came back, and she nodded in satisfaction, looking at the students who hadn't made any trouble. What she didn't know was that the professor had already exploded the pot. Many professors are asking each other, did you see it just now? That Cloud Knight, and that Harry Potter. My God, their skill level is completely Quidditch school team level. Marks McClown made big news continuously, and Harry Potter was the savior. Both of them were students who all the professors knew and were familiar with. Chapter 78 Potter. McGonagall was the first to act compared to the professors who were talking about it. Plus cool, Tiger. She had appeared downstairs not long after, strode towards the students in flight lessons, shouting Harry's name loudly. Marks McClown looked at McGonagall, squinted and smiled. McGonagall was also considered an important part of his plan. Are you calling me? Harry shrank his neck subconsciously. Wouldn't it be the way I was flying in the sky just now? I was noticed by the professor, and now come to me to settle the account? This is terrible. What should I do? Harry couldn't help but panicked and looked at Marks McClown for help for the first time. But he found that Marks McClown only had calmness in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Harry was also greatly inspired, barely stabilized his mind, and gritted his teeth. If you wait and ask me why I did this, I must not tell Mr. Marks. McGonagall didn't know what Harry had made. She walked over and grabbed Harry. Potter, come with me. Then McGonagall looked at Mrs. Hooch again. Sorry, don't mind if I temporarily Potter take it away? Although Madam Hooch was a little dazed, she waved her hand. It's okay, Minerva. Before leaving, McGonagall took a deep look at Marks McClown. Plus cool, tiger. There were surprises and sighs in his eyes, which were extremely complicated. To be honest, McGonagall saw Harry's excellent talent, but he was able to play Harry in the cloud night between applause, and McGonagall knew exactly what level of talent his talent reached. This is definitely the most talented student she has ever met. Unfortunately, it is not a student of Gryffindor. Now McGonagall could only pray that Snape would not go to Mark's eye because of the contradiction with Mark's eye, but she was a little grateful that she would not have found Harry this gem if it were not for Mark's eye. In the end McGonagall didn't say anything, and took Harry away. Looking at the backs of McGonagall and Harry, Marks McClown showed a meaningful smile on his face. The news of Harry joining Gryffindor's Quidditch team was enough to spread throughout the school in most of the day. But Snape could bear it better than Mark's Eye imagined, but Mark's Eye was not in a hurry. He just wandered to the library to read a book in the next morning. The Hogwarts library is on the 5th floor. It contains thousands of books, some of which contain powerful dark arts that have never been taught at Hogwarts. These books can only be used by students who take advanced defense against the dark arts. If you want to read this part, students need the teacher's permission and signature to borrow it. But today Mark's Eye just wants to read some books that can be borrowed casually. As soon as he entered the library, Mark's Eye saw Hermione unexpectedly. Sure enough, for an elementary school bully like Hermione, the library is simply a place more frequently than going to the common room. Mark's Eye. Seeing that someone was coming, Hermione saw Mark's Eye as soon as she looked up, and she couldn't help but whispered in surprise. But immediately she remembered that this was a library that needed a quiet, and immediately covered her small mouth carefully. But this did not hinder Hermione's enthusiasm. After confirming that no one was paying attention, Hermione rushed to give Mark's Eye a hug. Really, I'm worried to death. It's challenging all the prefects and angering Professor Snape, Hermione complained. A few days after school started, Marks McClown caused all sorts of things, and Hermione was shocked to hear everything. It's just that when she usually meets Mark's Eye, the students of the same grade are basically there, so Hermione is not embarrassed to express her emotions. But haven't I done everything one by one? Marks McClown also smiled and hugged her, so there is nothing to worry about. That can't erase the fact that these things are dangerous, Hermione insisted. Of those things you do, ordinary students don't dare to do even one. Marks McClown smiled. How long have you not seen each other? Why do you suddenly become so concerned about me? Could it be that little Hermione's spring heart finally sprouted? Only then did Hermione realize that she had acted too much. She hurriedly let go of Mark's Eye. We are just classmates and good friends. McClowns, I just care about friends. In fact, it was because of too long depression that Hermione could not control herself at this moment. Really? Marks McClown squinted smirkly. Hermione became more nervous for no reason. Really? We are It's too early. Oh, Marks McClancy said with a smile. That means, you think we only need to grow up a little bit, then? Before Marks McClown's words were finished, Hermione had already covered his mouth with red face. Shrugging, Mark's Eye let Hermione go and didn't molest her anymore. After all, the purpose of his coming here this time is to read a book to make up for the knowledge of Quidditch. Things have progressed to this point as Mark's Eye predicted, and it was basically succeeded more than half. So Mark's 747 plans to make preparations in advance. Soon they both returned to their seats and began to read the book quietly. Marks McClown quickly entered the state. After a few walks in and out between the bookshelves, Marks McClown was already filled with a thick stack of books. Quidditch is an important aerial team confrontation sport in this world. It is a ball game in which wizards ride on broomsticks. Like ordinary games, Quidditch is played on a court surrounded by stands. There are 3 50-foot gold poles on each end of the court, with rings on the tops of the poles. The contestants are divided into 2 teams riding on broomsticks. Air-flight confrontation. Each team has 7 people, each with a goalkeeper, 3 chasers, 2 batsmen and a seeker. These are just the basis of Quidditch, and Mark's Eye is not going to see this today. Who's Who Quidditch Detailed Quidditch Advanced Actions, Secret. Quidditch Star Players Tricks. Books involving advanced Quidditch techniques were quickly browsed by Mark Sy. Given the popularity of Quidditch in the wizarding world, most of the books on technical skills are extremely detailed and comprehensive, and even the tricks of many World Cup players are covered. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 79. What surprised Marks McClown was that many of the ace skills were also written in the details. In addition to interviews with players, there are a lot of comprehensive analysis by experts and fans, which greatly facilitates Mark's eye. The pages of the book were quickly turned in Marks McClown's hands. As the number of pages decreased, all kinds of different tricks were printed in Marks McClown's mind. Of course, these unique methods of training must not be published in books and magazines. If you just analyze the technique in detail, and don't have a specific practice process, then it can only make people feel very powerful, but they can't make these amazing movements that have been tempered. But Mark Sy is an exception, because he doesn't need any training and practice at all. Just need to know how this technique is done. Then Mark Sy can perfectly control the body to reproduce. Mrs. Pins is the administrator of the library. She is responsible for guarding the books and preventing people from sabotaging, and she is sure that they dare not do so. Today, most of Mrs. Pins's attention is on the young man who is fast reading. In the beginning, Mrs. Pins was very dissatisfied with him and that little girl in a sacred place like the library. Plus cool Tiger. After seeing the young man's face clearly, Mrs. Pins paid attention to him even more. It was Mark Sy who caused countless things when she first entered school. Realizing this, Mrs. Pins was also very nervous. Why did Marks McClown, the plague god, come to the library? Wouldn't it cause anything in the library? Suddenly Mark Sy became the key target of Mrs. Pins. What Marks McClown did next made Mrs. Pins shook her head. Seeing Mark Sy walking back and forth between the bookshelves a few times, she brought back a large pile of books, threw them onto the table and sat down. Obviously he wanted to read these books on the spot, not borrow them back. Oh, this kid's attitude towards books is too frivolous. Mrs. Pins sighed. Generally speaking, it takes half a day in the library to read a book completely. Given the number of Mark Sy carrying back, it would normally be impossible to finish it in a week. Then he still brought back so much, just because he wanted to pretend, or he was just looking frivolously. The next Marks McClown's actions made Mrs. Pins feel that her conjecture was confirmed. Seeing Marks McClown picking up a book casually, he flipped through it quickly. It was basically 10 lines at a glance. A casual glance would be considered as a browse. Even with many pages, Marks McClown jumped over without even reading it. Mrs. Pins didn't know that it was Marks McClown's analysis of Quidditch's technical moves. Any other players gossip about Quidditch matches? Marks McClown was not interested at all. Watching Marks McClown finish reading one book after another at a super-fast speed, Mrs. Pins' brows frowned. She got up and walked slowly to Marks McClown's side, wanting to see what book Marks McClown was reading. After walking in, Pingsifu can see clearly that there are magazines, newspapers and periodicals in the pile of books, and there are also thick hardcover books. The names are basically the Quidditch Who's Who and detailed explanation of Quidditch Advanced Actions, Secret. Quidditch star players' tricks are something that kids love to watch. It seemed that Mark Sy couldn't help being frivolous in his attitude towards reading, and even what he read had no meaning. Mrs. Pins shook her head and shook her head more clearly. She consciously or unconsciously said, "These books are used to satisfy the fantasies of those enthusiasts. Students read nothing, and you can't do the things mentioned above." Marks McClown raised her head and glanced at her strangely, and Mrs. Pins continued, "Compared with these useless readings, I know some good spell books. You'd better read more of those useful books." Marks McClown nodded politely. "Thank you for your kindness, I will, madam." Then he continued to read the Quidditch teams of Britain and Ireland in his hand. This made Mrs. Pins's brows even deeper. She felt that this Mark Sy obviously didn't listen to her advice at all, just blindly immersing in these useless fantasy unwilling to extricate themselves, is simply wasting time. It's really hopeless. Mrs. Ping's left with regret. Oh, I hope he will suffer a loss in the future, so he can realize this. Time flies quickly while reading, and as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer books beside Marx McClown. By the time of dinner, Marx McClown had basically browsed all the books and magazines about Quidditch in the library. After consolidating in his head for a night, Marx McClown was sure that he could do all the ace skills of every player he saw. Under the precise control brought by ... perfect control, those gorgeous movements that are difficult to climb to the sky in the eyes of ordinary people have become as simple as eating and drinking to Mark's eye. Early the next morning, Mark's eye was stopped at the door of the common room by Snape, who was looking bad. The endurance was worse than I expected. I can't help it so soon. Mark's eye looked at Snape with a funny heart. Marx McClown, come to the office with me. Snape turned around and left after speaking. Wang's in fact, he was too bad in his heart. He just refused Marx McClown's request the night before. But now he has to find Marx McClown again. Thinking back to Mark's eyes, don't regret it, Professor. Snape felt his face hurt from being beaten. Isn't that kid deliberately? Snape remembered that Mark's eye was carrying Harry around that day, and couldn't help thinking so. But no matter what the facts were, he had to ask Mark's eye now. Mark's eye, who followed Snape towards the office, also sneered. Snape's potion skills are among the best in the wizarding world, and he is a rare super potion master. Marx McClown is bound to have this. And is Marx McClown's request so easy to refuse? Let you refuse today, and tomorrow you have to beg to agree. Chapter 80, When I Call, Come and Go. As soon as he entered Snape's office, Snape slammed the door shut. What's the matter, Professor? Do you want to tell me something shameful? Marx McClown smiled. Cool tiger. Snape gave him a fierce look, but said nothing. The scene fell silent immediately and became very embarrassing. It is estimated that Snape was thinking hard about how to speak. Just less than 2 days later, he again invited Mark's eye to join the Quidditch team. If it weren't for being forced to do nothing, then Snape would not have done it. However, Marx McClown believed that during the whole day of yesterday, Snape's inner pain must be no less than the hardship of fighting Voldemort. What you did yesterday morning, Snape finally said. I saw it all. Marx McClown knowingly asked, which thing did you see me doing? Did you see me helping my grandma cross the road, or saw me watering the school flowers, or saw? Snape tickled with hatred when Marx McClown couldn't stop as soon as he said it. Where is the road and grandma from Hogwarts? Can you stop talking? Finally 940. Snape had no choice. I mean, you took Potter for a walk in flight class. Snape felt that he had already said enough, but it was obvious that Marx McClown would not cooperate with him at all. You mean that? Marx McClown's face suddenly realized, it is true that I teased the students of Gryffindor College and made a big breath for Slytherin College. Why, Mr. Dean, it turns out you here to reward me. Let me think about it. Give me a medal or a certificate. Why don't you actually give Diane Gialong as a bonus, and then grant the title of Honorable 3 Good Student? Marx McClown even thought about it. Snape was already unbearable. Don't play stupid. Because of your fault, now Potter has been recruited by McGonagall to Gryffindor's team. You must remedy something. Blame me? Marx McClown stretched out his hands. How could I control Professor McGonagall's thoughts? I can't remember this pot, or say. At this point, the smirk at the corner of Marx McClown's mouth finally no longer hides. Have you already begun to regret what happened the day before yesterday? Snape was said to be stiff all over, and then his body trembled, visible to the naked eye like a volcano about to erupt. This is simply the most embarrassing thing about him, especially Mark's eye, this little bastard. He was obviously playing tricks, in order to retaliate against him the day before yesterday. But the most hateful thing is that I have to withstand Marx McClown's ridicule, and personally slap my own face the day before yesterday. If only Harry joined the Gryffindor team, then Snape might not have the reaction today. But Marx McClown had anticipated this a long time ago, so he induced Harry to go for more than 10 minutes with various difficult movements within Snape's sight. Only when Snape witnessed the horror of Harry's talent can he understand what a terrible disaster. Harry joined the Gryffindor team for the Slytherin team. I can join Slytherin's Quidditch school team, and it is the same as my previous promise to help Slytherin win the championship. Marks McClown did not continue to tease Snape. After all, it is not good for everything to be excessive. If it really exceeds Snape's limit, then the matter will fall completely, and it will not be good for Mark's eye. Snape barely stopped the shaking of his body and took a few hard breaths. It was like trying to calm down the anger in my heart. After a while, Snape stiffly said, "But as long as you can teach Potter, then I promise you. Of course, you must help Slytherin win a championship." "By the way, Professor, I forgot to say," Marks McClown said with a smile, "my conditions have already increased in price." "What do you mean?" Snape said angrily. "It's meaningless, but you were the one who rejected me last time. Now, because of my personal grievances and preferences, I have come to me again. If I still use the original terms ... is it really when I was called to come and go?" Snape opened his mouth, but he seemed to feel a little unreasonable when he was on it. After thinking for a while, Snape squeezed out the words, "You are a student of Slytherin College, and I am the Dean of Slytherin College, so there is no problem at all." "Is that so?" Marks McClown said coldly. "Professor, don't lie to me if I read too little. I don't remember what Hogwarts school rules stipulate that college students must participate in Quidditch to win honor for the college. The dean has the power to force students to participate in Quidditch again, right?" Snape was speechless for a while, and squinted his eyes tightly. "Okay. Very good." He stared at Marks McClown firmly, as if he wanted to imprint Marks McClown's face deeply in his mind. "Let's listen to the conditions you attached." "It's very simple. It's not a big deal." Marks McClown raised his finger. "You only need to teach me the knowledge of potions with all your heart and soul, and you can also use the potions table vacated in the office to be unconditional when I need it. Just lend it to me." As the top potion master among wizards, Snape's potion table is undoubtedly the best and most advanced in equipment, and it is definitely the most complete in scale. It can be said that it is difficult to find out where the potions station is better than Snape's in the entire UK and even in Europe. Hearing that Mark's eye's additional requirements weren't too harsh, it was just a loan of facilities, and Snape gave it some consideration and agreed. "Well, our contract will be formally established from now on. I will often find time to find you." Mark's eye, who achieved his goal, walked out of Snape's office happily. "And rest assured, Professor, I will help you taunt the guy you hate the most." "The guy I hate the most is you." Like a roar from the abyss gushing out from behind Mark's eye. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 81. After the news was officially confirmed, Snape was also released. For a while, the whole Hogwarts knew that after Harry Potter, another student who broke into the Quidditch school team in the first grade appeared. Marks McClown. Why am I going to be him again? There are definitely not a few people who make such exclaims, because Mark's eye is so famous, even more famous than the Savior. And the most important thing is that these reputations were all made by Mark's eye in less than a week. Hogwarts may still have students who don't know who Harry Potter is, but they definitely don't know Mark's eye. Do you know Harry Potter? Who is it? It seems familiar. Flip through the history book. There is still writing on it. The Savior who defeated the man who can't name it. Oh. It's him. Then do you know Mark's eye? Fuck Mark's eye? What big news has he made? Basically, when two people are mentioned, it is the cycle of the above-mentioned dialogue. But if you think about it, is this following the trend? As soon as Harry joined the school team, there was news that Marks McClown had joined the school team. Anyway, this is a coincidence, right? Isn't it, to fight against Gryffindor, who is so loud because of this? Professor Snape, as the dean, temporarily wants to launch the same famous Mark's eye as a confrontation? I don't think it's possible. Otherwise, Professor Snape would be too unscrupulous. Isn't he just recently scolded by Marks McClown? Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students are still discussing this, and a Slytherin insider next to him couldn't help but say, "What are you thinking about?" It's obviously that Mr. invited to join the school team. If you want to follow suit, it should also be Potter following Mr. Fenneon. Is it true? Many people were skeptical. There is no other reason. There are too many people blowing in the Slytherin at night, and I can say anything to wash the ground. Of course it's true. The questioned Slytherin student flushed. The news came from Gryffindor. That's all already mentioned. The students in Gryffindor's audience also nodded under the gaze of everyone, saying that they had indeed heard about it. Then there is no doubt, Gryffindor is Slytherin's enemy. If it is not the case, then how could it be possible to release false news for Markseye to wash the ground? With that said, could it be that Professor McGonagall recruited Harry Potter to fight Markseye? Well, it's possible. I think it's very mysterious. The Savior has only been famous since the beginning of school. I don't see anything special about him. Plus cool tiger. McClowns, yeah? How does that Harry Potter compare to Markseye? Even though Marks McClown has made so many sensational events in the school, there are many students who love him and hate him. But there is only one thing that these people can't deny. That is, Marks McClown is indeed a person with real power and hard work, not a fame and reputation. Potter is great. Gryffindor, who had previously admitted the news of Markseye, couldn't help but said, "I heard that the first grade in class yesterday said that his talent on the broomstick is better than many seniors. Students should be better." And looking at that Markseye, isn't it just that the magic duel is more powerful? That is totally different from Quidditch. Although he had previously admitted that Marks McClown was invited to the Quidditch school team first, this does not mean that he is biased towards Marks McClown. Marks McClown was still a Slytherin student after all, but their Gryffindor eternal enemy. It sounds reasonable. Indeed, I have never heard of any research that says that dueling strength is linked to Quidditch strength. I think so too. Whether Markseye can do it is still a question. But obviously, this senior Gryffindor student had also heard Ron's remarks in the common room, but he had not personally seen the heroic appearance of clouds soaring in the sky like the first-year students. Find flowers But the first graders of Gryffindor did not deliberately spread Marks McClown's power because of the different colleges. Slytherin's first grade was different. Marks McClown was the pride of their college. The Slytherin student had already sneered, "Don't you know how Professor McGonagall discovered his talent? How did you find it?" Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff's students looked over curiously. This legendary story of gems being discovered and shining brightly, its origin is like a novel, enough to arouse the yearning of students. It's all because of Mr. Marks. The Slytherin students looked like you are really ignorant. What does it mean? Why is it because of Markseye? The students suddenly became confused. Why did this involve Marks McClown again? Even the senior Gryffindor student couldn't help but prick his ears, and immediately heard the Slytherin student reveal the secret. At that time, Mr. Marks asked Potter if he wanted to join the Gryffindor school team and said he could help. Then Mr. Marks rode the Light Wheel 2000 and took the lead to fly, and asked Potter to catch him, but Potter was too far behind Mr. Marks's technique. After 10 minutes of chasing, he didn't even have Mr. Marks's clothes. Bump into. No, Marks McClown turned out to be so good in this respect. The students were shocked. They had just heard that Harry Potter had a great talent. He was a genius once in a decade in Quidditch. And now they heard that Marks McClown far surpassed Harry Potter. So what is Markseye? A super genius once in 100 years. This also makes people live. Next, the Slytherin student smiled mysteriously. This scene was discovered by Professor McGonagall, and then Potter was recruited into the Gryffindor team. So, all this is thanks to Mr. Marks. Without Mr. Marks, Potter still doesn't know where the mold will rot. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 82, I have an agreement with the Dark Lord. The Slytherin student told the story that it was full of cleverness, which shocked all the students who heard it. Plus cool Tiger. How does this seem to be? That Mark's Eye's magical calculation? If everything was planned by him, that would be too great, right? Only the Slytherin student who watched the reaction of everyone was proud. It was as if the object that shocked everyone was not Mark's Eye, but him. He was totally honored and filled with pride. This is their Slytherin chief, the king of Slytherin, who leads the entire college. It's so cool. And so, after determining the absolute leadership position among all the prefects, Marks McClown has become the spiritual leader of the Slytherin students in a certain sense. Marks McClown usually ignores these secret rumors, whether they are beneficial or harmful to him. Even the position of the Shadow Chief, Marks McClown didn't take it seriously, because he still had a bunch of more important things to do. Like now, Snape did whatever he wanted to release the news, and Marks McClown didn't bother to care about him. Today he was going to make an appointment. In other words, it is to collect interest on cooperation.quu. I have a date with Voldemort. It sounds a bit disgusting, but Marks McClown has never forgotten the agreement he reached with Voldemort on the Hogwarts Express. Marks McClown can help Voldemort keep the secret of his identity, so that he will not die before he leaves a teacher. He didn't even see the shadow of the Philosopher's Stone, so Dumbledore took it out first. But in contrast, Voldemort must also unreservedly teach the dark magic skills Mark's Eye Hogwarts could not learn. Advanced black magic technology must have sufficient reasons plus the professor's approval note in the library before it can be borrowed. But Mark's Eye has completely despised the books in the library involving advanced black magic, because now there is a living black magic treasure house standing in the professor's office. The battle with all the Slytherin chief prefects sounded the alarm for Mark's Eye. It seemed that Mark's Eye had won a complete victory, but Mark's Eye knew that the result of this battle was actually very hanging. If it weren't for his witty silent curse, Pauline Fudge was taken carelessly, and then the wizard would kill Caesar Cliff in a melee battle and no one could stop him, then the outcome of this battle would be real hard to say. Slytherin's senior chiefs are all amazing talents, all of them are extremely powerful, far surpassing their peers, and they are far from being defeated so easily. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown knows that his current strength still has a big shortcoming, needs to become stronger. In a short while, Mark's Eye was already standing outside Quirrell's office. He knocked on the door a few times with doom, dong, dong, and Quill's stuttering voice came out. "Who is it?" Marks McClown said. "It's me, here to come and play." Marks McClown. Cheelio's voice was obviously taken aback. "Oh no, I mean ... Mr. Marks is here. Hurry, please come in." Facing this ruthless man who dared to trade with his master, Cheelio had long since dared not regard Marks McClown as an ordinary child, and he respected a lot in his tone. After opening the door, Quirrell still looked ridiculously wearing a heavy scarf and cumbersome robe, but the smell of garlic became stronger. Clean and new. This time, before Mark's Eye could do anything, Quirrell consciously waved his wand to clean up the smell of the air. What are you doing? Mr. Marks?" Quill asked stumblingly just after waving his wand. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows. "Of course it's that Voldemort, who came to see your master, has something to do." "Is it possible to come to see you to have a house?" "Oh, of course, I remember," Quirrell said nervously. "You have an agreement with the master ... but please keep your voice down." With that, Quirrell still looked around nervously for a while, for fear that some eavesdropper might hear his true identity. Seeing Cheelio's appearance, Marks McClown said amused, "You are the professor now, and I am a student. Why do you feel that you are more nervous than me?" Indeed, Cheelio looked 10 times more nervous than Marks McClown, making Marks McClown a bit speechless. Who on earth came to meet the ultimate Bo SS? I should be nervous, right? Marks McClown almost had an illusion, as if Voldemort was not the ultimate Bo SS, but he was, and Quirrell was the brave who came to see himself as the ultimate Bo SS. Cheelio opened his mouth when he heard this. I have been worried. You will tell me." Looking at his expression, Marx McClown knew that it was true. Quite must have trouble sleeping and eating every moment during Voldemort's deep sleep. The only student who knew his true identity was really like a powerful time bomb, and he could easily blow up Quirrell to pieces. Unexpectedly, Cheeluo was so afraid of him. Marx McClown curled his lips. "Don't worry, I'm a person who keeps my promise. Besides, I take such a big risk to expose the person behind you, but it's no good. On the contrary, I might be broken by a broken jar. It's killing people." "What do you mean?" "Means." Cheeluo nodded repeatedly. No matter what Marx McClown said, he was right. "Well, hurry up and wake up the sleeping beauty behind your head." Cheeluo was a little frightened and a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he never dared to let Voldemort hear Marx McClown's teasing. He sneakily closed the doors and windows of the office 4.3 before he returned to Marx McClown, but his expression and voice were obviously different. "Are you here, funny kid?" A low and dark voice came from Quirrell's mouth, and I could even see Voldemort's distorted face in Quirrell's expression. "Am here." Marx McClown nodded. "Now it's up to you to fulfill your promise. Don't worry. The kid of the Marx family." Voldemort smiled coldly. "What Voldemort said is never unimportant. P.S. After fighting to vomit blood, the fifth one finally came out with fatigue and sleepiness. Seeking support and encouragement for automatic subscription. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 83. Who knows if it's true? Marx McClown curled his lips, skeptical about it. I didn't expect you to come here so soon. I originally planned to find you in a few days." Voldemort didn't know what Marx McClown was thinking, and said with a gloomy smile. Marx McClown curled his lips. "I didn't expect the Dark Lord to be so enthusiastic. It's my loss now. Otherwise I can still enjoy the pleasure of being found by the famous Dark Lord himself." Generally speaking, it would not be a good thing to be found by Voldemort himself, let alone any pleasure, and Voldemort's face was stiff when he heard that. Soon he regained his usual expression and said, "I've seen your battle that day. It was very good." "I know," Marx McClown nodded. "After all, the pungent garlic smell is always speaking for you. I think no one can ignore your existence." Voldemort directly ignored the thorn in Marx's words, "But in my opinion, you still have many shortcomings, and there is still a lot of room for improvement." "Oh? Then, in that battle, what other aspects did I lack?" Marx McClown asked. "Funny. There are so many things you have not done well, but I have no obligation to tell you that. Our agreement is only that I teach you dark magic, right?" Voldemort smiled mysteriously, as if he had seen a lot. Marx McClown did not answer, but looked at him with a smile. Marx McClown knew that Voldemort must have something to follow. Sure enough, Voldemort went on to say, "But there is another situation, that is, you can take refuge in me. Then I will do my part to provide comprehensive guidance for what you need to correct." "Is it really straight fishing?" Marx McClown twitched the corners of his mouth, not knowing what wind Voldemort had drawn, and again the idea of earning himself under his command. "That's right, that's okay. I just don't listen." Marx McClown shrugged indifferently. Voldemort was suddenly anxious when he saw this. He didn't expect Marx McClown to not care. What does this seem to be wrong? Obviously this kid shouldn't be full of pursuit and ambition for power. Why can he not care? Voldemort read countless people, and even the contemporary Dark Lord who has controlled the entire British Dark Wizard. At a glance, he could see that Marx McClown was not pretending, but really indifferent. Voldemort asked himself if he heard a person who was far stronger than himself criticizing his own shortcomings. He would definitely break the casserole to the end and use this to improve himself again. "You are just for your own temporary dignity, discarding the short-sighted behavior of the long-term future." Voldemort coldly snorted. "This is an extremely stupid decision. You will know when you grow up, and you will be what you don't know today. We suffer countless losses due to shortcomings. Why do you still care about whether I will suffer in the future?" Marx McClown raised an eyebrow. "Are you a character like this?" Before Voldemort could speak, Marx McClown spoke again. Then I will ask you first, Mr. Voldemort, have you ever suffered anything when you became an adult? Voldemort proudly said, my vision is long enough, my knowledge is profound, and my decision-making is wise enough. Of course, I won't suffer like ordinary people. Marx McClown didn't expect to ask casually. Voldemort could answer a parallel sentence, and couldn't help but want to laugh even more. Plus cool, Tiger. Really, it is not a disadvantage to be killed by a little Harry Potter baby. You are forbidden to mention that idiot who is so famous. Voldemort roared. That's just my carelessness. The dark magic power was mixed with power, and at this moment, it was fiercely leaked, almost destroying all the items in Quirrell's office. The thought of Harry Potter's unremarkable idiot, enjoying the title of the only savior who defeated Voldemort outside, made Voldemort feel a deep shame. Calm down, just as if you didn't suffer a loss this time. Marx McClown said, and do you want to be discovered by Dumbledore? If you don't want to, don't hurry up and keep your voice down, otherwise it won't be me. I didn't keep the promise. Voldemort barely restrained himself when he heard this, and looked at Marx McClown angrily. Then what are you trying to say? What do I want to say? Is Mr. Voldemort still unable to guess it now? Marx McClown smiled. Then I will ask you again, Mr. Voldemort, when you were in the first grade, did I have such a great deal? I don't think it is. Since you are not as strong as me at the same age, and you haven't suffered a loss when you grow up, then what is there to be afraid of? Marx McClown's words actually made Voldemort speechless for a while, asking himself, although Voldemort was very good when he was a child, he was also in the first grade, but he was far less powerful than Marx McClown now. Originally, because he recognized Marx McClown's talent a few days ago, he once again wanted to recruit Marx McClown because of his 253 love for talents, but he did not expect that Marx McClown would come back and humiliate himself. This kid is too courageous. I think back then, how many people talked to themselves respectfully, ecstatic in the face of their relatives. Even Dumbledore dared not talk to me like this. The black hair on Voldemort's face became heavier and heavier, but Marx McClown didn't give him a chance to get angry. Well, after talking so much, it's better to do business as soon as possible. I'm still waiting for your black magic classroom. Voldemort took several deep breaths before suppressing his anger. It's not the time yet. It's not the time. To restraint. To be excellent. And just recalling the glorious years of the past, it also made Voldemort feel much better. HMPH, I hope your future strength can be as powerful as your mouth. According to your auspicious words, Marx McClown actually listened to it cheerfully as a blessing. Voldemort was almost out of breath and carried it back. Originally in this state of incomplete soul, Voldemort's emotional control was very unstable. Fortunately, Voldemort himself knew this, and quickly controlled his temper. Chapter 84 Voldemort's MLM class. He just wanted to hurry up and give a lecture, and let Marx McClown close that annoying mouth. Which aspect of black magic do you want to learn? As long as you can mention it, then I can teach you. Even the ancient black magic is no exception! Voldemort was full of pride when he spoke. Indeed. Almost no one in this world knows black magic better than Voldemort. Even Dumbledore may not know as many black magic as Voldemort. Speaking of black magic, Voldemort is definitely a master. This is also why I approached Voldemort. Before studying, I want to learn more about black magic, Marx McClown said. How do black magic and white magic distinguish? Voldemort was also a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Marx McClown to be so calm in this regard, and he was not taken away by the temptation to immediately learn powerful black magic. However, since he had agreed to Marx, Voldemort's arrogance did not bother to betray Marx with a child. Black magic and white magic do not have a clear distinction between them, and there will be no obvious differences such as the use of different magic powers. Then how do people classify magic? As far as history is concerned, The difference is mainly based on the degree of harm and whether the effect is against human morality. Voldemort is still very disdainful. It is a ridiculous humble opinion. Magic is magic, so I still use this idea to classify. Marx McClown nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Indeed, Voldemort is right. As far as Marx knows about the dark magic, it is not as harmful as the Shinfinguing and Avada curse, or it is as great as piercing the bones, the Imperius curse, and making Horcruxes. It is against human ethics. The three unforgivable curses are basically black magic. Then if someone creates a new magic, can they be 100% sure whether the created spell belongs to black magic or white magic when creating it? It's not theoretically possible, Voldemort said. Because there is no actual effect, it is impossible to confirm how to classify it. But in practice, generally in the process of creation, the creator can already predict the power of the spell. Degree. The implication is that even if the creator himself guesses in advance, he can probably guess the best. It is impossible that when creating, the wizard can't even decide which direction he wants to create the spell. White magic has the framework of white magic, and black magic has the laws of black magic. However, white magic is basically a little tricky thing. Voldemort continued, it is not ruled out that there are some good ones, but overall, it is not as good as black magic in actual combat. The more he speaks, the more enthusiastic he is. It's better to say that black magic is the essence of magic. This is the future that wizards should develop. Obviously there is a God-given magic, but you have to use some hand-bound magic. What a waste. Only black magic truly represents the wizard's spirit of free exploration in all directions. You mean? Marx McClown touched his chin. Generally, wizards who use black magic will be stronger than those who use white magic? Exactly. Voldemort's tone was full of arrogance. This is the allure of black magic and the reason why it is called the temptation of the devil, because it represents the eternal pursuit of all people powerful power. Marx McClown asked, since black magic is so powerful and easy to use, why is it that it is constantly being lost? The black magic that is eventually passed down is not as much as any tenth of the white magic. Black magic has always been ignored by the world. Even if the wizard wants to develop it, he must carefully avoid rumors, let alone pass on the black magic. There was regret in Voldemort's tone. If it's just some ordinary powerful black magic, it would be better, and it can be accepted by many wizards. But if it's the kind of extremely evil, the evil black magic defined by those polite wizards, Voldemort shook his head when he talked about it. Then even the developed wizards themselves will be beaten by everyone, and ordinary wizards even learn. I don't have any courage, and I even feel disgusted, let alone spreading this black magic. Looking at Marx, thinking about it, Voldemort suddenly said: But it is precisely because of this that the black magic is even more powerful. Voldemort's original intention was to lure Marx into the abyss of black magic, so how could he blindly make Marx feel that black magic is fading? Obviously these are foreshadowing, in order to lead to the following text of Voldemort. Sure enough, Marx McClown became interested. What do you say? How do you fight with other wizards on weekdays? Voldemort sold it off first. Basically, it's chanting the spell to attack and avoid the opponent's spell, but the most often is to judge the opponent's attack magic, and then counter-curse or uncurse or defend. After all, the physique of wizards is generally not very good. It is difficult for a wizard to avoid all the spell attacks of the enemy. Therefore, at the moment when more wizards see the opponent's spell, relying on their own knowledge, Wang Qianzhou instantly recognizes the type of enemy's spell, and then uses their wand to uncurse and counter-curse to defend. McClowns, you are right. Voldemort nodded. The same reasoning applies to the dark magic, which is basically a little-known self-made magic. What do you think will happen? Before Marx could answer, Voldemort took the lead and said, the result must be that the enemy can't judge what kind of curse it is, and it quickly falls into the absolute disadvantage in the defensive battle, and is finally defeated easily. Seeing Marx McClown's thoughtful appearance, The sneer on Voldemort's face became deeper and deeper. Very good. Just keep thinking like this, and finally be convinced by the charm of black magic. Chapter 85. Voldemort believed that he had said it very clearly, and Marks McClown was just an 11-year-old child in the end, and he had put all the benefits of black magic before him so clearly that he couldn't help but not take the bait. It was true that Voldemort's words caused Marks McClown to think deeply, but Marks McClown's thought was completely different from Voldemort's guess. Not only does he have a superficial psychological age of 11, he naturally thinks more and more long-term. Voldemort didn't know. His remarks couldn't help but fail to achieve the goal. On the contrary, they had a counterproductive effect. He just lifted a rock and hit him in the foot. The reason why Marks McClown wants to learn dark magic is because he wants to become stronger, and ultimately strong enough to be unafraid of god-level wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore. But Voldemort's words made Marks McClown immediately think, if he learned all the black magic from Voldemort, then what else Voldemort didn't know about the black magic he would use in the future? Dumbledore and Voldemort have fought for so many years, and 503 must be very clear about most of Voldemort's dark magic. And the dark magic that Dumbledore didn't know was Voldemort's trump card. Voldemort would certainly not teach himself. Then the result is already obvious. If you take this path, no matter how many years Marks has cultivated, it is impossible to surpass Voldemort and Dumbledore in magic. Seeing Marks McClown still silent, Voldemort thought that Marks McClown had been completely trapped by himself, and said proudly, "How about, think about what you want to learn from me!" Voldemort also added a special sentence, "I have only this unique black magic." "I have already decided," Marks McClown finally said. "I hope you can teach me the elements of black magic, the structure of the law, and the principle of operation." There is only one way to break this situation. That is, Marks McClown also created his own magic. It didn't take long for Voldemort's black magic teaching to come to an end. At the end, Marks could see visible fatigue on the body of Bi, obviously ending his sleeping state, and forcibly controlling Quirrell. It was also very expensive for Voldemort. On the surface, a professor of defense against the dark arts is teaching dark arts to students, and the scene is funny enough. But even if the time is short, Marks McClown has benefited a lot. Voldemort had to say that he was a very good teacher. His knowledge was extremely profound, and his understanding of power was also very thorough, so when he talked about magic, he should explain the profound things in a simple way. Of course, Marks knew the real profound things, and Voldemort still didn't talk about it. But Marks McClown didn't intend to listen to this. He could fully and detailedly understand the basis of creating magic. It was enough. Not long after coming out of Voldemort, Marks received Snape's notice. Snape asked Marks to go to the Quidditch stadium. Obviously, the formalities had been completed for Marks, and all that was left was to meet each other. Today's Quidditch stadium seems to have been covered by Slytherin. In the stadium of Normandy University, there are only students from the Slytherin team, which is really green from a distance. Snape was standing among the row of Slytherin players in the green uniforms in a conspicuous black robe. It looked like a black stain stuck to it, which made people want to reach out and buckle it off. But Marks' thoughts must not be known to Snape, otherwise Snape would definitely go crazy on the spot again. As soon as Marks McClown came, Snape greeted him with the usual stinky face. "You are too late, Marks McClown." Marks McClown began to look around again. "Who has a pocket watch? Can you lend me?" The Slytherin players couldn't help but laugh when they heard the words. It was obvious that Marks choked Snape's jokes in the potions class, which had been spread throughout the college as a good talk. Snape's face got worse, but he was wise not to pick up Marks' stubble. "Behind me is the Quidditch team of Slytherin College, and it is also your future teammate. In short, you should get acquainted with them first." "Come on." The surrounding players greeted one after another, but Marks McClown saw 3 unexpected faces inside. Isn't that the 7th grade male prefect Caesar Cliff, the 6th grade male prefect Steve Jobs, and the 6th grade female prefect Lisa Joster? Hello, Marks McClown said with a smile. What a coincidence, I can see you here too. You. Hello. Caesar's face was not much better than Snape's, obviously because he was still unconvinced about his defeat. Think about it, too. Not long after Caesar started the war, he was killed by Marks McClown inexplicably before touching him. The speed of being killed was fast, and Marks didn't use magic, and Caesar didn't have a specific concept until he fell into a coma. After Caesar woke up, he was told that all members of the prefect meeting had been defeated by Marks McClown. This is exactly like Nank's dream. Caesar only feels unclear, and loses everything. As if it was just a dream, there is no sense of reality at all. He didn't see Marks McClown welcoming the enemy with his own eyes. Just like at the time when the prefect meeting was held, Marks McClown was just listening to what others said, and there was no real feeling of witnessing. Even though so many people say that Marks is strong, Marks is probably really strong, but Caesar, who has not personally experienced Marks' power, is still a little unwilling and unconvinced in his heart. However, Steve and Lisa were so free and easy, they saluted. Hello, boss. They also learned from the 3 shadow prefects, and unify their honorific title to Marks with them. After all, Steve and Lisa are one of the prefects who fought with Marks in the later period. Marks' likeness in the face of the siege and the gorgeous action of evading the counterattack at the end brought them very profound impression. After everyone had said hello, Snape looked at Marks and asked, "Next you have no problem, right?" "If there is no problem, let's start training with the batters." Quidditch's game is already fast. Arrived. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 86. Things are simple. Wait, I have a problem. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown said suddenly. Suddenly all the players' eyes were on him. In these eyes, there are curiosity, hostility, disdain, and all kinds of emotions. Most people are naturally curious. After all, since Marks McClown went to school, there have been big events around him one after another. Who knew that he suddenly said that there was a problem, and he wanted to do something again? And hostility and disdain are more reasonable. It was true that Marks McClown was very powerful in magic, and they were convinced at this point. But Quidditch is different. Quidditch is their domain. In fact, this is also the last line of defense for many senior students in the face of Marks can't compare with strength, so at least you can win the next grade than Quidditch. If this is not even better than Marks then it is really shameless to live. Snape also turned around, and asked with a sullen face, "Do you have any questions?" "I still have a problem with my position," Marks McClown said flatly. "The batter is too tired and annoying." Marks McClown said that he had no interest in Quidditch at all. The reason why he joined the Slytherin school team was also for the guidance of Snape's potions. Cool Tiger, therefore, Marks McClown was of course unwilling to be a batsman who flew around the court and competed with his opponents with time and effort. "Oh?" Snape raised his voice. "Then what do you want to do?" "Goalkeeper." He sneered and said, "But looking at your small physique, it might only make the goal gap bigger, right?" "Professor Snape, the goalkeeper relies on skill, not hypertrophy. Otherwise, wouldn't let the fat guy directly block the goal and win without fighting?" Marks McClown actually gave Snape a serious preaching. Snape's face was cold. He felt that Marks McClown really looked like a hedgehog, making him completely unable to start. After a while, Snape hummed, "It seems that you don't want to be a goalkeeper, so what do you want to do?" "Don't tell me that you are a seeker." As he spoke, Snape had a mocking smile on his face. Marks McClown nodded. "McClowns, I just want to be a seeker." Snape's expression was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. "What? Do you want to be a seeker with only one opposition and almost the most important role on the court? Is there any problem with only one?" Marks McClown tilted his head. "There is only one goalkeeper, right?" "Forget it. I can only tell you that you heard it right, and you don't need to doubt your hearing for no reason. Professor Tiger. I really want to be a seeker. Snape couldn't care about the irony in Marks McClown's words anymore, and his face began to be cloudy and cloudy, not sure what Marks McClown was thinking. In fact, Marks McClown had a very simple idea. Seeker is the most important and leisurely position in Quidditch. The biggest responsibility of the Seeker is to find the golden snitch, and then catch it to end the game. If the Seeker succeeds, then his team can directly score the equivalent of 15 goals. This is simply the most suitable and best position for Marks-eye, who does not want to bother to hit the ball and waste too much time in Quidditch matches. This position is the key to the outcome of the game. Have you really figured it out? Snape's face was a little tight. Not only him, but the faces of Slytherin's players are a bit ugly, which is why Snape repeatedly asked Marks-eye. It is true that Marks-eye has very good flying skills on the flying broomstick, which can be described as an excellent level, but with this talent, he is actually more suitable as a batter, because the Seeker and the Batsman are completely different. It's not just about flying well. Moreover, he is just a newcomer. No matter how talented he is, he wants to be a Seeker in such an important position as he first came up. In the high-level Slytherin, it is really too much. Slytherin is not as naive as other academies. The strict class is almost written in the rules of this academy. But what is the degree of surpassing Marks-eye done before is worse than today. Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. I'm pretty sure, Professor. Marks McClown replied lightly, if you ask the same question again and again, don't wait for you to suspect that there is a problem with your hearing. I will first suspect that there is a problem with your hearing. After all, Marks McClown glanced at the players present before Snape broke out. The players who were still very upset were swept away by Marks-eye's eyes, and the back of the group secretly chilled. They all sighed in their hearts that they deserved to be Marks-eye with a fierce reputation, and he really deserved it. Who is the original Seeker? Marks McClown asked directly. Immediately Xisa stood up with an ugly expression. It's me. Marks McClown was taken aback. Is it such a coincidence? Speaking, Marks McClown stretched out his hand and patted Xisa's shoulder, who was far above him, but that can't be helped. It'll make you wrong. Let me give me the position of Seeker for the time being. Xisa's full face almost turned into words written on her face. I did promise to follow your instructions as the prefect. But I am now a Slytherin Seeker. I don't think you will be here. Seekers can do better than me. Xisa said this sentence incomparably straightforward, and the players around him secretly agreed. Indeed, Xisa has been a Seeker for 5 or 6 years and is almost the most experienced Seeker in Slytherin. When Marks McClown heard this, he looked up and down Xisa, but was not angry. But his smiling face, for some reason, made all the players secretly nervous. Damn it, what's going on? The players were all murmured in their hearts. Marks McClown had already spoken. Oh. You think so? Then things are already very simple. Xisa was also stunned. Immediately afterwards, Marks McClown said in front of all the players, it's still the same as the last time. Let's go straight to the match and see who is better. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 87, Snape and Chocolate are better on rainy days. The players are in an uproar. It is just a novice who has just started to get in touch with Quidditch, and is actually going to challenge a veteran Seeker with 5 or 6 years of rich experience. Are you serious? Xisa asked in surprise. His thoughts are also the thoughts of most players. Indeed, they all have heard why Marks-eye was recruited by Snapped. But Marks-eye's skill on the flying broomstick is one thing, and whether he can be a Seeker is another thing. Good flying skills actually means that the skills of a batsman will be very good, which is why Snape named Marks-eye as a batsman when he came up. But the Seeker needs more than that. Flying fast and well is just the most basic requirement of Seekers. 2, 4, 3 In order to find the golden snitch accurately, the Seeker needs to have extraordinary patience, far superior vision, and the most top-notch attention and reaction power. These Xisas are available as veteran seekers, but what about Mark Sai? It's nothing more than a talented rookie. I'm very serious, just as serious as in the prefect meeting. Marks McClown smiled. Xisar took a deep look at Marks McClown. Okay. Since you said that, then I respect your request. Slytherin respects the strong. If you can even do better than Seekers, I'm better. Then I'm really convinced. If Mark Sai can surpass Xisar in Quidditch, then Xisar really has nothing to compare with Mark Sai, and he can really do nothing but be convinced. However, Sizer said this not to be subdued, but to represent his absolute faith. I think I cannot lose. Sure enough, Xisar said in the next sentence, of course. The premise is that you can beat me. Tomorrow is a rest day, and we have time. Let's decide on tomorrow morning. No, Marks McClown refused. Let's make a quick decision. We will fix this now. Now? Xisar's eyes widened suddenly when he heard the words, and she stammered a little. You are not kidding? The rest of the players were also stunned when they heard this, and like Xisar, they were thinking about whether Mark Sai was telling a joke. Finally Snape said the reason. Today is rainy weather. The visibility of the stadium is very poor, almost the same as in the evening. There is no way for a match between Seekers. The reason why the Seeker is the most important and most difficult position is that he has to find a miniature golden snitch in this big stadium. Moreover, this golden snitch is still running around very fast, which is difficult. Better than finding a needle in a haystack. In the current weather, it is even more difficult to find the golden snitch. If one is inattentive, maybe the golden snitch doesn't know where to go, so that he won't even be able to collect the ball, and the Slytherin team won't be able to call it off. Maybe they will have to look for it for hours. Originally, they just came to meet each other today, so they didn't care much about the weather. How could they think that it would eventually become a matchup between Seekers? What's rare in rainy weather? I can see it on your face in every class. Marks McClown shrugged. The Slytherin players wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. It was very uncomfortable. Snape was squeezed by Mark Sai again, and the surface was even more cloudy, but looking at it this way, it looked more like the rainy weather in the sky. As Mark Sai said, puff. Finally, a player couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene, but he immediately covered his mouth and looked around nervously, only to secretly relieved that Snape hadn't paid attention. It doesn't matter to me anyway, let alone playing in this kind of weather. Isn't it better to reflect the Seeker's skills? Marks McClown turned around and said to Xisar, but if you definitely don't want to, then I don't force you to compare tomorrow. Marks McClown said so. How can Xisar not fight? Whether it was because of being stimulated by Mark Sai's words, or because of Xisar's own inner pride, he would not allow himself to back down here. We must take advantage of this rare rainy weather to thoroughly let Mark Sai see the technological gap between us. Xisar secretly made up his mind. You are right. In this kind of weather, the skills of the Seeker can be no better reflected. So let's start the game now. The challenge of Xisar also made the players face shocked. You must know that looking for the golden snitch with this visibility is very challenging even for a veteran seeker like Xisar. A bad one, maybe it's a shame here. But when they thought that their opponent was Mark Sai, who is a novice, they all felt relieved. Even if there is an embarrassment that hasn't been found, isn't there still Mark Sai as the bottom? After all, it can't be worse than a newcomer. Haha, it seems that Mark Sai's request is in the arms of that guy Xisar. Could it be ... I'm finally here today to witness Marks McClown's first collapse with my own eyes. Mark Sai is also famous for that. Even if he has done so many things since enrolling in school, he never suffered a loss. Therefore, this group of players are still very interested in seeing Mark Sai's first loss. Isn't the boss really going to lose here? Lisa also murmured. Steve shook his head. Who knows? I never understand what he is thinking. Maybe the boss 5.1 has his own confidence. Steve was also very uncertain about this. Really? Lisa said, I can't think of how the boss can win in this situation. Oh, I actually couldn't think of it. Maybe the boss was too rash this time. While everyone was talking, Mark-Sai and Zysada had already lifted into the air on a flying broomstick. Oh, look at it. It's about to start. Everyone guess how long it will take the golden snitch to be caught? Maybe half an hour. Impossible, that's too fast. At least 50 or 60 minutes. Does it take an hour so long? The player who spoke was surprised. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 88. Don't you look at what the weather is today? 50 or 60 minutes of forecast is not enough. On the other side, Hisso, who was the captain of the Slytherin team, had opened the box in which the equipment was placed and untied the restraints on the golden snitch. I'm going to release the golden snitch. Hisso knew it loudly, and the players all leaned in. Captain, how about you say how long it may take the golden snitch to catch it? Hisso thought for a while. If it's Caesar, then 40 minutes will be enough. Caesar is a very good seeker. A player keenly noticed what Hisso said, and immediately asked, what about Mark-Sai? Why only say hi Sao? Marks McClown. Hisso snorted and shook his head. What he said, I can catch it in a day. He underestimates the Quidditch sport. Both Sissuo and Sisu are 7th graders, and everyone knows that they are very good friends. In this way, it is understandable to maintain Sissuo's hostility to Mark-Sai, but Sissuo is more personal. In his opinion, Snape himself was very dissatisfied by letting Mark-Sai, a first-year kid, forcibly join the team. A kid who doesn't even grow his hair and smells of milk on his body, why come to Quidditch to join in the fun? Can this kind of small body that can be knocked down with one punch work in a fierce Quidditch match? Moreover, as soon as this cloud night came, he dared to dictate in the team, which really made his so dissatisfied to the extreme. Plus cool, Tiger. This is his team. He is the captain of the Slytherin team. The two people in the air made a no-problem gesture. Hisso calmed down and let the golden snitch fly off all at once. Immediately, the golden snitch went back and forth in the air a few times, and then the ghost flashed, not knowing where it was flying. Caesar was standing on the flying broomstick and stared at Mark-Sai, but in Caesar's eyes, Mark-Sai had always looked careless. When Caesar saw this, the fire in his heart immediately rose. Hateful. Did this bastard never put me in his eyes? Or, he doesn't think I am an opponent worthy of serious treatment? On the ground, Snape swung his magic wand, and the firework-like light was released from the top, which represented the command to start the game. Start. With Snape's voice, all the players in the court held their breath and looked towards the sky. Who can find the golden snitch first? Caesar has also begun to watch round attentively. Where is the golden snitch? Is it midfield, under the audience, or close to the ground? At this moment, Caesar used all the experience and skills he had accumulated over the past 5 or 6 years to perform completely above the level, almost doing better than during the official competition. Plus cool, Tiger. He just wants to prove that he is much better than Marks McClown in terms of seekers, compared with Zysar, who was flying around looking for the golden snitch. Marks McClown stopped in place calmly. Seeing Marks McClown's abnormal behavior, the players below were also a little confused. What is going on with him? Why doesn't he move? What's the situation? I am also forced to look. Could it be that after I really played, I realized that this kind of visibility was too difficult? I couldn't catch the golden snitch, and then I gave up on my own? Very likely. After all, it is too difficult to find the golden snitch in this weather. While the players were whispering, Marks McClown had closed his eyes and fully released his mental perception. Spiritual exploration. A full 200-meter diameter spiritual field is enough to cover the entire Quidditch stadium. Marks McClown's spirit spread quickly. The moist air, the squirming lips of the players, Snape's mocking expression on the playful face, the fluctuations of the ground lawn. Everything is controlled in Marks McClown's mind. Suddenly, near the entrance of the stadium, A golden figure flashed quickly a few times. Found it. Marks McClown opened his eyes abruptly and swooped down directly while holding on to the light wheel 2000. Marks McClown's sudden move also made the players startled. What is he going to do? Could he have found the golden snitch? It's impossible. Obviously, he almost didn't move just now. How could he spot the golden snitch at a glance? Before they could guess the result, Marks McClown swayed around the entrance of the stadium and flew straight to them. Back. The players collectively looked at Marks. HMPH really came back after knowing the difficulty. Hisuo sneered. At the same time, he didn't conceal the smug look on his face at all, as if he wanted to show how prescient what he said before. It's okay to admit defeat early. Snape also walked over and said sarcastically, "Save everyone's time." Huh? Give up? Marks McClown was a little confused for a while. "Professor, what are you talking about?" Snape sneered coldly. "If 453 can't catch the golden snitch, do you want to continue pretending to be crazy for your own face? I tell you." Marks McClown stretched out his hand. "So what are you talking about?" "I have caught the golden snitch." I saw that in Mark's eyes open hands. The golden snitch lay motionless in the palm of his hand cleverly. Before Snape's words were finished, he was cut off on the spot. He stared sharply, and carefully checked it over and over again, trying to find that he had made a mistake. But not. The players are all stupid and can't help but collectively explode. Hisuo opened his eyes in disbelief. "What? This is absolutely impossible. How long has this passed?" "Only 3 minutes have passed since the start of the game." "No. 1 minute? It's not right. It's probably not even half a minute." "Then you just caught the golden snitch directly? What a joke." P.S. Today, Ziu rushed to the plane, so it may be later a few more hours later. If you can't stay up all night, don't wait. Go to bed first. It will be the same tomorrow. By the way, ask for an automatic subscription. Chapter 89. Not convinced is better than you convinced. Xiso was still searching in the sky with vigor. Cool tiger, I must catch the golden snitch before Mark's eye to prove my strength. At this moment, Xiso's mind was full of such thoughts. This gave birth to his fighting spirit even more, making him concentrate only on searching for the golden snitch, not paying much attention to things around him. As for Mark's eye's movement, Xiso only remembered Marks McClown leisurely and motionless in place. With this attitude, Xiso vowed that he would regret it. Suddenly, Xiso heard the shouts of his teammates on the ground. It seems that the game has just started for a minute or two, right? Did something happen? Xiso looked at it blankly, and found that his teammates seemed to want to let themselves go. Looking at it again, Mark's eye was also on the ground. So that's it. Xiso suddenly realized, Marks McClown gave up the game ahead of time. It is still somewhat self-knowing that he can advance or retreat at this point. Although he didn't find the golden snitch, Marks McClown took the initiative to back down earlier, and he lost a bit of his momentum. Thinking of this, Xiso also flew down in relief. "Hey, what's the matter?" Xiso asked knowingly while flying down. If it's just flying in a dingy manner, that momentum is not enough. Xiso needs to be able to pretend to be careless in public, and let Mark's eye repeat the matter of admitting defeat first. In this way, Xiso can have enough face and power to let others know that not all novices can spy on the Seeker's position. Wait later, if Mark's eye's attitude of admitting mistakes is still good and sincere, then I should reconcile with him. After all, he is also my leader in Slytherin. Xiso thought with a good feeling in her heart. The players looked at each other when they heard the words, and said strangely, haven't you noticed yet? Xiso also responded cooperatively, "No. Do I need to find anything?" Before the players could answer, Marks McClown had already spoken. "You haven't found out yet. Has the golden snitch gone?" "Nothing." Xiso was taken aback. He looked at the players, and finally realized that his teammates seemed to have something wrong in general. Why is there a feeling that hasn't recovered from the surprise and shock? But Caesar still didn't want to think in that direction, or thought that that direction was impossible, so he didn't think about it at all. Did the golden snitch fly out of the court? He can only think of such a possibility. Plus cool, Tiger. The players shook their heads again. Finally Snape said coldly, "The golden snitch has been caught by Mark's eye." "What did you say?" Caesar looked at Snape in disbelief. He wanted to question that this was nonsense, but the person speaking was the Dean of Slytherin, and there was absolutely no possibility of nonsense. "Just forget it. I don't have the habit of repeating it a second time, Mr. Cliff." Snape didn't want to say it a second time at all, because he didn't want to believe it either. "How did you catch this?" Caesar looked at his friend Xisuo for help, hoping to see something on his face. Regrettably, his face was only sluggish. Caesar finally collapsed, and he couldn't accept it at all. How is this possible? This is impossible. This is against common sense at all. No one in history has ever tried to find the golden snitch in 5 minutes. Even international competitions have no such precedent. It must be a coincidence, but his luck is good. Caesar was very unconvinced. "I want another comparison." No matter what he thought, Caesar could only think of the possibility of luck. Max McClown just saw the golden snitch at first sight. Otherwise, Caesar could not think of any way to find the golden snitch in a rainy weather with such low visibility within a minute. However, it will definitely not work again, as the players all know. No matter what the reason is, Mark's eye won, which is an indisputable fact. What obligation does he have to accompany you to compare again? McClowns, if you are not convinced, I will be better than until you are convinced. To everyone's expectation, Marx McClown responded with the same tough opening. Now even Snape was very surprised. If you compare it again, you can't predict the outcome. For Marx McClown, the risk should be great. According to Snape's understanding of Marx McClown, he felt that this evil little devil would definitely not do something so uncertain. Does he have any conspiracy, or does he have the most confidence? But thinking of this, Snape shook his head, thinking that he should have been thinking too much. Ordinary players are not as complicated as Snape's heart. Not convinced? Then I will keep rolling until you are convinced. This is too domineering. Xesa's face also rose with blood, and gritted her teeth tightly. I respect your courage to fight again, but this time I will not care about it and will not lose again. Of course, he was also indifferent the previous time, and Caesar would not say this. Wait, Marx McClown said suddenly. Everyone focused their eyes on Marx McClown, waiting for what he had to say. Marx McClown shrugged. I got it. I thought about it. It really is more troublesome than until you are convinced. Isn't that just going back? Although everyone felt a little surprised after listening, they also felt that it was reasonable. Most people will be insured directly based on the victory. This is understandable, and everyone will do it. Next, Marx McClown spoke again. So I plan to compare you to complete convincing all at once. The players were stunned again immediately. They found that Marx McClown was not what they thought it was. Zaisa's heart also fluctuated a bit. He looked at Marx McClown's unwavering eyes, suddenly a little guilty in his heart. What do you mean by this? What does it mean to compare me to completely convinced all at once? Marx McClown looked at Zaisa and said every word. It's very simple. We will compare our eyes blindfolded in this game. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 90, Legendary Technology. Blindfolded. Zaisa's mouth opened wide. Cool Tiger. Marx McClown's words shocked everyone. Not kidding? Snape said grimly. How would you play if you were blindfolded? I don't think you would expect the seeker to find the golden snitch by hearing alone. Everyone nodded together. Marx McClown's proposal is really amazing. It is very likely that there will be no winner at all in the end. Don't worry, listen to me and finish talking first. Marx McClown said calmly. We were not blindfolded in the whole audience, but during the first 5 minutes of releasing the golden snitch, we were blindfolded not to see where the golden snitch was. His voice said in a bad tone, does this make any sense? Don't mention some whimsical things for laymen. But Hisoso didn't notice. His face suddenly changed, as if thinking of something. Marks McClown glanced at Hisuo coldly. "Mr. Captain, I told you just now to listen to me. You will interrupt before I finish speaking. This is not what Slytherin should have." Hisuo gritted his teeth, but still squeezed his fist and barely restrained himself. Marks McClown continued, "Actually, Professor Snape was right just now. Half of the top seekers are using hearing to find the golden snitch. Plus cool, tiger." What? The players were shocked when they heard this. They have never heard of such a thing. Besides, this incident itself sounds like a fantasy. Marks McClown noticed Zaisa's face and smiled and said, "I think Zaisa, as a veteran seeker, should have read more books in this area, so please understand what I said." Some time ago, Marks McClown had browsed all the books and periodicals on Quidditch in the Hogwarts library, and he naturally knew more things that others did not know. When everyone including Snape heard Marks's words, they all looked towards Xisa subconsciously. Zaisa nodded with an ugly expression, as if confirming Marks McClown's words. The pride of his heart does not allow him to lie in this regard. The players were in an uproar. Is there really such a saying? No way. How can it be done? Now even Snape focused on Marks McClown, wanting to see what he would say. Using hearing alone to search for the golden snitch. This sounds undoubtedly impossible. Can you see Siza's reaction? And it seems that something really happened. Actually, hearing is the biggest aid for the seeker besides vision. Marks McClown smiled and explained, "A careful person can find that the sound of the golden snitch swings is very special, although it is small but golden. One of Snitch's greatest characteristics. Compared to the size of the Quidditch stadium, the golden snitches flying around are almost as ethereal as a drop of water in the ocean, difficult to find, and sometimes even if they fly behind the seeker can't find it." The trail of the golden snitch. Hearing this, everyone has an eyebrow. Seeing everyone's reaction, Marks McClown made a final decision. "McClowns, if you are a well-trained seeker, you can notice the sound of the golden snitch in a certain range even in a noisy game. Once the sound is noticed, the seeker will know that the golden snitch is not far away, so that meaningless blind searches can be eliminated and the possibility of catching the golden snitch will be maximized." After listening to Marks McClown's commentary, the players suddenly realized, BBFF, it turns out that the seeker still has such a deep doorway. But isn't he just a newbie to Quidditch? Why does it seem to know more than us? Only Siza was about to vomit blood in the audience. He does know this statement. But how can a well-trained seeker do it? This is simply the top skill that the top seekers at the international competition level can achieve. And what is Marks McClown's intention when he mentions this now? Is it possible that he can do it? Now you should understand the meaning of my request for the game. Marks's voice continued. Compared to a noisy game, in a quiet court, you can hear the sound of a wide range of golden snitches. In the first 5 minutes, we were blindfolded from looking at the golden snitch. We only used the sound of the golden snitch swings in the quiet stadium to locate it. There was no coincidence or luck. It was just the simplest strength competition. The players were all excited about it. Yes, this is the purest competition among the seekers. They all felt that they had completely changed their views on Marks McClown. Only Zaisa finally couldn't help it. Are you serious? Marks McClown said lightly. Mr. Cliff, I remember this question. You seem to have asked me once before, right? Xyza didn't answer directly, but excitedly said, but you still feel like him joking, because this game has no meaning at all. Pointless. Everyone present was startled at hearing. Why is it meaningless? What does Sisa mean? It was you who said that the game was going to be played. But now it is you who said the game is meaningless. What does it mean? Xisa trembled and said the reason. The kind of hearing aid you mentioned is the most advanced technique of Quidditch. Not even the national team's seekers can do it, let alone our students. So this game is completely meaningless. Because none of us can achieve the most advanced skills you said, it's just fantasy at all. Is this technique that difficult? There are not many people in the national team that can do it. Doesn't that mean that you need at least a world-class seeker to use it? No wonder we hear so unclearly, like a fairy tale. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Mark's eye with burning eyes. Merely speaking out the legendary technology like the fantasy, it has no practical meaning at all. What does Marx McClown mean? Chapter 91. The first game of the millennium. No one among the students can do it. Are you sure? Unexpectedly, Mark's eye asked back. Cool tiger, it's. The fact is like this. Zisa subconsciously suffocated. Is there any question? Marx McClown sneered and shook his head. Forget it. It's better to see it after hearing it. Let's use facts to speak. Marx McClown's confident performance made the players who looked at him suspiciously shaken again. Is Mark's eye really sure? I don't have to compare this game, right? Snape's usual cynicism, because our famous Mr. Marx has begun to commit his arrogance again. I think he needs to go to school first. A trip to the hospital. Slytherin's team members rarely saw Snape aiming at a person in this way, and turned to Mark's eye without speaking. Marx McClown just smiled indifferently. You have to base your words, Mr. Dean. Why don't you help me point out when I was arrogant? Which time is arrogant? Snape sneered in his heart. Do I need to point out this specifically? Everything you have done since the beginning of school until now is extremely arrogant. The players were also stunned when they heard the words, a little confused. What does Marx McClown's counterattack mean? Isn't this dug a hole and jump by yourself? Snape's sneer was already directly on his face, and he froze as soon as he wanted to speak confidently. I just can't speak when I reach my mouth, because Snape suddenly realized that he didn't know what to say. When did Marx McClown become arrogant? When I think about it, I feel that there are so many things like this, almost countless. But when Snape thought about it carefully, he was shocked to discover Marx McClown seems to have all the seemingly arrogant things, but in the end he actually did it successfully, and it's done perfectly. Is this still arrogant? No, it's completely irrelevant to arrogance. Seeing Snape's lips opening and closing like a fish jumping on the shore, the players were stunned. They also started thinking about going with Snape. McClown's this little monster Mark's eye seems to have truly perfected everything that was impossible in the eyes of others. Do you want to be so perverted? Can't tell, Mr. Dean. Marx McClown's face was as calm as now. Do you know why? Because you can't find anything that I can't do when I speak out. This is the most powerful counterattack, a fact that no one can refute. Snape's face was extremely gloomy, but he was completely silent. In this situation, Snape knew that he was completely at a disadvantage. The more he said, the worse he would lose. Marx McClown didn't bother to continue entangled with Snape, and glanced back at Xisa and Xisuo. If there are no other questions, let's start. Xisuo and Xisa came back to their senses, and Xisa took a deep look at Mark's eye. Okay, let's start. I have to see how you can do it. For example, Mark's eye is equivalent to a junior high school student who just joined the high school basketball team and threatened to be the ace of NBA star players. This is something that is absolutely impossible. When you hear it from the point of view of any normal person, you will feel that the speaker is crazy. But what about Mark's eye? All the glorious deeds in the past, as well as what I saw before him, had already made the Slytherin players afraid to make a decision. They even have a feeling, it can't be said that Marx McClown can really do it. You said the boss wouldn't really be able to do that. Hearing aid. Steve blinked and asked Lisa on the side. This time Lisa was completely silent. After a while, he said uncertainly, probably can. Finally Lisa added another word. Right? Then you still think the boss can't do it? Steve was almost amused. If you are so uncertain, you might as well just say that it's impossible. Lisa Akimbo said, is there any way? You didn't listen to what Xisa just said? After all, This kind of technology is a legendary thing. No matter how you think about it, I think it's impossible. Find flowers. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Steve shrugged. Actually, I think so too. But isn't the boss always bringing enough surprises? Even the two people who had pledged allegiance to Marksai thought so, let alone the other team members. Most of them watched the game between Marksai and Caesar with the mentality of watching the excitement. After all, there is such a special game with additional rules, which has never been seen in Hogwarts in the past. This time they can all feast their eyes, although I don't know if there will be any suspense in this game. No. Then Marksai just wants to drag a loose situation, right? Under the gaze of everyone, Marks McClown and Zysar once again slowly lifted into the sky riding a flying broomstick. When it reached a certain height, Marks McClown took out his magic wand and pointed it at Caesar's sleeve. In an instant, Caesar's cuffs were separated, and then transformed into two blind folds of appropriate size through transfiguration, which floated to Caesar and Marksai respectively. "Hey, why use my clothes?" Caesar protested. But the protest is of course invalid. "I am now your immediate boss. Do you have any opinion on what the leader is going to do?" Faced with such a domineering and unreasonable Marks McClown, Zysar also expressed helplessness. Why did he swear to recognize Marks McClown's leadership's status? That's how Slytherins win is. No. As long as you like it. Caesar finally replied a little faintly. Marks McClown nodded in satisfaction. That's right, and anyway, it's not something that can be repaired with the restoration spell later. Okay, now let's cover your eyes with this. After Caesar was blindfolded, everyone on the ground watching the battle finally became nervous and serious. This unique confrontation that has never been seen in Hogwarts Millennium history, the ultimate battle between Seekers, is finally about to begin. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 92. Who will win and lose? Who will be the winner? Nobody knows. But this undoubtedly affects everyone's heart, every player. Even Snape is the same, all staring attentively at the two in the sky. Hissa released the golden snitch again in the order. But this time no one went to see where the golden snitch disappeared, but instead focused entirely on Marksai and Caesar. Caesar was a little restless on the flying broomstick, but soon calmed down. It can be seen that Caesar is actively adjusting her emotions and state. This is the normal reaction of people when they experience the unknown for the first time. Caesar's recovery so quickly is enough to see that Caesar's psychological quality is very good. 4-4-0. On the other hand, Marksai. The players blinked and rubbed their eyes again. Marks McClown actually leaned on the flying broomstick, heading down for a meal, looking like he was asleep. Fuck, this psychological quality is too good. No, this is simply too nervous. Lisa looked at Marksai incredulously. Boss, this is asleep. Steve couldn't laugh or cry. Don't ask me. How do I know? Did Marksai not sleep well last night? Even so, blatantly dozing off in such an important game is too despised. That's it. The rest of the team members were also a little bit angry. Compared with Caesar, what is Marksai's appearance? Of course, this cannot be blamed on Marks McClown, because he really has no way to spend these boring 5 minutes. Marksai still regrets it in her heart. Why not just say that she blindfolded for 30 seconds at first? I insisted on saying that 5 minutes are now ignorant, and I can only take it for myself and take a rest to pass the time. After Caesar blindfolded her eyes, her hearing became more sensitive, and the noise on the ground came into her ears without any detail. This made him hear more and more irritable. What kind of attitude Marks McClown was? Bastard. Do you still look down on me? Be quiet. Caesar roared like an explosion, and the Quidditch court suddenly became clean. After a while, some team members cautiously said in a low voice, "Let's stop talking for the time being, it will affect them from listening to the voice of the golden snitch." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. but when they thought of Marks McClown's current state again, their hearts were filled with fluctuations. Is Marks McClown really listening to the golden snitch? After the players stopped talking, Caesar reluctantly calmed down. Listen carefully. In the low-pressure court in the rainy weather, there is almost no sound, giving Caesar an ethereal feeling. Where is the voice of the golden snitch? Caesar desperately wanted to hear, but the more he listened, the more irritable he became, because there was only one voice that became clearer and clearer. It seemed to be the sound of even breathing when Marks McClown fell asleep. And listening to the frequency, it seems that Marks I still sleeps quite comfortably. Cloud night. Caesar gritted his teeth. He felt that Marks McClown just didn't want to win at all. He must be right. Could it be that Marks I accepted the second challenge because he wanted to humiliate me? 5 minutes later, Snape shouted loudly, "It's time." Both sides lifted their blindfolds. This sound was like an alarm clock, waking up Marks McClown, who was hanging his head, and Marks McClown raised his head as if awake, and yawned by the way. This performance made all the players on the ground twitch their cheeks. Sure enough, is this guy asleep? It's too fast to be able to sleep in 5 minutes. Later, Marks McClown took off the blindfold in a daze, stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. Has it started? Dare to love your old man who doesn't even know this? How good is it to sleep? Caesar's temple was also bounced with blue veins, but he didn't care about having a fight with Marks I, and instead controlled the flying broomstick to fly away in a certain direction. He had given up on using hearing aids to find the golden snitch. This is simply unrealistic and impossible. But he can still go back to his old line to find with his eyes. Just need to catch the golden snitch earlier than Marks I. Then Caesar will be ashamed. The speed of Caesar was never fast enough for Marks McClown's mental power to spread. When Marks McClown's mental power covered the audience, Marks McClown easily found the trace of the golden snitch. It is hidden in a low altitude close to the ground lawn. Look, Caesar is moving. The players on the ground are almost suffocated. And now they can finally speak. But why hasn't Marks I moved yet? I guess he hasn't woken up yet, someone sneered. Deserve it. Who told him to treat the Seeker's game with this attitude? Obviously both of them should have failed, and they couldn't use hearing to locate the golden snitch. But compared to Caesar, everyone felt that Marks I hadn't even tried it. Even when Caesar started to look for the golden snitch, Marks McClown was lazily motionless. Obviously, Marks I will lose this time. Suddenly, Steve exclaimed, "No, look at it. The boss is starting to act." When everyone heard about the reputation, they saw Marks McClown flying down crookedly while yawning. A 5.7? Is this going to give up the game and come back? Everyone was a little confused for a while, although it was expected, but it also gave up a little faster. And Marks I was particularly embarrassed. Are you not even prepared to fight? Thinking about it this way, why did Marks I agree to this game in the first place? There is no use at all except to embarrass him. Just as the players were full of speculation, Lisa, who had always been staring at Marks McClown, could clearly see that Marks McClown made a casual move at low altitude. But what Marks McClown did was so random that it was inconspicuous to the extreme. Until Marks I flew down at them, everyone greeted them immediately. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 93, Snape is afraid of being out of print limited. JPG. Looking at the winner of the last time, the loser this time, the players don't know what to say. Plus cool, Tiger. Snape also looked up and down Marks I cautiously, not daring to mock him for the first time. He shouldn't catch the golden snitch, right? Probably. Otherwise, what should I do if he gets slapped in public again this time? Snape couldn't help being cautious and cautious. He really hates Marks McClown, not fake, and he feels uncomfortable every time he sees Marks McClown not taunting a few words. But Snape hated Marks I because Marks I embarrassed him many times. If he ridiculed Marks McClown rashly, and was embarrassed by Marks McClown's counterattack accidentally, then Snape would be insensitive. This is simply turning the cart before the horse. I paid attention to his every move the whole time. He probably didn't have a chance to find the golden snitch. Snape finally confirmed it in his heart, not to mention that as soon as 5 minutes are over, he will go straight down. This time should no problem. In fact, Snape was still sighing when he thought of this. When did he Severus Snape, who was so terrified by the students of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, that he was so tired to mock individuals? After taking a few deep breaths, Snape calmed his heart, confidently slowly changing his mocking expression and wanted to speak. "Huh. What are you all looking at me doing together?" Marks McClown obviously hadn't fully woken up yet, and yawned again. "I have caught the golden snitch." "Okay, let's go and do what everyone should do. Go back to each house and find each mother!" Snape slammed the brakes and almost choked on his saliva. Cough, 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 cough. This made Dean Slytherin, who has always been known for his rigid and unsmiling expression, coughed violently. Snape only felt that at the last moment of the exit, he was forcibly suppressing what he wanted to say, and his whole body was about to explode in an instant. "Mr. Dean, are you feeling unwell?" Marks McClown would not smile kindly. Obviously, as a potion master, it is difficult to prevent and control his physical discomfort. No wonder, there is an old Chinese saying, "Healers don't self-medicine." Besides, there are some differences between potions and medicine. Snape glared at Marks McClown fiercely, but couldn't fight back. He was still coughing violently. Secondly, what else can he refute? "I can't honestly say that I originally wanted to mock you, but I was scared by reality." "Boss, did you really catch the golden snitch?" Steve also asked, dumbfounded. "Cool tiger." Marks McClown turned to look, and found that everyone's eyes were the same as Steve, who couldn't believe it. "It's really sad." Marks McClown shook his head regretfully. "Is my strength that makes you untrustworthy?" Lisa couldn't help but spit out, "This is no longer a question of strength or untrustworthiness, boss. You just slept in the sky for 5 minutes, and then as soon as you woke up, you caught the golden snitch." Marks McClown scratched his head in embarrassment. "Huh? Has it been seen?" "Ha ha. Why can't it be seen? The players' hearts are all down for a while. You don't even want to cover up when you sleep. It's just dozing off in an upright manner." "However, Marks," I immediately remedied, "in fact, don't look at me on the surface as if I am asleep, but in fact I am using the ancient Chinese martial arts technique to listen to the voice and carefully judge the position of the golden snitch." "You better have used Chinese kung fu." "Everyone is too lazy to complain. If your strength is abnormal, you should be abnormal. If you talk about Chinese kung fu, you will have a ghost if you believe it." But if you think about it carefully, it seems that apart from this explanation, there is no other possibility. After all, except for the Chinese kung fu that they didn't understand, no matter how hard they tried to think about it, they couldn't think of how to catch the golden snitch in that situation. Oh, it's Chinese kung fu. I have always admired it. Steve spoke with a sensible cooperation. "I'm also a fan of Chinese kung fu." Lisa also absent-mindedly cheered. "I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. It's amazing." Marks McClown also noticed the obvious embarrassment and quickly coughed twice. "In fact, explaining everything is superfluous. If they don't believe it, just seeing it is believing." While thinking, Marks McClown raised his hand and threw it directly and accurately tossed the golden snitch into the suitcase containing the ball. "This is the golden snitch you want," Marks McClown said. When I saw the golden snitch again appearing in Marks' hands with his own eyes after Marks I caught the golden snitch again with his own eyes. Even if the players thought they were mentally prepared, they would clearly find out at this moment. Not enough. Have you ever calculated how long it took Mark's eye to find the golden snitch after taking off the blindfold? Hisuo asked blankly. Everyone shook their heads. Steve couldn't help but said, "Captain, Time is too short. So no one is going to calculate. This is simply telling the truth. After Marks McClown woke up, did it take a minute to find the golden snitch? Did it take 30 seconds? Did it take 10 seconds? No, he seems to have started to act in less than 10 seconds in the time we spoke a few words. At this moment, in their hearts, there is only a unified and e-handed holding day with emotion. My day. It'll take another day. My day breaks the sky. One time may be considered luck, then 2 times is 100% absolute strength. No one dared to question Mark's eye again. It turns out that Mark's eye really has the ability to catch the golden snitch super fast anytime, anywhere. P.S. Thank you old who witnessed the whole thing for the 588-point reward and 1000-point reward. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 94, Excavation. The Slytherin players felt both excited and disappointed. The excitement is that their Slytherin finally has such a presence that can be called the king of the game. What is lost is that with Mark's eye, a big man who can end the game at any time and instant, then their batsmen, chasers, and goalkeepers have the meaning of existence, so they simply retired. It's not that they are all useless. The reason why Quidditch has the Golden Thief's nonsense rules and can still be popular in Europe is precisely because Quidditch is not a win-loss elimination system, but a final calculation of the total score system. But compared to Mark's eye, who can get the power to score 15 goals and end the game at any time, the batter and goalkeeper are undoubtedly eclipsed. Seekers are always the most watched. Many Quidditch games will eventually evolve into competitions between seekers. But whoever doesn't want to focus on themselves when participating in competitive sports? This time Xisar did not continue to wander in the air stupidly. After noticing that Mark's eye had landed, Xisar immediately swooped down on a flying broomstick with a dash of 100 meters. Did he catch it? It is no longer certain whether this sentence is an interrogative sentence or an affirmative sentence, or it may be directly an exclamation sentence. No matter how stupid that Mark's eye surrendered as he did last time, Xisar would not do it again. But when I remembered that Mark's eye fell asleep on the flying broomstick, Xisar felt very angry in her heart. Sure enough, I still think Marks McClown should give up. If Nima found the golden snitch so soon after she woke up, then she would really stop living. Seeing Xisar's surging aura like a death squad, the players were shocked. Snape even squeezed his wand, considering whether to give Xisar a cushioning spell. However, Xisar is worthy of being an older school seeker, and he immediately controlled his flying broomstick and stopped steadily. But Xisar's expression and tone were not so stable. Has he caught it? Exclamation mark. Hearing Xisar's question again, everyone sweated a little. Without waiting for their answer, Xisar took the lead to scan Mark's eye's whole body with a quicker gaze. Well, empty-handed. Did not catch the golden snitch. Awesome. Xisar almost couldn't help but yelled out, waving the flag crazy in his heart. Although he still failed to find the golden snitch, at least there was no winner for the second time, and Xisar could barely accept this. Seeing that Xisar was suddenly very happy, Steve whispered, "Do you think that Xisar is mad? Why is he so happy?" Hush. Lisa quietly put up her fingers to cover her lips. Don't make jokes about irritated people at this time. It's too immoral. While Xisar was in high spirits, his good friend Xisuo finally calmed down and answered his question. He did catch it again. Xisuo's tone was extremely difficult. Let me just say it. With his attitude, Xisar's expression went up and down. Wait, what did you say? Xisuo couldn't speak anymore, feeling this was really cruel. The players also couldn't bear to turn their faces away. Even with this attitude he still caught the golden snitch. What? WTF? Are you fucking teasing me? Xisar didn't control it for a while and directly exploded. I just watched it carefully. He didn't hold the golden snitch. The players all know that Xisar is in a state of piercing arrows at this time and does not care about Xisar, because he threw the golden snitch back into the box. Silence. followed by a long period of silence. Xi's face changed from an ugly expression to the expression of a dog. "Let me cut the grass." "Caught it?" "Really caught?" 3 consecutive questions were almost the same, and the players responded to him with an expression of seeing a ghost. "It's true." Xi's head turned inch by inch, just like Caton's machinery. Finally, he looked at Mark Xi, using a hoarse voice, stumbling to confirm. "Xiang Mark Xi, you caught the golden snitch in such a short time?" "It's all right," Marx McClown sighed. "Otherwise, what else? I have to wait for the golden snitch to fly for a while." Xi's face was dull, and when everyone was worried about whether he had been played badly, they finally changed to a wry smile. "I'm convinced." Xi's smiled bitterly and shook his head. "With this hand alone, I won't lose the boss." Although Snape said that he was unhappy, he still had to admit the result. Of course, this is more in line with his purpose of finding Mark Xi to join the Slytherin team. After perfectly determining the Seeker's position, Marx McClown Gong retreated. Regarding the self-created black magic discussed with Voldemort, Marx McClown still has a lot of questions to verify in person. After all, practice can lead to true knowledge, which is an absolute truth no matter in science or in magic. In his spare time, Mark Xi deliberately trains in inaccessible places such as the forest farm. This is the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and only the desperate students Marza will approach here. But Marx McClown prefers to call herself fearless. The reason why he was so anxious to experiment was because after Quidditch's expansion, Marx McClown came up with a new application method for the perfect control skill. This skill is really as he had originally thought: as long as you dig carefully, then you can surprise and discover infinite magical effects. The essence of perfect control is that you can directly control any movable part of your body without any training process. P.S. I can't stand it anymore. I will go to bed first, and update the rest during the day. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 95, Formalists. Regardless of the magnitude or the intensity, there will be no deviation. For example, with ears that few people can control, Marx McClown now wants to move with ease. What about extending this ability to other places? To prove this, Mark Xi is now standing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He took a deep breath and yelled affectionately to the Forbidden Forest. "Authentic good herbal tea, authentic good voice. Welcome to watch Jiaduabao, a leading herbal tea brand, named Jiaduabao Herbal Tea China. Good voice, drink Kili, add motivation. Wahaha Kili Spiritual Healthcare Products. Good voice for China. Come on." Among all the trainees of the Voice of China, the most proud of the 4 instructors will embark on the dream journey of Wahaha Kili music. Send a text message to participate in the interaction and immediately get a 100 yuan coupon from Sunning Support. If our good voice students are recognized by 3 or more tutors, they can receive a 10,000 yuan music dream fund provided by Sunning.com. Thank you Shanghai New Jinjiang Hotel for the hotel sponsorship provided by China Good Voice Tutors. Follow Plus for more exciting content in front of and behind the scenes of Voice of China. You can log into Voice of China Sina Weibo, or Tencent WeChat, log into Voice of China to participate in the program interaction, and you can also log into Youku, So Video, Aki Art, Tadu. Watch the highlights of the program, follow Nate's Entertainment to learn more about the program, or log on to the official digital music platform to download the most exciting song ringback tones of each program. Seconds, 353 words. Cool Tiger, this is almost faster than the speech speed of the famous host Hua Xiao in Mark Xi's previous life. After all, Hua Xiao's speech speed was trained by himself, and Marx McClown did not need to be trained to reach the human limit. This speed of speech is at least 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary people. What's the use of speaking fast? This means that in the duel, when someone else chants a spell, Mark Xi can already utter a double or even triple spell, and there is no jam, no stammering, and absolutely no mistakes. Marx McClown was very satisfied with the results of the experiment, and it is foreseeable that from now on, his spell attacks will be as fierce as a machine gun. Immediately after finishing the afternoon class, Marks McClown saw Steve waiting at the door. "What's wrong?" "I remember that the prefect meeting will be held for a while, right?" Marks McClown asked strangely. Cool Tiger. Instead, Steve's expression was even stranger. "So you really don't know the boss?" "Our team trains 4 times a week, which is said to exceed the Gryffindor Academy's 3 times a week rule." Marks McClown touched his nose in embarrassment. He had no enthusiasm for Quidditch. After that day, Snape hadn't really listened to Snape's explanation. "I really like to compete with Gryffindor." Marks McClown rolled his eyes. Steve shrugged. "We Slytherin have always been like this, almost becoming an academy tradition. Anyway, I am here to inform you to train just in case. Now it seems necessary to inform McClowns, we will see you on the stadium later." "Wait." Marks McClown stopped Steve. He brewed a bit and said, "I have been busy lately, so you can bring me a message." "I won't go to this training." Marks McClown didn't want to waste too much time on Quidditch, and for him with perfect control, there was no need for training at all. In addition to class, Marks has to spend a lot of time studying the creation of the magic spell, and there will be Voldemort's little stove to go later. Steve was a little surprised. "Are you really sure? This might upset the captain, right?" "You mean that big guy?" Marks McClown touched his chin for a while. His impression of him was really not deep, and Marks McClown didn't even know his name. Basically, all Marks McClown remembered was that Hisoso interrupted him in the middle of speaking impolitely, and the impression of being tall. "McClowns," Steve nodded. "This is a rule set by the captain himself. If you don't go, it will make him look bad." Listening to the number of training sessions for Gryffindor, I thought it was Snape's rules. Marks McClown curled his lips. "Besides, it's normal for players to ask for leave if they have something to do. But asking for leave for the first time, it's really a bit. The captain is a person who pays great attention to superficial skills. You will make him very shameless by doing this." Steve was embarrassed. Marks McClown became a little impatient. Then is he training for the team's strength, or is he training for his own face? Steve was speechless for a while, and indeed he felt that Hisoso was too formalistic. If he loses face, he loses face. "I don't need to change my actions for the sake of others' poor self-esteem." Seeing what Steve wanted to say, Marks McClown interrupted him directly. "He is very powerful in Slytherin." Steve didn't react for a moment. What Marks McClown wanted to ask. If he thinks about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be right. In terms of his power in Slytherin, Hisoso is not as good as his 6th grade prefect. "No." Thinking of this, Steve shook his head. "Then he is very capable?" Marks McClown asked again. Steve scratched his hair. "It's not like ... but he knows a lot about the methods of fouling. Almost every player in the other 3 academies has been hit." "That's not it." Marks McClown Tandanzu, "without power, ability, and notoriety, then even if I make him face bad, what serious consequences can I have? Or is he more powerful than me in the Slytherin Academy? P.S. Falling into a complete carve-in state. Terrible." Chapter 96. Totalitarian. Steve answered honestly, "Of course not. He can't compare with you at all." Cool Tiger. Steve was telling the truth. Marks who controls all the prefects of Slytherin, can be said to be one person and more than 10,000 people. It is the person with the most power in Slytherin except the Dean. When Marks McClown talked about this, Steve also fully understood. Marks McClown doesn't care about Hisoso at all. If he can ask people to ask for leave, Marks McClown is already very polite. Wanting to force Marks to train for the sake of Hisoso's face, Nijin is dreaming. At this moment, Gryffindor, who successively finished courses, also walked out of another classroom. Headed by a few senior students, they saw Marks and Steve talking at the door at a glance. "Look, isn't that Marks?" The companions also opened their eyes. It's really him." Marks McClown is now a star student at the level of the school. It is no longer the level that everyone knows, but the degree to which most of the audience will be subconsciously excited. Because when I see Marks his glorious past will pop out in my mind. In the future, he will do something big at Hogwarts. This is what all students look forward to and pay the most attention to. After all, this can add a lot of new talk to their boring student life. Talking to him seems to be the 6th grade leader of Slytherin. As the prefect, Steve was also recognized, but no one knew what his name was. This was the difference from Mark's eye. What are they talking about? Should we go to eavesdrop? Another student shuddered. Mark's eye is there, so forget it. We are several grades higher than Marks McClown, so don't be so afraid of him. It's shameful. The proposed student rolled his eyes, but his body didn't move at all, as if rooting at his feet, completely inconsistent in words and deeds. The Gryffindors were really interested in trying to get in, but they were afraid. As an academy that has always been hostile to Slytherin, in addition to paying attention to Mark's eye's frequent big news, the Gryffindors are more of a subtle mood. They really hope that Mark's eye can get Slytherin's score to be deducted one day sooner or later. In this way, Hogwarts can end Slytherin's brutal reign of the Academy Cup for several years, and has the opportunity to make Gryffindor the top. It's a pity that Marks McClown has never made such a mistake so far. Instead, he made Slytherin add a few more points. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed senior student remembered something. That's right. I remember the 6th grader. He is Steve Jobs. I saw him in the Quidditch match last year. Then Mark's eye was talking about Quidditch with him. With this possibility, the Gryffindors are even more excited. On the one hand, Quidditch is as eye-catching in the Wizarding world as the World Cup is in the Muggle world. On the other hand, being able to find the enemy's discussion scene, this feeling of finding the enemy also made them very excited. I remember that there was also a first-year student in our college who was specially recruited into the team, right? Are you talking about the Savior? It seems to be called Harry Potter. After being reminded, the student suddenly realized, oh yes, Harry Potter. Although the skills of the first-year students may not be very experienced, but he and Mark's eye are considered to be influential figures. I think this year's Quidditch competition, the highlight may be on both of them. It's hard to tell. The fellow student shook his head. It may be a few years before it will be their era. The excitement of the Gryffindors was getting louder and louder, and naturally they couldn't hide Mark's eye and Steve. Hearing the name Harry Potter, Steve frowned slightly. Marks McClown keenly noticed this. Is there anything wrong with Harry Potter? Find flowers. The problem is not. Steve shook his head. I just remembered suddenly. Caesar inquired that Professor McGonagall had bought Harry a Light Wheel 2000. We must know that even the members of our college are still using it. The Sweeping 7 Stars series. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten? I also used Light Wheel 2000. Marks McClown said disapprovingly. Boss, you are a seeker, Steve said. For such a special position, you may not be able to match that Harry Potter. Marks McClown shook his head and said, you underestimate his talent. In terms of his talent, Gryffindor is most likely to make him a seeker. Really? Steve was incredibly suspicious, and Marks McClown said lightly, trust me, my guess can be wrong. Steve immediately thought that Harry Potter could be regarded as Mark's eye leading the door in a sense, and Mark's eye should know his situation best. Thinking of this, Steve dispelled his doubts a little. I know, I will pay attention to telling the news to everyone, then I will go first, boss. Marks McClown waved his hand to let Steve leave, then turned and walked towards the 3rd floor. The professor's office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is there. Mark's eye still has many bottlenecks in creating new magic. Direct consultation with Voldemort is the fastest solution. As soon as he entered Quirrell's office, Mark's eye saw that Voldemort was already waiting for him. You are too late this time, Voldemort said dissatisfied. Marks McClown shrugged. Sorry, I met his subordinates on the way and talked about something. Can you also be called subordinates for your kind of playing house? Voldemort snorted disdainfully. Marks McClown raised his eyebrows noncommittal. He knew that Voldemort must have his own opinion on this. Relying on the dark marks, the brainwashing of the pure blood supremacy belief, and the reign of terror that Voldemort is best at. Voldemort has indeed won many loyal wizards. However, this rude awakening really aroused disgust from many people. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 97. A request from Voldemort. It can be said that this is a kind of totalitarianism, and there are advantages and disadvantages. Marx McClown didn't need to argue with Voldemort. You and a student of mine are arguing about the use of these, so it's better to do business as soon as possible. Marx McClown said sternly. Voldemort also snorted, waiting for Marx's question. Marx McClown quickly entered the state. I heard that many dark magics will affect the wizard's character and mind after long-term use. What is going on? This problem is the point that Marxi can't get around in the process of creating magic. It would be ridiculous if the spirit was twisted by his own magic in the end. All nonsense. Voldemort sneered. Marx McClown didn't know if Voldemort was telling the truth, or just 4, 5, 7 purely trying to get rid of Marx McClown's wariness of black magic. He just looked at Voldemort quietly, waiting for Voldemort's answer. The reason why he asked Voldemort was precisely because Marx McClown believed that he could make a judgment on his answer. Magic is magic, and the wizard is the user. So how can the character and mind be distorted by magic? Marx McClown squinted his eyes. But this situation is not uncommon in history, and there have been many records. Plus, Voldemort said with disdain, those are so-called white wizards, deliberately exaggerating the facts in order to distort the black magic. A fact that is deliberately exaggerated. Marx McClown was startled. He thought that Voldemort would say it was all fabricated. Now that Voldemort had admitted that it was true, his next words might still have some credibility. Voldemort continued, such things are not uncommon even in muggles. No, it should be said that they are hundreds of times more than wizards. Marx McClown was stunned when he heard the words, why is it still muggle? If you think about it, is there any difference between most black magic and ordinary magic? Voldemort asked. Marx McClown lowered his eyes and thought, indeed. Most of the black magic cores are no different from ordinary magic. There is no such thing as an evil aura, it's just that the power is extremely powerful, or the effect is extremely cruel. Your savvy is very good. It seems you have already thought of this. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. It is said that he had returned to Hogwarts in the past and applied to Dumbledore to be a professor in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Although in the future, many people generally think that Voldemort's return to Hogwarts at this time is to find the materials for making Horcruxes. It is not the wine of the drunkard. But if Voldemort was only for such a simple purpose, why not ask his children from the Death Eater family to do it? You must know that all children of school age in the UK will receive a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. The admission notice does not distinguish whether you are a Death Eater or not. That would not arouse Dumbledore's alert, and it would be more convenient to move because of the student's identity. It can be said to be 10,000 times better than Voldemort himself. Regardless of the truth, Voldemort's move shows that he really has a hobby of being a good teacher. After being rejected by Dumbledore that year, Voldemort cursed the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts in anger. But now that Marxi was taught, Voldemort had a little bit of satisfaction that he had fulfilled his wish, and he really became a teacher of Defense Against the Dark Arts. In addition, Marxi's talent is still excellent. No teacher does not like talented students, and Voldemort feels very comfortable to teach. Although Voldemort's mind is still very cold and clear, he can tell the reality very clearly, knowing that he will definitely not teach Marxi the true ability in the end, but at least he feels good as his own entertainment. Black magic is like a pistol in the Muggle world. Compared with ordinary magic like a cold weapon, its greater power occupies an absolute advantage, which is equivalent to mastering the power of life and death over other people. Marx McClown didn't know if he was answering Voldemort or talking to himself, and said his thoughts in a low voice. Right. Voldemort was more satisfied. Suddenly hand over greater power and power to the ordinary wizard, then of course it will cause a change in his mentality. This is the natural mental change of the weak, and the black magic has nothing to do with it. For example, if the authority is suddenly given to a commoner king who has always been mediocre, then the greatest possibility is that the commoner's mentality begins to expand rapidly. People who have the power to determine the fate of others are obviously different from ordinary people in both their mind and character. So that's it. Marx McClown started to think. It was true that Voldemort had a point, but Marx McClown knew it herself. This only applies to the vast majority of black magic that is simply powerful. Dark magic such as making corpses and making Horcrux will obviously affect the wizard's heart. Voldemort is the best and most vivid example. But looking at his self-satisfied appearance, he obviously didn't know at all. Marx McClown clearly understood everything about him. Then the next question. Marx McClown cleared up after a while. The black magic art forms in this part. Soon this lecture ended. Seeing Voldemort's tired expression, Marx McClown also shook his robe, preparing to leave Quirrell's office. Wait a minute. The Marx family kid, Voldemort shouted suddenly. 0.2. Marx I stopped and looked back strangely. Any suggestions? Voldemort stared at him closely, and then narrowed his eyes. In a while. I'm going to do something in the Forbidden Forest. Then you need to follow me all the way. Forbidden Forest? What do you want me for? Is it possible to kill people in the Forbidden Forest? If it's a Forbidden Forest, it's really convenient to do this. Marx McClown frowned. What are you going to do? Does the dignified Dark Lord still need a first-year student like me to help you? You don't need to worry about this, Voldemort said annoyedly. You don't need to know anything. In any case, just come with me. Chapter 98. It seems that students are forbidden to enter that place. Voldemort sneered. Don't tell me you are the kind of student who can obey the rules. Well, I really am not. Cool tiger. Marx McClown curled his lips. But why should I go with you? Is this any good for me? Voldemort frowned, only feeling that the kid in front of him was too difficult to deal with. I have already condescended to teach you black magic myself. What good do you want? That's the same thing. This is the same thing. Teach me that black magic is only the content of the last transaction. Marx McClown said lightly, and the request you made this time, I can think it is another time. New transaction. Otherwise, I have nothing to do. Why do I have to accompany you to the Forbidden Forest? What should you do if you come out and bite me while there is no one around? Voldemort was so angry that his teeth were itchy. What does it mean to come out and bite you? My dignified Dark Lord. Are 11 people who can do such a vulgar thing. But Voldemort still knew the meaning of Marx's words. It is indeed far more dangerous to be alone with yourself in a place like the Forbidden Forest than in Hogwarts. No one will know if one is killed accidentally. Don't worry. Voldemort always speaks for words. Voldemort spoke naturally with a high posture. I said I won't take this opportunity to hurt you. Then I will never take this opportunity to hurt you. But Marx McClown didn't take his practice at all. He bluntly stretched out a hand. It's useless to say that you can directly cast an unbreakable curse. Voldemort's expression stiffened for a while, and he made a personal guarantee. What Marx I would like to do, don't be too big. But after taking a few deep breaths, Voldemort still squeezed out word by word : Well, I can agree to your request. The unbreakable curse is a kind of spell that does not violate the promise. It requires a witness to help establish the unbreakable vow. If the curse is violated, it will lead to death. Originally, Voldemort would never sign such a thing, but what he was about to do was too important for him. Compared with Marx's verbal promise not to interfere and not tell Dumbledore, Voldemort felt that he still took Marx with him, so that this time bomb was always in his sight. Hold on. I didn't know Marx McClown actually refused again. What else do you have? Voldemort felt that he could hardly control himself, time and time again. What conditions do you kid have? You won't forget. Marx McClown looked surprised. We haven't discussed what benefits you want to give me. If it's no good, I won't go." Voldemort found that he had almost forgotten this. He suppressed his anger and said gloomily, "I will teach you a powerful self-created magic unconditionally. This should be fine." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "You said the same when you were in class for the first time before, so what is the difference from now?" "Don't tell me you don't know the difference." Voldemort sneered and looked at Mark's eye. "You are different from an ordinary kid. You should have thought of it a long time ago. Even if I taught you before, it will only teach you something innocent. Create your own black magic." As he spoke, he proudly said, "And the black magic that I promised is a real premium item." In fact, Marks McClown had thought about it a long time ago, but he needed Voldemort to speak out for confirmation. But Marks McClown felt that he couldn't be too cautious in this matter. "Even if you and I have concluded an unbreakable curse, is it Quirrell or you that can be restricted?" "It's this idiot who will be restricted," Voldemort said impatiently. "But even if I want to perform some magic, I still have to use this idiot's body, so it's the same." "Now are you satisfied?" "In this way, this transaction is worth considering." Marks McClown meditated. In fact, what Voldemort was going to do this time, Marks McClown also had a general guess. It is nothing more than to slaughter the unicorn and drink blood, prepare to steal the magic stone, and accumulate power for the upcoming barrier. But Marks McClown is still a little curious. Drinking blood after killing a unicorn has always been accompanied by a strong curse. Although it is possible to lift this curse after getting the Philosopher's Stone, before getting the Philosopher's Stone, there is no doubt that he will always be tortured by the curse. Compared with the accumulated power, this is even more unfavorable for Voldemort to break through the guardian level of the Philosopher's Stone. In other words, Voldemort must have used some method to remove the curse in the blood of the unicorn. Thinking of this, Marks McClown immediately became energetic. If he can learn this method, then he has the opportunity to use the unique blood of the unicorn without a curse. Whether it is consumed directly or used as a potion material, the value of 397 is extremely huge. The reason why Marks McClown had considered agreeing to Voldemort just now was largely for this reason. He wanted to see with his own eyes, what exactly did Voldemort use to get rid of the curse of unicorn blood. "No problem, we make a deal," Marks McClown said happily. He stretched out his hand and shook the hand of Quirrell Voldemort, not only to represent a happy cooperation, but also to cast the unbreakable curse. The unbreakable curse requires a third party to witness, and in this room, Voldemort, Quirrell, and Mark's Eye happened to be three people. The wand was placed between Mark's Eye and Kiluo's hands. As the oath progressed, the tip of the wand sprayed out a rope of flame, which gradually tied their arms, and finally penetrated into the skin. At this point, the unbreakable curse was officially established. Of course, the vow that Voldemort could make was nothing more than that during the time he entered the Forbidden Forest, he would not arbitrarily attack Mark's Eye. But this is enough for Marks McClown, because he also has his own purpose. In this way, the two pregnant women fell asleep again, and the other walked out of the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, with a meaningful smile gradually rising on his face. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 99, 3 Chorus. Marks McClown was walking on the way back, and the corridor was almost empty. At this time, basically the students have returned to the dormitory, and there are still very few people like Mark's Eye who blatantly violate the school rules and hang around outside. A student ran out in the middle of the night. Right next to the curse classroom, unexpectedly, Filch ran over with a whisper. "I caught you." He saw Marks McClown, and his expression became shocked. "Why are you ... you?" Marks McClown said amusedly. "Meet again, Mr. Filch. This time, Professor Quirrell is looking for me." "You can ask at any time. His office is downstairs." Oh, no need," Filch whispered. "I think Mr. Marks has no reason to deceive me. I just received a report that someone was still wandering in the corridor most of the night." "Someone reported to you?" Marks McClown was startled. Afterwards, the whistleblower's voice arrived as expected, and followed Filch from behind. "Have you caught it?" "Just as I said, I definitely heard Potter's night tour planned during the day. Draco rushed up excitedly. After seeing Marks McClown, he also showed the same astonished expression as Filch. Why are you? What are you doing out alone at night? Draco felt like he was going to die. He tricked Harry during the day and tricked Harry by saying that he would meet in a duel at night. And then he reported to Filch. It should have been a perfect plan. Originally Draco followed all the way, and was about to watch Harry's jokes. Marks McClown is really so fucking right now. He really can't afford to provoke him. But can he not afford to provoke Harry Potter? Draco, haven't you been repaired by me for too long, so that you have the illusion that I need to report to you for what I do outside at night? Marks McClown sneered in her heart. As expected, this Malfoy finally got involved with Harry. I don't know if he is taking revenge for Harry inadvertently confirming that the gambling agreement was established at the station. As soon as Marks McClown spoke, Draco halted immediately, lowering his head and dared not reply at all. Professor Quirrell has something to do with Mr. Marks. Filch took the initiative to explain to Marks McClown. In fact, Filch himself was very strange. Obviously, there were as many as 3 students who seemed to be chasing after him. Is it really Marks I? But today, with bad luck, he caught Marks McClown again, and Filch felt it better to stop her quickly. Plus cool Tiger. Filch had also heard of Marks McClown's reputation. Even if he put aside his family power, Marks McClown's ruthless person would still be best able to not provoke him. Draco also went back frustrated. He was puzzled. Why did he meet Marks I again today in such a bad state? The shadow Marks McClown had given him from childhood to childhood was too big, and Draco just wanted to hide as far as he could. When both of them left, Marks McClown shook his head and raised his eyes to look somewhere. If unsurprisingly, the night trio tonight should be Hermione and Harry. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the 3 of them to rush back from the corridor on the right-hand side in shock. It's still a chorus of 3 people. The momentum was so great that Marks McClown covered his ears, silently looking at the 3 people who were still in shock. When they ran near, Marks McClown stretched out his hand to stop them. Hey, keep me quiet. Don't you know if this is disturbing the people? Mr. Marks? Marks? Harry saw Marks I clearly, and he was still a little stumbling. It's big night. Stop yelling, Marks McClown taught. Of course, if you want Filch to go and come back, then treat it like I didn't say it. Hearing what Marks McClown said, Hermione, Ron, and Harry just remembered that they were chased by Filch before. But Hermione was still in shock. She suddenly saw Marks I, who had given him a tremendous sense of security, and couldn't help but rush on. Marks McClown, listen to me. There is a big one in the room over there. Marks McClown covered Hermione's mouth and said seriously, don't pay attention to it. The less you know, the better, understand? Ron opened his mouth. Do you know what's in there? Harry also noticed what Marks McClown said. Obviously Marks McClown knew what Hermione wanted to say. Mr. Marks, you. Marks McClown interrupted him. Curiosity will kill the cat. I said it just now. The less you know about some things, the better. If you are willing to listen to my advice, then forget about today. Ron dissatisfied. Who do you think you are? Even if you are not a student in our college, dare to order us to forget about today? I didn't say it was an order, Marks McClown said coldly. I just said it was an advice. If you want to die, then please. For the Philosopher's Stone, Marks I has some ideas of her own. In addition, Marks I didn't know how much the flapping wings would bring about a change because of the addition of this butterfly, and of course she would not let Hermione rashly contact this extremely dangerous Voldemort. Harry just gave him a piece of advice. As for Ron, just let him die. Ron was still mumbling for money and muttering, why do you tell us to advise us in such a great way? Marks McClown had completely ignored him, and put her arms around Hermione hard. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Hermione was calm, and then realized what she had just done, and she broke free from Marks I's arms with a blushing face. But when she thought of doing such a shameful thing just now, Hermione couldn't even look at Marks McClown. P.S. Thank you DGLRXX for the 1000 points reward. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 100. Feeling the lingering fragrance in her arms, Marks McClown said with a smile, "Remember to be obedient." "Well, you all go back." After all, he didn't wait for Harry to continue questioning, and he quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. He must know something, Ron still said angrily. Harry thought so too, although he wanted to follow Marks McClown's advice because of his respect for Marks McClown. The blood of Gryffindor lurking in his body would not be so easy to agree to. The synonym for courage is recklessness. Obviously, these three Gryffindor little lions will not be frightened by today's events. As the saying goes, life is more than endless. This is the Gryffindor Academy motto. Well, there is actually no such academy motto. However, it is obvious that the students of Gryffindor have had such a hard-working spirit over the years. However, these Marksi were too lazy to take care of them, and it was enough for him to find a way to keep Hermione. For Harry, who has always admired himself, Marks McClown also consciously did 537 to do his best. It was Harry's own business whether to listen or not. A week passed in a blink of an eye. Plus cool, Tiger. During this period, Steve came several times to call Marksi training, which made Marksi a little annoying. This captain is too persistent, right? Every time it was Marks McClown who had asked for leave in advance, and she had to come and call Marks McClown over. Of course, Marks McClown's move was to simply ignore it after asking for leave. I heard from Steve that the captain made several thunderous attacks for this. After breakfast that day, Steve arrived again as expected. Boss. Seeing Marksi, Steve smiled bitterly. He has been caught between the two for this period of time and still feels very uncomfortable. But this time it wasn't just Steve who was on the go, but even Caesar and Lisa followed behind. Marks McClown said strangely, "Hey, why are you all here this time? What kind of captain still has such a big face? Can he be able to make 3 ranks grow up? We are not a prefect in the Quidditch team, but one of the players." Caesar also smiled bitterly, but this time he didn't call us over. "Then what are you all doing? What are you doing in your spare time?" Marks McClown asked strangely. But this time the 3 of them didn't answer at the first time, but they all looked strange. Lisa and the other 2 matched their eyes, and finally decided to let her speak, because this time the incident is a bit too loud, so we have to come and find you. Marks McClown understood as soon as he heard it. "Is the big trouble related to me?" Steve nodded. "McClowns, the captain has completely exploded this time, saying that you have not come to train many times, and you want to." He opened his mouth, still finding it difficult to speak. In the end, Caesar helped him complete : "You will be fired from the Quidditch team, boss." "You want to fire me?" Marks McClown was amused. "That's really great." I raised my hands to support. Originally, he only agreed to go to Slytherin's Quidditch team to help out because of his trading relationship with Snape. The current situation is that every time Marks McClown asks for leave according to the rules, but the unknown captain still insists on expelling him, then this is not Marks McClown's problem. Believe that even Snape can't say anything about him. What? The 3 of them opened their mouths abruptly, and were a little stunned for a while. They also both thought that Marks McClown would definitely be furious because of this, so they couldn't help but ran to Xisuo to settle accounts. Precisely because he was afraid that Marksi would hear the notice when it was time, he was so angry that he accidentally beat Hiso into a half-body. The 3 people bite the bullet and rushed to appease Marksi. Unexpectedly, Marks McClown was still very happy. "There seems to be something wrong." Lisa opened her mouth. "Boss, aren't you angry?" Marks McClown said, "Why should I be angry? Am I such a dull person?" Lisa was dumb, thinking about it carefully. The reason why she thought Marks McClown would be furious was completely because Marks McClown's glorious deeds in the past were too scary. Looking at the sluggish 3 subordinates, Marks McClown thought for a while and explained, "However, I still strongly condemn his behavior. I remember that the Quidditch school team in the academy does not have a mandatory training requirement, right? This is not true. Hogwarts Quidditch is just students playing, and there will be no contracts to sign. It can only be said to be a sport like club activities. Also, this kind of extracurricular entertainment should be for students, right? Marks McClown said again, when students have important things, they can't be forced to give up important things to participate in Quidditch training, right? Steve, Caesar and others looked at each other again. According to the boss, why did it feel that his so-so was wrong again? No, thinking has been biased by the boss. Caesar shook his head suddenly. But you have not participated in training, it is too much for the whole team. Marks McClown interrupted Caesar. I think you, as the previous seeker, should understand the particularity of the seeker position. There is only one seeker and only one task, and it is completely compatible with the batter and chaser. Different. In other words, the seeker does not need to cooperate with his teammates at all, so there is no need to run in with the entire team at all. This seems to be right. Caesar was dumbfounded. What? Why do I now feel that the boss has said so reasonable that I can't refute it at all? Seeing everyone's reaction, Marks McClown nodded with satisfaction. Look, there is neither a requirement for training nor a requirement for the team to run in. So what an injustice I was expelled from. Speaking of Marks McClown, she shook her head very regretfully, but God only knows whether it is really regrettable.